accelerating. He's done it.
Oh!
He's finding success in the middle of this furball. Absolute calamity from this.
The winch is going to stall it, and he's done it. He's done it.
Unbelievable from OG. Carries the team. How has Carnifex gone away with that? He even gets the second.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to PHL Season 2. It's the big weekend. I'm your host, Artie. I'm joined here today by Jerry and Whippet. It's good to see you, gents. How are we feeling today, Whippet?
I'm good. I'm excited for this one. This weekend has been pinned in my diary for a long time, and the groups we've got lined up for today do not disappoint in the slightest.
Awesome. And Jerry, I mean, this is the moment we've all been waiting for.
Hell yeah, it is. I mean, we've got so many incredible teams here. We've finally said goodbye to 4 of the lowest placed EU teams. We've got 8 on the chopping block. Soon to be 4, soon to be 1. That's it.
Soon to be 4, soon to be 1. And, you know, it is a little bit different this time around, given the fact that we are so close to the Grand Major TGM 25 at DreamHack. We're going to be leaving that extra, East versus West, NA versus EU for the big boys. So today, Jerry, I guess we're just looking at EU.
That we are. And it's that big $2,300 prize pool that's split in half down the middle between those two regions. So that's what's on the line. And there are some big names here. Big teams as well that, we may be expected to make it through. Seems like Pulsar not making their way through in the EU bracket to the top 8. So we've already had a bit of an upset, and I can guarantee there's going to be more on the line.
100%. I mean, with only 8 teams having the opportunity to play for the prize today, it's been tight up to this point, hasn't it, Whippet?
It really has. I mean, I want to double down towards our LCQs just had there. We did see Pulsar make it, and it was looking so promising. We got Gamblers and Ape Squad coming from there, and they look so strong there as they line up for the first set of cash out. Anything can happen. I'm very curious how these teams from the LCQ can fare up now against the big dogs who made it earlier in the season.
100%. And just to give everybody at home a quick refresher of what we're looking at, let's take a look at the bracket to see exactly how this weekend is going to shake out. To walk you through this, not only did past Artie tell you in the walkthrough before we came on screen, but this is where it's all boiled down. We've got 2 groups here that will eventually fizzle out and dissolve into 2 teams qualified and 4 teams playing for those last few slots. And not only is it going to be myself and these casters helping you guys through the bracket, but we've got an analyst today. And let's go ahead and take a quick hello at our analyst desk. This is the whole desk right here for the analyst desk. Hey, Rio, how you doing?
Hey, Artie, I am doing wonderful, and today I am going to be breaking down the action of everything that happened in these groups. I'm going to sum up what's been going on and fill in a little details that you guys might have missed on the off stream. But today is going to be just an exciting day, and honestly, I can't wait to bring you all the action and bring you all the info that you guys might have missed.
100%. And talk a little bit about that as well, off stream. So, I mean, what are we going to be seeing here? Where are we going to be seeing the other things?
Yeah, so we have a B stream, and it is done by our wonderful group of the Final Central. These people are going to be casting some of our elimination games, so it'll be really fun to kind of see how they're doing it. And yeah, so go give them some love, go check them out, and if you want to see some of the really intense moments that are happening over there.
Yeah, exactly. We are going to be having all of the main groups happening right here on this stream, and the qualifier group at the very top. Whoever wins, we're going to be watching that. Final Central going to be checking that out. If you have a second monitor, feel free to tab up the Final Central. Otherwise, Rio here is going to be able to break down what happens on those streams when we come here, as well as chat through all of the ins and outs of what we're seeing comparatively as we get closer and closer to the top 4 headed into phase 2. But that's going to be a little bit later. For now, I'd say let's go ahead and take a look at the teams that we're going to be seeing today. Right now, we're starting with Group 1, and this is going to be Team Secret, Emerald Apes, Alliance, and Gamblers. And now, Jerry and Whippet, this is going to be somewhat of a bloodbath.
Yeah, I would agree.
Jerry, you go.
It's a mad group, and we've seen in the past Team Secret in particular maybe struggle in some of these cash out games. It's always like that first hurdle. We saw it in the closed qualifiers. So I wouldn't say that they're a shoo-in to get 3. My most confident pick here would be Alliance. Personally, they seem to deal with whatever's thrown at them. But honestly, any of these teams could go through. Cash out is wild. And of course, on the other side of it, you've got a best of 3 to qualify to phase 2 or a best of 3 to avoid elimination. So it really is a really chaotic trend setter for the day.
I really want to go back to what I said earlier about the LCQ teams. Gamblers won my heart making it through that, and I often like to, as I call, adopt a stray for these playoff matches, and I think Gamblers, in the chaos of cash out, have a chance to make it through here, but we obviously have teams like Secret Lights as well that we cannot count out here, but my heart's going to be with Gamblers for this cash out match.
I think it's going to be obvious who I'm rooting for in this matchup, but I'm not going to let that take over the broadcast. I do think that genuinely all of these teams have a viable shot, especially watching the sort of meta shifts that have been happening over the last few weeks. I think that all of these teams are in somewhat of a unique position where they have not only been sort of akin to all the things in play as before, for example, not necessarily being tied to the BFR, especially now that most teams don't really want to utilize it. Not only that, but the Vanishing Bomb coming into play. I talked about that a little bit earlier this week, but the Vanishing Bomb has been somewhat of an upsetting piece for a lot of these teams where they're deciding whether or not to swap it out for their Glitch Grenade, swap it out for the H+ Infuser. But Jerry, I kind of want to get your take on the whole Vanishing Bomb situation, and if you think that it's going to actually come into fruition in this group or maybe the group after.
It could do. I really don't have any read on who's going to be running this, who isn't, but it is something that is creeping in, as you mentioned, and I'll do the plug for him. Go and watch RD's video on this topic. It's really interesting.
That wasn't the
Either
point.
way,
That wasn't the point.
Don't worry, RD. Your check is in the mail. So we've got, a lot of teams starting to adopt this strategy, and it could come out. It certainly makes a big difference in games where you really know your opponent, because you can not only play with the idea of hiding your approach, but also baiting certain approaches and playing that sort of bluff game. It gives you a lot more kind of depth of strategy than, say, the alternatives of Glitch Grenade do, which is just a purely offensive tool, realistically. So yeah, it could happen. I am really curious to see, picking up on Whippet's point about Gamblers sort of making an impact. We did see a slightly different lineup coming out for them in the last chance qualifiers, and it worked really well. Honestly, Bola slipping into that heavy role made a massive difference in that run. So I'm curious to see if that translates into cash out and translates into games involving some of these bigger hitters like Secret and Alliance.
Whippet?
When I'm thinking about the Vanish Bomb in particular, we saw it actually during the LCQ, very prominent going into it. Of course, when we're talking about best of 3s in a 3v3, you have that ability to kind of play in the mindset of your opposition. It's a far more intimate experience. Those fights matter so much more. It gives you that window to have a massive opening, maybe even a disengage if you're in desperate situations. It'd be very curious about how that slides into this, and maybe teams might start bringing it here to our cash out, because in the midst of chaos, if you can slip in and get a steal, that might be enough to get you across that threshold to make it into our upper seating.
100%. I think especially when it comes to different maps like Fortune Stadium, or obviously when you have Seoul over towards Hospital, you have those opportunities where it really makes sense. But even without those maps, even if we're not playing on those maps, or if you have a rotation where, hey, it's just going to be Bernal and Cis Horizon. Teams, I think, are still getting more and more comfortable with, hey, you know what? Being invis for quite a bit of time, just get that instant opening pad RPG. It's all going to be able to help out with that overall first damage, first little bit of impact. But Jerry, I also want to talk about sort of the cash out situation that we've been seeing, right? I mean, it's going to be a very interesting stake coming into, cash out to these 3-on-3s matches. Now that we're sort of condensing them all into the one day, do you think it's going to be different stakes this time around? But, we're actually going in right now. There it is. No more yapping. I guess it's time. Jerry and Whippet, take us into it.
Well, there's no better way to find out what the stakes are going to be like than to just see them play out in front of us. And Cis Horizon, the first map on our cards here. Secret Apes Alliance Gamblers, you've already sort of planted your flag in the ground there, Whippet, and said you're hoping for a Gamblers surprise. Is there another team you would say likely to come through in this group?
in terms of likeliness, if I'm gonna go based off my head, my brain decision, it's a throw-up between Alliance and Team Secret. My big thing about our regular season on our Wednesday games is that we ended up seeing them kind of uncontested a lot. The teams didn't want to challenge them in their groups, and we're already finding a little bit of fight as Alliance. Who's gonna lose Treason immediately to the hands of Secret.
OG getting in quickly and dealing that damage. That's a big setback for Alliance. Of course, without that defib, they can't go for the quick reset. Have they managed to grab his totem? I don't believe they have. So Carney and Palmer just sort of scrambling around here to try and find a way back in, but they're being pinned back here. The vault has been tapped. That's a good RPG, but a nice follow-up winch, and the damage is there. Elix and OG tag teaming Palmer, leaving only Carney in a bit of an unenviable situation. Does manage to find the statue of Treason, but Team Secret are well on their way towards Cash Out B.
They should be getting themselves on a move here. Looks like that's exactly what they're in store for. Palmer yet to be recovered. Some ship damage getting found here just by Treason with the repeater. Just trying to find a way. Carney does get one. OG falls from it. And a stagger out fight from both these teams. Secret do find that plug out towards B, long distance, and really use that range advantage of the repeater. Just to look for Roma and Secret. No one presenting themselves just yet. Alliance all back up. OG should be able to take that coin if he's not being revived, and that's going to be an opportunity to try and hunt him down. Now huge damage found. Roman's going to be reduced to half HP, but the shot don't land from the repeater, and Treason lets that one slip through the net.
Alliance, though, they have turned this round with that pick onto OG, and they have an opening to steal, but Gamblers are coming in here for a potential third party. I don't think they're close enough to prevent the steal, but they could cause a bit of chaos in the mix here. They actually find themselves now between the two teams. Maybe not the most ideal position, but I don't know how much Team Secret know about it. Alliance certainly have a bit of a read on this, but Gamblers are being smart about it.
Keeping themselves as covert as possible, just waiting for an opportunity to make everything go a little bit overt. Now here the player just above them, I believe that's Carney, and just waiting for their moment to strike. Halfway through that
Found this
time,
gateway
Alliance
as well.
is going to take a huge damage, and you're right. If they try to use that exit gateway, they're going to walk into a classroom waiting for the Gamblers, and that might be a worst-case scenario. They hop on board as Alliance, take that worst-case scenario, even worse, wiped out by Secret. One player down. They're going to go for the steal. Is that going to be an opportunity? Yes, it is. Gamblers dive in. Bola finds one, and they're going to try and storm and get the steal here, Jerry.
Very smart move, and just patience paying off here. OG and Elix not in a position to try and recapture this point or protect their fallen comrade. They go upstairs for the fight, but as it stands, Bola on the light doing some great damage there, and does find the pick onto OG, leaving only Elix here. They've just shattered both of the big guns here in Alliance and Team Secret. They only have about 30 seconds left to defend this. They could get away with an early cash out with it.
Completely doable at this point, and well, Emerald Apes are going to be licking their chops here. They've had a pretty quiet day indeed. Secret's going to find some early damage. Elix finds a massive winch by OG though. Huge damage done. Dome's not going to be good enough. Counter winch won't save him for long. Finds an opening pick. Kiriki does get Carney as well. Diving in will be Alliance to cause a little bit of chaos. And the midst of that gas with a huge RPG diving in to find huge damage. But it looks like it won't be mattering as it will be held on as Gamblers get themselves that first box locked out. As there'll still be a flurry as Roman last one selling a secret and Alliance are going to wipe. But I think Gamblers will take that wipe as well. Kiriki gets slayed eventually by Roma.
Roma just standing barely at the end of all that, but it's a cold comfort after the cash goes the way of Gamblers. On the other side of the map, Emerald Apes were afforded a completely free cash out. Don Crage only having to pick up 2 kills, presumably from the initial vault fight. That's not even a team wipe. So they are well out on top. Although, of course, everyone during that picked up a lot of kills. Look at that. Team Secret, of course, they got the plug. They got plenty of kills to their name. So they're not that far behind either. It's really Alliance that need to pick up the pace here.
Alliance in deep trouble. They took a lot of wipes in quick proximity to each other, and they have to really, yet again, funnel into this fight, which will be against Team Secret. And maybe at this point, if you're Alliance, maybe you want to fight against Gamblers, Emerald Apes, someone else, and Secret have had your number this entire time. OG takes huge damage, but the heal from Elix is going to be perfect to keep him in fighting form. And you just got to wonder, Alliance, running out of time a little bit.
Yeah, they have obviously 2 waves of cash outs to try and turn this back around. Nice preset gateway here is going to shorten the distance for Vault 4 to travel. It's going... Oh, in fact, they are very, very far away from the objective still. Here we go. Elix closing in on D. He's already been plugged here by Emerald Apes. Again, just getting away with being completely absent. And I think at this point, Secret, they know that it's a bit of a difficult route to get this plug. They've dropped the box and they're going to try and face Gamblers head on. Or maybe even just ignore it entirely and go for the fight against Emerald Apes.
Great RPG found there by Vol as well. Just going to find some damage towards Elix. He will get himself recovered, but they fall in the way. They're going to try and put some pressure on towards Emerald Apes. Elix will take more of that damage shipped away, and everybody converging on C at this stage. Emerald Apes, they had a quiet defense with their very first cash box. Looks to be a much more louder affair this time around, as they're going to try and cause as much chaos as possible. The RPG is huge, finding split damage between two, but Emerald Apes come out a little bit better for wear. Secret down to just Roma. They got control of the box a little bit longer. Before the wait timers still left on C as a plug happens across the map in favor of Alliance.
Yeah, still that 40 seconds left for Emerald Apes, and I feel like that indecision from Team Secret has cost them a little bit here. This is an interesting position, though, for Gamblers, who, again, are closing on a potential last-second steal. But the positioning from Emerald Apes is so much better here, and they don't have the benefit of a third party working against them. We can see Alliance, we can see Carnifex just trying to get some kind of flank going, but they have to force a steal here, Gamblers, to get anything out of this. They're going to jump onto the point, but I think the resistance is too strong. Donk closing that gap, landing shots at range. Newok finds Kureki as well, and Gamblers are losing bodies fast. Vol goes down in a heap, and Newok has done enough there to protect his cash out. That's 2 now for Emerald Apes, as we transition over to just over half completed Alliance box over on the far side. They're going to get a lot of late visitors coming in their direction now.
This is the problem with having such a staggered out stage. Now, they should be able to hold on if everything goes their way. With the vault opening up, that might draw some attention. Secret look to be in close proximity to it. But it doesn't look like Emerald Apes committing to it just yet. Hopping towards Newup, just trying to find his way into this, and will be Secret trying to dive on and find that pressure onto Alliance. They'll try and pull this box away. Goo up for a little bit of cover to make this deal happen. Of explosion, the counterplay working just to make sure it stays in possession of Alliance. First fight's gonna happen here. Roman needs to win his duel, takes a huge amount of damage, and Carney collects up the pieces. Diving in will be OG, needs to win his one. Rotates the barrel, but not in time. Carney picks himself up a 2-piece, leaving it all down. Watching no Secret take a full wipe here in Alliance. Coast away, get themselves that cash box locked out. That's exactly what they need.
Carnifex just feels like a cheat code sometimes. You watch him get kills that he just shouldn't. And Emerald Apes now have a box in their hands, but they are so far ahead. They can either play keep away or just focus on the macro here, maybe stall out and wait for a double opportunity. They can control the flow of the game here. The onus is on every other team to get that cash, that Vault 6. Alliance are there first. It's Carnifex. Who else to get the tap? But Secret very nearby, and we can see in the distance Emerald Apes just sort of controlling the middle ground. That first cash box actually planted by Gamblers on the far side. So this could be a really close final few minutes here. Everything on the line. Carney gets the first pick there onto Elix. That's a medium down for Secret again. Not working out for them in this match in the latter half of it. And there's OG going down as well. Roma now, we're watching him as the last alive for Team Secret. They only have, what, 1 minute and 20 seconds to work with. They need to get each other back up, maybe go for a coin, aim to position. Roma, though, he's going in for these shots. He wants to be a part of this.
At this stage, he has to hope his team can get themselves back in on their coins. 10 seconds, 3 seconds respectively. So Roman might try and find some kills and get a little bit of chaos. He might find some damage. He's going to be very downtown as he close to Treason at this stage. He might find that fight, and he does so. He does get that pick, picks it up, and Treason's going to be gone. Double dipping this box is going to create all sorts of chaos. Everyone will converge on this final cash box. Hopping on board, waiting for that gateway. They'll charge through this, but the wall of goo just makes things oh so impossible. He'll try and go the long way around, and it's going to be a tantalizingly long way as well. Can he throw it from downtown? Doesn't have a line of sight just yet. Caught by the winch. Massive play from Secret. They need to get this plug money, but it's going to be an attempted steal of Gamblers. To find a way to get that one in their possession. Huge plug benefit. They do take one casualty. Kiriki's gone, but he's going to be back in the fight. And Gamblers with a huge advantage. Both boxes in their possession with just over 30 seconds left.
Dog Rage done immeasurable damage there to Secret as well. Only Roma left up once more, and everyone needs a steal in this situation. Well, either Alliance or Secret, or we see both of the underdogs going through instead. At the moment, Alliance, they have the best chance of that, but they're taking flak. We see Carney again, basically the only player on his team making a difference as Palmer goes down. Treason really low as well. Everyone's flooding the site now, but it really only matters that Carnifex gets a bunch of kills here and tries to get the steal, but there's no time left. And that is Emerald Apes and Gamblers coming out on top.
They're going to take that first 2C. The two teams that were, I would say, more billed as the underdogs. Gamblers from the LCQ. And, well, what a play from both of them to get to across that finish. A huge play for that double cash box right at the end.
Unfortunately, as many people in the chat did notice there, We were on World Tour settings, so there may be a chance that we have to replay that game. I'm sure the players will have noticed very quickly and would have been viewing this as a sort of a warm-up, but we will wait to see what the final admin decision is on that. Regardless, that is a fantastic performance from the underdogs in the room. And you look at what gamblers were able to do with limited kills. They did fantastically from start to finish. Really, they set the pace at the very start by having that third party and taking down both Secret and Alliance. It does look as though we are going to have a replay. So that is maybe a bit of a what do you call it, a hurdle that they've just managed to dodge there for Secret and Alliance. Otherwise, you know, they would have been headed down into that elimination best of 3.
I think towards the first cash out, you know, we saw everybody getting very normal into their plays, but then as soon as Alliance wiped and they realized we didn't lose any money from that, something's fishy. I think that's when all the teams started to really lock in. You could like watch a moment where each team realized, hey, wait a second. But no worries, chat. The intern that was responsible for this has been thrown into the pits of fire, and we are going to be trying to figure out the situation right now. Waiting here from the admins. Is it going to be run back?
Oh, this is tense.
The nail-biting decision.
He's still yelling at the intern. He's screaming.
We're just waiting on that word from the admin to tell us
But,
whether it's
I mean-
certainly being restarted.
Okay,
We're
so
not running it back.
we are not running that back. So even
Ooh.
though that was on World Tour settings, since it was not an elimination, we are going to be continuing through that. Anybody technically could have bailed through that to sort of force the reset, but because it was not an elimination match, we are going to be running this through. So the top 2 teams there being the Gamblers and Emerald Apes, they will be going into the qualification match, whereas both Team Secret and Alliance will now be vying for a spot for survival and a chance to fight again in the third group of the day. That's going to happen off stream over the Final Central. They're going to have so much fun with those 2 teams. But for us, it's going to be a very interesting set of circumstances looking at the Emerald Apes versus the Gamblers.
I think just to sort of wind back on that decision and be interested by it a little bit more, I think regardless of whether it was World Tour or ranked, that scoreboard looks the same at the end, right? There was such a chasm between second and third place there that the top 2 would have gone through. Perhaps teams played it a little differently, but you know, you got to play to the whistle. That's the footballing rule, isn't it? You know, unless the ref says something, you play the game in front of you. So yeah, it might feel a little bit hard for Alliance and Secret in that regard, but you know, that's the way the cookie crumbles. Now they find themselves in that elimination best of 3. I didn't think we'd see that so early on. Both these teams with a potential to not even make it through to phase 2. But of course, we're going to be sticking on that upper bracket and watching Gamblers versus Emerald Apes to see who makes it through to phase 2 later on today with it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very curious about that because to have those 2 teams again, Emerald Apes were kind of still, I would say, Bills and underdogs, and of course Gamblers from the LCQ to be the 2 teams that make it through from that circumstances outside of it. They both played very well to get to that point. Now moving to the best of 3s, I'm very curious if they can build up the momentum because I have a sneaking suspicion both teams didn't expect to be in this position against each other, and this is where maybe game plans might be a little bit different and somewhat a scramble between how do we set things up, because they would have probably been preparing for either a Secret or Alliance if they did make it through, and now they're in a situation where it's going to be completely against what they might have prepped.
100%. I mean, remember that cash out just plays so different to the 3s anyways, and I don't think that the effects of the cash out would ever bleed into you know, the 3s match, just regardless of or outside of just who it is that's playing one another, right? But when it comes down to that, we can also just talk about the actual micro performances and the micro plays that we were seeing. I saw a lot more M11 on Sis Horizon than I think we've seen all season. I believe it was, what, 3 of the lights were running M11? Pretty insane. Now, yeah, because we're not running it back, we're going to just be seeing the Emerald Apes up versus the Gamblers. We got those map bans here. Let's take a look at the maps we'll be playing this best of 3 series on. Going to be starting off with Sis Horizon. Going to run that one back, of course. And then Nozomi Citadel here, picked by the Gamblers. then followed up with Bernal. Now, this is going to be a fun one to see because Nozomi Citadel in threes has always been a very interesting one. I think more so than other maps, Nozomi Citadel has presented itself as the map where you get teams that take enough time to only actually ensure one team fight per cash out if they decide to wait and scout and play a little bit slower. But going into Bernal, I think that's where we can get a little bit more of that traditional 2-team fights per cash out sort of pacing. But given what we just saw on Sis Horizon, Whippet, I kind of want to run this back with you. Do you think that Emerald Apes versus Gamblers are going to be in for a sort of difficult setting here, given the fact that Emerald Apes, their first 2 cash outs were almost entirely uncontested?
I certainly think so. There's always, see, again, the team would have warmed up beforehand, but now they've had a quiet time and they're going into. I mentioned it a little bit earlier as well that they likely were preparing for another outcome. Again, you don't cash out doesn't carry over in terms of playstyle, just who's going to be up against you. And if you're these teams who are billed as the underdogs necessarily, you would have looked at Secret Alliance, you would have done a lot of your study there. You would have had less time as well for gamblers, just the nature of LCQ. I think this is going to be a situation where, especially with Sis Horizon, expect that first fight to be very feeling each other out, very how does this go forward and trying to pioneer a plan, and expect these teams to change things up as we get towards that mid stage because I don't think they were ready to face off against each other in 3v3s.
Absolutely. We're going to be cutting into the match right now. It's time for the threes here. Emerald Apes and Gamblers. Jerry, Whippet, take it away.
Thank you very much, Artie. Here we are, Apes and Gamblers in this upper fight. We did not expect it. Teams seem happy as well. The teams are very content. We've had word that they were like, yep, that's fine. We're happy to just play on despite that world tour / ranked shenanigans. So glad to hear that there's good sportsmanship all round from everybody involved. And we can just get on with things because, yeah, this is a really interesting match. I'm especially keen to see what Donk Rage is up to. It seems like a decent set of maps for his beloved LH1. And if he's choosing to bring it, then he has a potential to really control this entire match from start to finish. But we know that Gamblers are no slouches after their really, really strong upper bracket run in the last chance bracket last weekend. So, yeah, everything to play for here. We've got Emerald Apes tapping this first vault on Sis.
I'm just looking at it again, just trying to hold this control here with that FAMAS, finding huge value from it with the range. And this is where you're going to see maybe that LH1 be a factor. Again, if you're going to play these longer lines of sight, you got this massive main avenue that you can have that control from, and that's where you're going to find FAMAS, LH1s, anything with that extra range being oh so impactful. But crossover, trying to intercept this movement, Red Barrel in the hands of Vol at this stage, just looking to make that one work to his best ability. Will spot the trail of the player to his left. I just missed it, and Donk Rage might have escaped visibility detection for a little bit.
He's in a very powerful position here as well. He can prevent this cross, and he's got the call from his teammates. He is on the 93R, so a slightly more reliable option when it comes to close range engagements, but can still dish out the damage at range as long as you're nice and controlled with that recoil. Emerald Apes have positioned themselves really nicely here, and in fact, they've managed to take the box, so they get the plug. But Gamblers are very close in underneath, so no opportunity for Apes to set up a defense. They've managed to retreat to the safety of the glass ceiling, though, really nice and smartly. And that's given Gamblers a bit of a problem to solve here early on.
This is not going to be an easy one to clear this high ground. Again, they have to try and think about how will we deal with this as you have that position held. Can they try and get this case dropped down? That's what they'll do. That's going to force Mouser to begin the move down with the rest of this team. They can't contest from the roof, so they'll start to pull themselves back to that control. Red Barrel in, doesn't connect, and the reload of the RPG will be needed. Mouser, that opening damage will be so important for this, but time getting taken here from Gamblers. They want to make sure they can count their cards perfectly as they'll try their best just to manipulate this box into an advantageous spot. Smokes go out to the staircase to give some concealment and open up that roof eventually, but both teams taking their time before this opening engagement.
Mouser's really had this reawakening as a heavy. We see him on the shack right now. After, you know, years of medium maining, but he's coming to this roster and really made an impact. And we can see him positioning himself perfectly to get the backstab onto Vol, who had no idea, just chasing that shadow. Really smart play from Donk to bait for his teammate there. Nuok finding the final kill, final hit there. Now it's a 3 versus 2 in favor of Emerald Apes. Great RPG, good follow-up from Donk as well. They get the defib, but it's not going to mean much as Bolo is now left in the 1 versus 3. He's going to try and run to hope that his team can coin back in. He has the escape gateway. Well, actually, no, he doesn't. It's not preset. That might cost him some valuable time. It doesn't go far enough. and he's skirting around, but Mauser gets that final hit. And that's going to add valuable time onto that timer, and we can already see from this replay even that Emerald Apes has spent so much time kiting that that's it. That's the only team fight they need to win to guarantee themselves this first cash out.
One and done for this first box from them. Very well done. They completely controlled it from the very beginning. And I wonder, was this a misplay from Gamblers to take it incredibly passive on that early stage? They realized they couldn't contest the high ground. They dropped the cash box down. They pulled it into control, and they never once tried to tap it, the bait or reaction. They just tried to poke and probe and look for a way in. And when they finally committed to it, well, you have a heavy like Mauser shuts them down immediately, and the fight did not last long at all. Vault 2 is open, both teams back in the arena, and it should be tapped early from the side of Newark, who gets that for Emerald Apes, who are in complete control here. I wonder if they can keep this momentum rolling, as Gamblers already some damage done, as Kiriki found there's going to be a hunting party, calls Emerald Apes chasing them down, try and find a successful fight for this Vault. 90-yard distance, tries to chip away, but nothing found yet.
Gamblers smartly positioning themselves to shield that objective, forcing this Vault fight. Volvo has found himself as the last one standing. Newark picking up 2 of those kills, and Donkrage just tagging it at the end there, but I feel like Newark did the heavy lifting there. Really nice work from the medium on the side of Emerald Apes. They continue their dominance here so far in this early portion of this horizon, and now they'll find their way over to B, most likely. It's the nearest target. This is a really nice spot to defend. There's so many options here. That said, they're going to go with probably the simplest, which is winching it out into the open and playing from height. Gamblers get a decent spawn, though. They'll be able to track their way through this building pretty uncontested. Maybe they can get a quick pick if they find someone unguarded.
Keep it simple, stupid. Just winch out the window, play the high ground from it. Kiriki will find a huge amount of damage taken. H+ Infuser keeps him in fighting form. You just gotta wonder. He went for a bit of a wander off by himself and got punished from it. They'll hop up towards the catwalk, but this is gonna be a great kite. Emerald Apes just moving to space previously occupied by Gamblers. Drop down a level and they'll look to try and take this fight. And they'll finally line up one. Damage done, but Donkrage wins it out against Kiriki. And this could be a bit of a disaster. They'll go for the long res. Huge damage done to Bola as well. And it's gonna be a commit from Emerald Apes to try and win this team fight. Massive winch. Gonna pull Bola straight out of the fight, but he escapes with his dash. And Jerry, it's gonna be a mess, but it might be all in favor now of Gamblers. Unfortunately, Bola alone. He has to do this all by himself. Huge damage available with that M11. Can he find that opening pick towards at least one? Mauser low as well. I think good decision. Emerald Apes play it passive.
Oh, he's resing in the smoke or behind the wall, but Bola reads it and gets the kill. Bring it down to 1 versus 1. Mauser, though, the heavy can outlast him, but the coins are in the favor of Gamblers here. They died earlier in the fight. They may get back in sooner. There's the res, though. He's allowed the res onto Donkrage to come through, but at least now they're fighting a 2 versus 2. Still, though, 40 seconds left, and now we're back to a full 3 versus 3. No wipes on either side, but it really does feel like Emerald Apes are still in control here. Oh, but they dive up to exactly where the Gamblers are. Maybe they weren't expecting that. The winches come out from both sides. RPG to his own face. Vol goes down. 3 versus 2 for Emerald Apes, but they're all very low. Bola has huge clutch potential here if he can find any of these targets, but Emerald Apes are playing it really smart. They're hiding. They're letting that regen hit, and now he's dived right into the middle of them. I don't think he has time left. Whip it. Emerald Apes have managed to circle back to the point. They're just going to body block it from this point on. And they've done it in 2, taking Sis Horizon in rapid fashion.
They do it in the Grand Slam as well. They plugged every box and held every box out. A single flip in favor of the Gamblers, and they made it look exceptionally easy. And can they keep that rolling as we look towards our next maps? But everything about this, and I've got to really kind of level on that first fight, Jerry. It was so passive from Gamblers. They drop the box down, they get that initial control. Is there a moment you think that they maybe should have just tried, let's tap this, let's try and bait reaction? The C4 was on cooldown. They wouldn't have known that it wasn't on the box in time. I think they could have done more for that opening fight. Everything else, a little bit out of their control, but that very first cash box could have been a different story. I think if they played it a little bit more aggressive.
I think you've summed it up perfectly there, Whippet, and it really just goes to show how important setting the pace is in this game. I singled out Bola earlier, mistakenly called him a heavy, but he was a really important part of Gambler's success earlier in the last chance qualifier. The only player to get kills here, and the only player that really looked like he was making a big difference. He had those clutch moments, he had those moments to be able to turn it around. But yeah, something needs to happen for Vol and Kiriki. They've got to wake up. They've got to start winning some of these initial picks. Newark really want to point out how impactful he was on that medium role in that game. Really just ran the show from start to finish.
Yeah, I'm very curious about that second fight we've just seen. It was advantage for the team that died early in the fight, able to use those coins perfectly. And Emerald Apes were so effective at just sitting and passive, realizing that we don't have the HP to fight. Now let's pull back. Let's try and wait out our timers to get ourselves in a better position. Great overall game awareness, and they were given the space by Gamblers to do so. So as we get ready for our next map, a pressure point for Gamblers to maybe resolve because they don't want this to be a sweep of a 2-0 in our best of 3.
Now, interestingly, we are heading now to Nozomi Citadel, which was the Gamblers' pick, and they came up, or they didn't come up against the Emerald Apes, of course, in the qualifiers, because that one didn't happen. But I've got my teams commit. Okay, this is what's happened right here. I had a point prepared, and then I realized there's 2 sets of apes in this entire bracket, and I need to throw that point out the window, because, of course, we've got the Emerald Apes here. Then there's Ape Squad down in the second
got a great
group.
phrase for you, Jerry.
Go on.
Don't let the
What have
truth
you
get
got?
in the way of a good story. Simple
Yeah,
as.
yeah.
So what's your point?
My point was going to be to do with the maps. Let's just say I'm going to find a new point. Gamblers have not shown us anything besides success on Nozomi Citadel. They managed to play Krusty Krabs on it. Krusty Krabs? Krusty Crew. You see what's happened there? Krusty Crew on it in the lower bracket semis last weekend, and they went flawless here. So you can understand why they're taking us here, the Gamblers, and maybe this is where they turn it around.
Yeah, I certainly think they were really strong for this previously, and I think it's their map choice for a reason. But too many times have I seen in best of 3s, no matter the event, no matter the team, no matter the esport, if you could lose it's such a disadvantage now to have a massive loss like that. When you lose a full sweep, when you lose not flawlessly, but in a grand slam fashion, you don't get a steal. You have nothing to build off foundation. You have to now completely wipe this as a clean slate going into it. You have to win this, flip it into a best of 1. That's the mindset Gamblers need. They have been effective on this map. Hopefully, they can take out every lesson they've learned on their journey so far. Again, not an elimination matchup for them, but they will be very keen to keep things rolling in a positive fashion. They can get across the line here on Nozomi to get ready to dive on in.
Yeah, an early spot in phase 2 to be part of that top 4 is what's on the line here for Emerald Apes. If they can just do it here in 2 maps, a very favorable spawn for them as they fairly close to that vault. And we'll get the first tap. See Gamblers just moving on in. It doesn't look like there's any adjustment in terms of the loadouts here. Kiriki on the F-car. And this is a really difficult sort of set of terrain to navigate. You're right in that center of the map. There's lots of hard cover, but that's a great winch to open up the play from Mauser. And it looks like it's going to be capitalized on there by Nuok. Who else has been so impactful for Emerald Apes? And again, we find ourselves in the 3 versus 2. Gamblers down a man and down that crucial medium as well. No defib in the mid fight.
No defib, no jump pad, no massive ability to get themselves in a better position, so I think an attempted reset as not really committing to a chase at this point. Bola is going to be static, Vol not moving either, so they're going to let Emerald Apes get themselves that control. They'll get this plug, and they'll wait to get Kiriki back in this fight. Now, the worrisome moment here is that every time Emerald Apes have got themselves the initial plug, they went on to defend the cash out. So that's going to be a statistical anomaly if we see this flipped in this matchup so far. So they have time to set up, they got time to posture up, they got the high ground all in their favor. The real question now, how do Gamblers solve this? Are they going to commit to fight for that high ground early? Or are they going to slink themselves in downstairs to work their way up slowly and try and maybe drop this cash box to be in their favor?
It looks like it's been winched out into the open anyway, so Gamblers just playing height because they want that vertical advantage. If Apes come in hot and maybe winch it indoors, then there's a chance, but I think it's in that sort of little staircase area that makes it impossible to move down from. So really smart play there from Emerald Apes to get this default setup going. Gamblers are split somewhat. Kiriki again caught out. He can't keep letting this happen. Donk Rage punishes him there with the winch as well from Mauser playing a huge part. Donk Rage finds Volva as well. And now we have 3 versus 2 as that res does come through, but Emerald Apes, they just continue to be on top of every single fight. Gamblers really struggling on these attacks. Bola looks like he's found someone, but there's more on this roof than he was hoping for. And Mauser gets the finishing shots there with the shack. Kiriki is just out of options here. And they're stalling his death as well. This is criminal. This is cruel. Emerald Apes finally put him out of his misery.
Wow, perfect gamesmanship. Eventually, he realized, listen, if eventually I shoot them enough, they don't want to risk throwing this, so they will kill me and get that reset rolling from them. But another dominant first fight from Emerald Apes. There will be just enough time if it's a last gasp dive bomb to try to make something happen, but Emerald Apes have been in complete control in this best of 3 so far, really just choking this one out now. Jerry, this is the question. Do they even have the time or the play to make this one
No.
work? I don't think they do, so they're going to reset toward mid-map.
They needed to be on that yesterday. There's, again, another cash out secured by Emerald Apes that is only a single team fight. And we were talking about this in respect to Nozomi Citadel earlier. This is the map that really facilitates that. You get quite a lot of ground you have to cover between some of these spawns and the objectives. And that's worked out perfectly for Emerald Apes. Again, Gamblers, they didn't show any weakness on this map in the last chance qualifiers, but that was against Krusty Crew and against some stiffer opposition here in Emerald Apes. A real breakout squad in terms of EU in the past few months, really making themselves known, really showing what they can be made of, what they can do after, unfortunately, you know, getting that spot in the major and having to forgo it. It's just one of those situations where this is actually their opportunity to really show what they're made of, and you know, if they make it through to phase 2 here, that's their opportunity to just say, like, we absolutely deserve that spot at the major, and it's only you know, the world that's holding us back.
They're putting a flashing beacon on of how good they are, Jerry. You put things perfectly. This is a great advertisement for individuals and this team play, and they're going to find huge damage on the Mauser early. They find that pick, confirm that. Nuik gets one trader back. That's going to be Kiriki. The defib's gone early in this fight yet again. Bull will be next to fall. Survives on a single pip of HP. Finally shut down. Leaving it all down the bowl as M11 can't find one. Dawnbridge dives in, shuts him out. And it will be another wipe taken from the Gamblers. Control gathered by Emerald Apes, and they'll get this plugged with a nice time advantage once again. They find themselves a plug. They find themselves time to set up and posture. They haven't lost one of these positions yet in this best of 3.
I'm beginning to wonder if it's worth looking back at that cash out game and seeing how much of an influence Emerald Apes had on the exit of both Alliance and Secret, because here it looks like they've played an absolute blinder, limiting Gamblers to only 2 kills so far on this map. And it almost feels like a foregone conclusion at this point, unless Gamblers can really wake up and make something happen, make a moment of stellar team play or just an individual brilliance to come out of the wormwork. I don't know, it feels hopeless at this point. They are setting up this gateway. We can see Bowler getting the dash gateway. They want to cross in safety, avoiding those default launch pads. They do so, they get indoors. That's just step 1. Step 2 and 3 is get the kills and find the flip, and it's already about 40 seconds elapsed on this point. They need to do everything perfectly from here on out.
We made great detailed talk about Vanish Bombs, but no option for Gamblers this time on their light choice of Bowler. They're going to have to do this the old-fashioned way with no stealth options. The cash box in a difficult position, no easier to winch it. They have to blow these walls to try and get an angle, and that's what they'll do. But the Goo's going to be a perfect counterplay deployed by Emerald Apes, meaning you can't pull this in the cover, just soaking up more and more time. And this is going to be why their defenses have been oh so effective. They'll finally clear away this Goo, and there's going to be opportunity to fly. Oh no, and they burn the winch! Massive play from Emerald Apes. Not by the opportunity to dive on in. They don't realize, or they know the winch is gone, but no, they don't commit to the fight. They poke and back out immediately.
That's Nuok just doing everything in his power, but there's that winch. It doesn't go quite as far as they hope. They lay their own goo to try and facilitate this steal. Out comes the winch from Mauser, though, bringing it back into the open. The RPG 360 doesn't quite do its job, but Bowler finding kills on the transfer. It's only Donkrage left now in the 1 versus 3. He has to stall this to keep his team in it, but no, he's been taken down. And I think Gamblers have just enough time to flip the box and send us to a 3rd cash out whip it.
That is the very first time they have not held onto a cash box. We're going to go to a second one here on Nozomi. What a play that was with 2 seconds and a little bit of change in back pocket. Gamblers find themselves their very first victorious team fight and flip it in their favor. They bring things level. 1 box apiece, all down to this. Respawns are there, so there will be a team fight before we get towards our plug. Massive movement from Emerald Apes, and they're going to show themselves early. Kiriki caught out of position again, but this time falls away and doesn't get caught out by his team early.
Gamblers, they must be feeling confidence here. Emerald Apes really just need to know that that was only a stumble. Try and regroup and get the kills, continue their dominance. Vol taken down to quite low HP there. Mauser actually closes up his own route of approach. It's notable to see that we've got double goos being run here on the side of Emerald Apes, with both the heavy and the medium opting for that utility. It's a bit of a development in the meta that is worth keeping an eye on, just the transfer over to lots of goo. It's so useful in every regard. Look at that. It even protects Nuok briefly, or Kiriki briefly. Mauser drops down and finds that kill onto Vol. In fact, Nuok with the final shots there yet again. And 3 versus 2 can ensue. Oh, they find the light hidden out in the open there, just round the vent. Mauser picks off Kiriki, and there's Tonkrage to finish off Bola. It just feels like Emerald Apes are everywhere. They're all over Gamblers.
The Gamblers just do not have the space to breathe. It's a smothering effect every time in these team fights. The pressure is perfect from Emerald Apes. Really chokes this play out. Donkrage finding himself 4-2 so far. 2-2 for Bowser and Nuuk. 5-1 standing up tall. Not a lot to write home about so far from Gamblers. It's been a quiet game, but they've got themselves that one cash box, and that's a foundation to build on here to get themselves back into this one. Bernal is required if they want to get this series flipped in their favor. Just posturing up now, and Emerald Apes have been so good here time and time again. Will they let this be a one-fight box yet again? I have a feeling they will.
This is always a difficult position to assault here. Gamblers trying to figure it out. They've gone through the building. In fact, they isolate a 1 versus 1 down there and do take out the light on the side of Emerald Apes, who are maybe kiting a little bit too early. They're costing themselves lives here, and the damage is coming out from Bola. It's only Donkrage left, who has been defibbed during the course of that, but has to dash away because he's only a light. He can't survive in a 1 versus 3 without his utility. And he manages to get the hard reset for his team. They will coin back in, but Gamblers can take that as a team fight 1, the second of this entire series. And they get the flip at a crucial moment. They only really have to defend now for 1 team fight, and they can start to use Emerald Apes' own fortress against them.
Doesn't matter how many team fights you win, just if you win the most important one. And that's maybe what they've just done, but they have one more bite of the cherry as we hop on board with Emerald Apes. Donkrage leads the charge, need to find this opening pick, and this is where players like Kiriki need to be super careful. They found themselves caught out in positional errors time and time again. They cannot let that one happen. The box is going to be in fair control. The building begins to crumble, and will this be a factor? Damage taken, a massive gateway out, going to get chased up and followed, but in the midst of the goo, the attempted steal. Can Emerald Apes flip this? Yes, they can! The rubble, the goo, the fortress to chaos, and it goes back in their favor. And I don't think there's enough time to get this one. It's gonna be a nightmare. Surely he doesn't have time to stick this one. I don't believe he does, and that's gonna be Emerald Apes stealing it against the grain. They qualify themselves to stage 2.
That is so heartbreaking for Gamblers. They did almost everything right at the end there, but the debris around that cash box, so fortunate for the side of Emerald Apes, for Mauser to just slink on in and get the steal while everyone else was busy fighting their ones. And then at the end, you know, Volt actually had time to steal it back, but he couldn't find the secret route through the maze. It's so unfortunate. Gamblers do still survive, of course, but that is Emerald Apes booking their spot in Phase 2. They are in the top 4 of EU Whippet.
That is a tremendous story. And again, this team who've had I think a turbulent past with the joys, the ups, the downs, the peaks, the valleys of their journey. Now they can say proudly that, well, we're a top 4 team in Europe in PHL because we've earned it. And they have very much done that here. A 2-0 victory against Gamblers. They get across the line in dominant fashion. Artie, what a matchup we just seen. Domination from them.
Absolutely insane. I mean, yeah, Emerald Apes 100% had full control of that whole situation, but I'm still thinking about that very last cash out where just all the goo, all the rubble. I mean, for the Gamblers, they even won that team fight very narrowly. I feel like for the Gamblers, like someone in their first relationship, if they had been a little more exploratory, maybe they would have found success, but genuinely, they almost had that taken away from them if they just were able to, get in there faster. If Gamblers were able to get in there just a little bit faster. And I think that sets the stage for everything else the Gamblers was not doing throughout the first map and maybe for the very first part of the first cash out in Nozomi, where they were trying to take a tepid timed approach to these team fights. And because of that, it just gave Emerald Apes every single situation to take the initiative, take the first damage into the fight. One thing I noticed as well was really clever usage of those glitch grenades, where for Emerald Apes, they really had full control over when Gamblers would even be able to use their util altogether. But that was such a phenomenal thing to watch. The entire series from Emerald Apes really showed that, hey, they didn't just get by being uncontested in the cash out. And to bring us through that as well, I'd like to bring in our analyst. We have a dedicated person to watch these matches and break it all down after. Let's tune in with Rio for a quick moment to see. Rio, what did we just witness?
What did we just witness indeed? Well, we witnessed some pretty standard finals, I would say. It seems like the Emerald Apes were just on top in that entire time. They had control, they played as a team. I was really impressed with their grouping and how closely they stayed together. They wiped as a team anytime that they did wipe, and they just seemed to pretty much steamroll all of the gamblers. There was a moment there that I really felt that the gamblers turned a page. They got a steal, they built some momentum, they started getting some good kills there, but it just didn't work out in the end. And that rubble steal at the end, oh, that's so heartbreaking. Jerry said it properly. Like, they just couldn't find their way through the rubble. And like, that is such a uniquely finals thing as well. It was a fun match. Unfortunate if you're a Gamblers fan, but yeah, I really enjoyed what we saw so far.
It hurt even more when the heavy from Gamblers actually managed to make it into the cash out at the end anyway. Like, if they had just found it earlier. But yeah, I mean, that genuinely, it was just a situation where Emerald Apes felt more aware, more situationally available. And I think that when it comes down to what we saw in Cash Out versus what we saw here, Emerald Apes just started to slowly build confidence. They started to they started out being uncontested, and we're very, very excited that, hey, we didn't have to deal with anything, right? And so coming in from that, it was a situation where, we're going to watch Alliance versus Team Secret. We're on map 2. We are live, locked low. Team Secret up by 1. Rio, thank you for the short but very sweet analysis. We're gonna be watching this here. Jerry and Whippet, why don't you go ahead and break us in?
Yeah, why not? Why not? I'm glad that we get to watch this, Whippet. It looks as though Team Secret are already a map up in this series as well. So we're tuning in here with Alliance's last chance. They need to win this to stay in PHL.
What a storyline that would be. One of the teams that you'd imagine would go all the way and might make a deep run in the Grand Major in just a few days. Already facing elimination here. Some early damage done, but both players back away from it. Team Secret have that initial control. They found the plug, or they found the tap correction. That was Alliance. Colors Nixby up this time. Palmer takes that beating from it. Have to fall away. Cardi as well. He's not going to be too comfortable. Winch doesn't connect, and Palmer needs to make that one work. Treason does get one. Finds OG with that repeater. But behind his barricade, he'll make himself a nest of smoke, and that might be enough to try and dive in, keep him in this fight. Secret down by 1, Alliance as well. Both teams wounded, and both teams trying to not committing fully to this fight. That will be one. Palmer finds a second, and he should be able to find one more. There it is. Secret can't hide. It will be a wipe. Alliance get the early advantage.
Hoping for a little bit of camouflage there at the end was OG perhaps. Just look at this. He is pink. There's pink everywhere, but no. You're not gonna survive. When Palmer is on, he is on. This is one of the best heavies in the world for my money. And yeah, he's not gonna pass up a chance like that. Alliance on top for the time being. They get that plug. And of course they need this because they are fighting from behind in the series. Now, you can see this position being held by Carnifex, who had a really good cash out game. It wasn't enough to get his team through to that upper bracket. And everyone on Team Secret sort of sticking close by. We've got an interesting position here, basically being held by Alliance. They're just on this staircase, a bit far from the point. That winch doesn't have any fruit on the end of it, unfortunately for OG, and now he's in a pretty rough spot. Roma, though, dives in and bails him out, takes out Treason. The SA-12's coming alive here for Palmer. He does manage to take out one, but that is it. OG comes out huge with 2 fantastic kills to follow up. And everyone being a part of that for Team Secret, but OG taking all of the credit at the end of it. Really nice take, and they will get the steal halfway through this cash out.
Well, Alliance did lose that team fight. I want to give a little bit of credit just to the heavy. Palmer just had the trigger splint to not commit to the RPG and then mid to the dome shield, just showing that he is locked in already, but not enough to survive that team fight. We're just over halfway through this cash box, an advantage with Team Secret. The respawn is there from Alliance, and can they get themselves in fighting contention in quick enough fashion? They look like they have the high ground for now, and they're going to waste no time. They're going to try and dive in, get control, and they want to hunt down Secret as soon as possible. The RPG is good, finds legendary damage. Elix going to get wounded. That repeater going to be a dangerous threat, but doesn't find the shot. Makani does. Huge damage taken. Bomber's wounded. The defib's ready. And it's going to be chip damage. Finds one. Needs one more shot. Does get that revive off. But OG, the last one standing. This is advantage of the Lions so far. But can OG find a way to bring this one back? Massive winch, but time in his favor. Unfortunately, he takes a wipe.
Oh, and that should be enough time for Alliance to flip this box, and they do get it. Very unfortunate for Team Secret there. We saw they were trying to kite away during the start of that fight. I heard a Vanish Bomb go off, and I think it was intended for the whole team, but it didn't quite make it from Roma. And we saw a pick onto Elix quite soon after that moment, if I'm not mistaken. Everything just sort of started to crumble there. The remaining players on Team Secret not able to hold their own for long enough. They had the timer on their side. Alliance, though, was so ruthless and backed into that corner of the map. I think that really costs Team Secret. They played at the ground level. They didn't play high up, and that limited their options of retreat.
RPG doesn't connect this time around. Trying to chase one. The winch not going to be good either. Evasion is perfect. Palmer overextends a little bit. Finds himself on the wrong end of a kill feed. One gets traded back. Cardi gets that confirmation. Needs to win that one with his repeater, but no! Huge damage potential, but OG takes full advantage of a whiff shot from Treason, and it will be another wipe taken from Alliance. Control of the box held by Secret. Can they get this plug in time? Yes, they will. What performance we've had from the individuals, and they should be able to get themselves to a very exposed position if they do leave it on the platform, but I can't imagine it will last too long up there.
And those individuals that are shining right now are OG on Secret and Carney on Alliance. The heavy on one side, the light on the other. Quite often, Alliance will play around Carney's picks, similar to how Nightmare operate with Uni. He's just that good, but of course, with this kind of lineup, you're hoping for Treason to get some pick damage, some poke damage at range before anything happens. He has to back up. Of course, they've got that dual healing setup, the heal beam and the infuser, so they can afford to take a little bit of damage on that risky approach. Team Secret have height, but they haven't made much of it, as Alliance managed to cross without really spending any utility. That's a bit of a win in their column, and only 30 seconds or so elapsed on this cash out. They can take their time with this push, try and find the best point of entry, the weakest chink in the armor. Decide it's this staircase, but I think Secret are wise to it.
Secret have all their guns turning in the right direction, but showing just the usefulness of that barricade, not burning a dome shield to move himself up, and that's going to use a second one. They're going to slowly build themselves a segmented front line. They'll take control above the elevator shaft. This is where your glitch grenades, if off cooldown, would be huge, but Carney has nothing to work for here, and they're going to be Secret falling back, dropping down, just trying to burn as much time as possible. They've left the box on the open, and that could be a massive advantage for them. Not a lot of cover to work with the Lions if they want to go for the steal, and Carney is a little bit lost here. He'll jump up, find one. Needs to win his duel, but has to go all the way. It'll be a long rotation from him as an attempted steal, but he's going to be all alone. Not much you could do. Wins his opening one against Palmer. Roma gets one of his own. Just going to be very wounded as he escapes. Hate plus Infuser is going to be massive. Defib will be perfect, but it's going to be a fight for all Alliance. How have they got away with that one with time to steal as well? What a play at Alliance. Look, Destiny at this one to a third map.
That is incredible. Everyone on Alliance played perfectly there. We saw Treason putting out damage. We saw Palmer surviving, outputting constant damage with the SA-12. The winches were perfect. Carney, who seemed out of the fight, coming in at the perfect moment to heal up his heavy and keep him in the mix. And Secret just didn't have the answers. They were one step behind on every single fight they took there. And that's cost them the map. And it's taking us to that third and final map. This is the series that we've deserved to see. Fortune Stadium will be the final decider. I can't think of a better stadium to watch this throw down on. Elix, with the 0 kills, I feel like that's quite often par for the course with the mediums on Secret, often playing to that kind of backline role. But you always, at the end of a game like that, look at your own performance and think, could I have done better? Maybe if he's stepping up the same as Treason is, you know, putting out tons of damage, getting occasional picks on the end of it, then there's some difference made. But it felt like, really, with Secret, what they were lacking were just those moments of team play, that vanishing bomb to kite away on the first cash out, the staunchness to defend on the second. They couldn't nail these defenses every time Alliance found a way.
We actually put it perfectly as well. As we got ready, it feels like at the beginning of that last fight, they were able to cross this massive open expanse without taking significant chip damage. Yes, you have a H plus infuser and a heal beam, but the biggest thing you can hope for is that you find that medium, that long chip damage, hit a couple of crits, get someone down to 2-3 pips, force the infuser out to take that out of the fight early, and then work with the slower heal of the medium at that later stage. And I just feel that I think you put it perfectly. The fact we didn't see any of those picks get converted or any of that damage convert into picks might be a problem, but the medium does hold that mobility, does hold that defib and the heal beam. So still, not the greatest stat line, but I wonder how things will play out as Fortune Stadium will be our third and final map between these two sides. Victor survives. The loser is done for PHL Season 2.
It could not be higher stakes than this, and it's between two of, if not the favourites to win the whole dang thing. We didn't expect to be in the situation so early in EU, but this is where we are. That's the chaos of cash out, putting both of these teams into an elimination game. Only one can survive.
This is what you love to see. Both teams now need this map in their favor. Every single pick, every fight, every moment, every snap decision means that a little bit more. Resets this matchup to a simple best of one win and you're in. Well, win and you're alive at least. They'll try and battle for high ground, will be Alliance. They've postured themselves up nicely. Some massive damage done. Treason reduced to half, and there's going to be that H plus infuser burned. Not going to have the distance cross ability. I love these barricades getting set up again. You can just make these segmented steps up towards taking control. Looks like everything just going to be a difficult rooftop fight between both these teams.
Yeah, Alliance are really the ones in control. They're a bit closer to that cash box, and we see that as Carney drops down, decides he's got a chance to go and plug this in B. Of course, Team Secret will be hot on their heels, and we can see Palmer positioning here to defend on top of that cash box. There's a difficult building to navigate. You know that if it gets plugged in this cash box, that you're going to have these really close range fights. Someone could be around any corner at any moment. And really, I'm curious who's doing the recon here for Alliance. So we got Carney, he's finally got that plug. But as I said, as soon as it goes in, that's a read for Team Secret. They know exactly where Alliance are, and they aren't going to let them escape easily.
Already try to tap that steal. This is going to draw Alliance in, not give them time to set themselves up. Forces that reaction, barricades in the midst of that dome shield, and it's going to be a huge damage advantage so far for Team Secret. However, they suffer the opening casualty. Treason survives in a single point of HP, and no one's going to fall just yet, unfortunately. Carnifex finds one of his own. Palmer gets to the action. Team Secret fall. They have time to recover, but a very good, quick adaptation Alliance. They win that fight, and they set themselves up nicely here to hold on to this first cash box, at least move some progress, and unfortunately, they can't winch it out, and I think that's not going to
Building says no. Building says no. That's not going out anytime soon. But Alliance, they'll just have to adapt, improvise, and overcome. Bear Grylls their way out of this one. They are on the defense. It feels like every time we watch a Palmer versus OG 1 versus 1, Palmer just has that slight edge. But I could watch that heavy battle in slow-mo constantly on repeat because it's so intricate. We have the approach coming out from OG. They see the state of the building and think, well, maybe we can just try our luck here, get in early, at least bait the movement from Alliance, and that's exactly what they do. Palmer, in fact, going down to very low HP from the burst of Roma, and he does finish him off. Carnifex, though, takes out Elix, and that's a medium loss. Treason going down really low as we watch the attempted res here onto Elix. Carnifex finds the opening, but the res is stuck, and he survives. Carney and Treason need to back off. Team Secret trying to stick this steal. They fight off, and a threat there in the name of Carnifex. Treason comes in with a huge kill. Can he win the 1 versus 1 against Roma? No! Roma! Wow, no, Treason gets it, and that's a successful defense. How have they done that, Alliance? They just don't know when to quit.
I am at a loss for words for that fight, but what? They managed to get that one across the line, Jerry, and they get advantage here on our final, getting ready for what could be our final cash box.
How does Secret only have 2 kills?
What? I swear they've got more than that. It feels like they certainly have, but they've only found 2 so far. Secret have been beaten in opposed to these team fights by Alliance, but every time it feels tantalizingly close. Elix takes huge damage, and this is going to be the advantage of having that range potential in Alliance. They can just keep Secret at an arm's distance for now.
Oh, Roma already taking early damage, but he should be in a position to just back off and regen. See Alex just waiting, holding position. Treason picks off Roma, though. How's he allowed that to happen? I don't think I have a full read on where Treason is at this given moment, but they're across the way holding billboards, and they've got the cash out to their name, or the cash box to their name. But, of course, Team Secret aren't too worried about this, because they are shielding the objectives where they are. They are making sure that it's very difficult for Alliance to cross unguarded. They get that res, and we can see Treason now, you know, thinking, okay, that was a great pick. I'm proud of my aim. Hasn't made any difference, though. We still have to get to an objective with this cash box.
Yeah, they're just holding on to it like a nest egg at this point. We're going to sit here, nest up, but I wonder, do they want to try and get another team fight against Team Secret at this point to try and control that, get themselves that stagger out advantage for it? As everyone just poshes up, Secret will cross the bridge, and that's a great
they really want to plug A. Alliance are so good at defending A. If they can get it over there, then they've virtually won this game, and that's what they feel like. They get the early gateway over there, and that's exactly what they've done. They baited Secret perfectly into the move. But here's the thing, Alliance don't have long to set up now. Treason has to do some damage on this roof, and he does so, finds Elix on the cross. Alliance are just indomitable here on Sector 5. They managed to drop, and they're looking to roll over Team Secret now. OG goes down, and Roma left scrambling. They have been wrapped around Alliance's little finger here. Dashes out, tries to get that reset, but Alliance, they hold all the cards going into this final cash out. Treason doesn't know when to quit. We've seen this from Alliance. He wants the kill.
He's like a bloodhound who's got the scent, and this is going to be huge if they find it. But Elix gets that respawn just in time. OG follows up in 2 seconds. And I mean, what a play from Alliance. They realized we want to defend Sector 3, and they just waited, realizing that Secret were going to make that commit. They likely heard the banished bomb or had someone scouting for them. Great gateway, great plug. And now it's just going to be a complete flip side. Secret have to make this massive cross, and they need to find some damage invested early. Their life's committed deep at this stage. That's going to be Roma. His job will try and find a commit to something, win his duels, and the FCAR just not connecting, finding some shots to the leg, but not enough to write home about. And Secret need to get this pick. They find one. Can they find one more to con effect? He will be wounded. Massive heal beam, but that won't be enough to get a pick. Palmer with a massive barricade keeps himself in the fight. Deep bib goes off. Can Palmer win his one? He gets one, not the second. OG, last one standing. Carney shuts him down, and that might just be enough for Alliance to get across the line here.
Every single time. I don't think we've seen Secret at their very, very best, but they haven't been bad. Alliance have just been incredible so far today. And I say so far today, they managed to make it through because there is no time here for Team Secret, and the team that finished top of the table in the league standings for this season of EU PHL are the first to be eliminated from the championship. Alliance make it through.
What a upset storyline that would be. This bracket has been flipped on its head. Alliance live the fight another day, but the journey in champs ends early for Team Secret. Nowhere near on my prediction list was this anywhere close to how things are going. I was expecting to be a boring prediction of both these teams to make deep runs, and into stage 2 we find ourselves immediately looking at this opening group and saying that we've got Emerald Ape shooters through and Alliance are the only survivors. What have we just witnessed?
Well, we've witnessed a clash of the Titans. It's just not when we expected to. You know, that's going to feel real rough for Team Secret as their journey ends early. They would have had much higher hopes for this weekend. But Alliance looking indomitable as ever. They obviously need to tighten up when it comes to the cash out games. But they get that skip through to the latter portion of Phase 1. There are still cash out games for them have to play. They're not out of the woods just yet. And of course, Phase 2 has plenty of cash out and best of 3 lined up. But yeah, that's the top half of our first set of games over and done with. And Ardy, unfortunately, it's Team Secret that are out.
Not due to a lack of trying. I mean, on Elix's side, 10k healing, 10 revives. I mean, doing everything they can.
Yeah.
But yeah, at the end of the day, that macro control really is. I mean, that's actually not surprising given the fact that Alliance, we didn't get to see on stream what happened on map 1 when Team Secret did win. But knowing Alliance and how they're able to adapt and overcome, it was very clearly a direct setup where Alliance was able to figure out, okay, this is the macro that Team Secret are playing. We're going to play into it. We're going to completely disallow whatever happened on map one. And I think that
Mm.
that's sort of, even without seeing what happened on map one, that's the pace of what happened on map two and map three when Alliance was able to fully dominate and not even let Team Secret in. But to give you a better overview of all that, I want to bring in our analyst, Rio, and go ahead and take a chat in with Rio to see exactly what his take is on the Team Secret versus Alliance beef and situation.
Yeah, so thankfully, I actually was able to watch the first match, at least a little bit of it, and it was a very close match. In fact, all of my notes for every single match is basically every team fight that both of these teams got into was close. There were several times that it came down to just one person remaining. And in fact, on Sis Horizon, I even have a note here that this was my ideal push and pull. It was really a back and forth that I just loved because it felt like both teams were balanced. It felt like they both teams knew how to play and really kind of go after it, and it just was that kind of ideal kind of pushing in, pulling back, feeling each other out, and just yeah, my perfect finals match. Really, that second one, ideal way to play the finals. So just very close. Unfortunately, on Fortune Stadium, things slowed down just a little bit, and they got to the point where really it kind of slowed down, and Alliance just found their speed, especially in the team fights. They won the main ones, and Artie, you also off stream made you noticed something that Roma made a small mistake there. You want to kind of talk about what happened
Uh,
in that
uh,
last fight?
During the second cash out, yeah, when it did see, or the first cash out on
Mm,
Fortune Stadium, where the whole building was crumbling around the cash out,
mhm.
there was a moment in a brief 1v1. I believe it was Treason versus Roma, and Roma backed up into the corner and unfortunately mantled up on top of the box
Yeah.
right at the moment the Treason engaged. And that's one of those things where if you're not expecting somebody to move in and you want to start to take some lateral motions, hey, yeah, move around the box. But that timing where he was mantling at just the wrong moment and Treason was able to swing in and have absolutely no damage dealt to him in that small window. And it was things like that where Alliance would just make a very small decision that would
Mhm.
have such great impact in comparison to the timing that Team Secret was choosing to go with. And honestly, I think that that's why you could see that sort of runaway performance where whatever happened on map one is in the past, but map two Alliance, that's what they do best. They adapt, they overcome, they read, and they learn exactly what they need to do. And I mean, Rio, how do you think that this is going to shake up? I mean, now that we know that Emerald Apes and Alliance, well, well, Emerald Apes has qualified all the way through.
Mhm.
Alliance, they still have to make it work yet again.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the strength of alliances. Once they get going, they rarely slow down. So I would be really surprised if they don't make it into phase two. But there's still a lot to be said to see where they're going to make it. We have a lot more matches coming up as well, and we have a whole other bracket to get to. So I am just excited for really these next set of games.
Absolutely. And I'm hearing we have some sort of announcement. What's
Oh,
happening?
an
Wait a second.
announcement.
This won't be the last time that we'll be seeing these teams because we have the announcement for the seedings of the Grand Major Day 1. That's right, folks, right here on Pro Hubs TF here at PHL. This is the first official announcement, the official reveal of the seeding for the Grand Major 2025 Day 1. You can expect to see this bracket in Stockholm, Sweden at DreamHack 2025 on November 28th. What a treat this is, Rio, that we get to look at this.
Yeah, and we really tried to sell today as a preview for the Grand Major. I mean, look at all the teams there on the left-hand side, and then think about all of the teams that are playing today and tomorrow. And it really is a preview for, oh, geez, what are we, I don't know, 18 days away, 17 days away? Somebody in chat surely knows, but the days are ticking down, and the Grand Major, it's going to be grand. I can't wait to get started on that. And honestly, this is so cool. I have not seen this bracket yet, and just seeing how all of these teams are laid out. Ooh, it's gonna be spicy.
Absolutely. I mean, let's talk this through real quick. So, looking up at the very top in Group A, it's going to be Envy, Pulsar, Five Fears, and FN Esports. That's going to be our first look at seeing the APAC teams sort of coalescing. With we have FN Esports being from Korea up against Envy and Pulsar and Five Fears. That is going to be an absolute banger. Then, of course, you have Group B, where we've got the Kansas City Pioneers, Fnatic, Team Secret, and DRG. Once again, one of the APAC teams. This time it's going to be DRG, Dragon Ranger Gaming from China, coming into the mix there, up against Fnatic and Team Secret, two Titans from EU, and then of course KCP. I'm one of the most drippy bundles in the entire game. But I mean, speaking of drippy bundles, we've got Vanguard and Nightmare up in the next one. Vanguard Alliance and Nightmare and King Zero in Group C, and that's going to be our last APAC team sort of entering this mix here. But that is going to be insane to see, with Nightmare and Alliance going up against one another, with Vanguard and King Zero in the mix. Then with Group D, that's going to be TSM, Genji, Space Station Gaming, and Ape Squad. I mean, genuinely, the fact that we're seeing this right now is absolutely incredible. Chat, this is the first time I'm seeing it as well. All of us. The only person that knew this was coming was the producer. But this is your actual leak, your actual preview of the Grand Major. Thank you so much to Embark Studios for allowing us to give this announcement here on PHL. And yeah, I mean, absolutely insane.
Yeah, I am just so excited, and I really hope that everybody in chat is as well. I'm curious your takes as well. I'm already seeing some comments about bloodbaths and some easy brackets. So, yeah, I think that chat is definitely enjoying this little bit of nugget that we've given them today.
100%. But yeah, so this is, of course, going to be at the Grand Major 2025 at DreamHack Stockholm. This is November 28th. So keep this in mind, folks. This is just 20 days away. But now back to your regularly scheduled PHL Season 2 EU Champions. Now, Rio, thank you so much for dropping that analysis and breaking down that bracket with me. I'm now back here with Jerry and Whippet. And guys, what do you think about the fact that we just got our DreamHack preview?
I love it. I am terrified of Group B. All right, Fnatic, KCP, and Secret all in the same group. I wouldn't want to be DRG. Basically, that is terrifying. And I mean, Fnatic, we're about to watch, and they have been so terrifying during EU PHL that I think they just carried that momentum into the major. It's going to be a crazy, crazy day one of DreamHack.
100%.
I can't wait for it.
I mean, Whippet, I was just going to say, in that very first setup that we've got with Envy, Pulsar, 5 Years, and FN Esports, you get a Korean team and you get a Goo Gun team, and Envy, and Pulsar.
That to me,
That's how we
is the
start the day.
That might be like the most insane way to start off the day. Now, I'm gonna out myself a little bit here. I'm a bit of an Envy fan. I've betrayed Europe for Europe for a time in this title, but they have a difficult one. They have, again, you go against these massive unknowns. They likely will have some scrim time and preparation with these teams from APAC, but to see all of these regions now clash on the same stage beside each other in a much more different environment. They're no longer playing in familiar settings. They're no longer playing on their setups or whatever. They're in LAN, they're at DreamHack, and this is where things get very interesting with those international styles melting up against each other. I think across all of these groups, I think there's going to be some massive upsets. I really feel there's going to be a lot of pressure on these young players' shoulders.
100%. But enough of that. Enough of that DreamHack nonsense. We'll get that in 20 days. For now, we're here for PHL Season 2. It's the EU Champs. And Jerry, let's take a look at this bracket that we've got here to remind folks of the bracket we're looking at today. So this is the bracket we're looking at today. Of course, you all just watched Group A with Emerald Apes Gamblers going at it in their best of 3. And it was Emerald Apes who has qualified into Stage 2. Gamblers and Alliance will have another chance in Group C in order to make it all the way out to Stage 2, but we say goodbye to Team Secret, but no worries, I'm still here. Now, we're going to look at Group B right now. We're about to go into Fnatic, Skyline, Upcoming, and Ape Squad. Can't get rid of the Apes just yet. Ape Squad going to be jumping into this, but with these teams, Fnatic, Skyline, Upcoming, and Ape Squad, Jerry, I want to ask, what is your prediction for what we're about to see? Is it going to be a complete runaway like the Group A cash out that we witnessed at the beginning of the day?
I am certain, almost, and I feel like I'm going to be. Maybe I shouldn't say certain because that is definitely going to jinx them. We have a Goo Heavy in here in Aimpoint. They placed third in the regular season for Skyline. I think they make it through the cash out round. I got to be honest. Like they are like Goo Heavies are just the way to go for cash out, and who makes it through with them, I have no clue. Fnatic, I'm always going to back because I think they are just frag monsters, and whatever happens in a cash out game, they can usually frag their way to success regardless. But then, you know, Ape Squad and Upcoming are no slouches. They are the 6th and 7th seed regardless. I cannot make an accurate prediction, but my brain tells me Fnatic and Skyline go through.
100%. I can kind of see this. I can agree, but at the same time, it's cash out. Anything can happen. I mean, remember what happened in Group A, where it was Alliance and Team Secret that got knocked out. I mean, Whippet, you seemed to be in the same setup as me there, where I think you just completely disagree with Jerry.
I don't disagree. I think my big thing for me is Fnatic's ability to just go in and win their fights is going to be a huge advantage. Expect them to take full advantage of any potential third parties they can dive into for it. But that seed with Skyline, Upcomers, and Ape Squad, I'm not too sure about how I feel about this going into it. Ape Squad looks so good in the LCQ to get to this stage. Skyline, Upcoming, amazing performances in the regular season. I think this is all up in the air, and cash out, the chaos of it unfolds. I have no idea who I'm going to back to go all the way.
Well, you don't have to think about it for too much longer. It's not going to be up in the air for too much longer because we're diving into Sis Horizon cash out. Jerry and Whippet, take it away.
I love when I don't have to think anymore and I can just say what's on the screen. Here we are in Sis Horizon and Fnatic in orange as it should always be. Thank goodness for that. Thank goodness they came out in the 2nd seed and they're the 1st seed in this group. They had some nice shots already, Raimka, with the double deagles coming out, taking chunks out of Skyline as they surge through that Skyline themselves. Nakos takes a bit of a hit, but he's got the Goo Fortress to himself, and this is a great posting here. Takes out Aimboy with a nicely placed shot, but his teammates are going down. Mira finding 2 with that 93R. Oh, and if only he knew how low Mira was there, he might have gone for the shot, but he's keeping himself alive. He's gotten his heavy backup. 3 versus 2, though, against Fnatic. Let's see if they can bail themselves out of this one with some good shots.
Fnatic find themselves between a rock and a hard place. Need to get this confirmation, but the reload's going to be mistimed. He had that safety net hiding in that dome, but they need to hit their shots. What ovation that was! Holding on just long enough to get that finish. Fnatic take the opening wipe. Massive play for Mirror, just kiting out. Huge play. Upcoming to a wipe across the map in the hands of Ape Squad as well. So things in the battleground shape up nicely, as that should be the opening plug as Ape Squad set themselves up in control all by themselves. And they've got a lot of control of library and a lot of time to set themselves up.
And they need that as well, because of course with the Goo Heavy, they're going to want to control the area. Of course, that setup will be delayed somewhat because of the length of that fight. Ape Squad already holding on to theirs in library. Really nice positioning, and we can see Jordan just doing some scouting. Now, Upcoming have been very hot and cold this season. Sometimes they look like world beaters. Sometimes they just make mistake after mistake. But Jordan is always at the center of the action. It feels like this light just makes a difference no matter what he's doing. We see on the other side of the map, Skyline immediately wiped Fnatic. That was a quick one. We're still tuning into the start of this fight with it.
That was incredibly quick how that one went on, but we're just going to have to see this box drop down. Double level drop from it. They'll try and play around it. And I wonder, they'll patch the hole in the roof. This might be an opportunity just to tap this and force Ape Squad to commit to this dive. The C4 is perfect, opens up another chasm, and they can play this from multiple levels. They'll begin to channel themselves 1-4 down, and they'll look to begin the poke for this. Duran is going to find some damage taken early. Arsu as well. Jordan going to be wounded. Everyone coming takes a little bit of damage as they get control now of the cash box. Winch it in the cover, and that's going to draw the reaction. This is going to make them drive in. Mr. Red Fox has a high ground. Glitch grenade needs to be perfect. Is so. Will that be enough? And a great counter play. Stops that steal. Massive play to hold on to it for now.
And the last one alive defending this box, and there's 30 seconds here for the steal to go through, but Fnatic have come in for the third party at full strength, and they're finding picks. Upcoming going down. This might be what Ape Squad need as they actually resurge to full strength themselves, back up to 3 versus 3. Now worrying about Fnatic. Skyline are just getting on with things on the other side. Jordan probably has to settle for third place here, but out comes the glitch, preventing that steal. Some great positions being held here by Ape Squad, raining on high. Red Fox finds his kill, but the kills are going in favor of Fnatic as well. I think, though, Ape Squad have done just enough to hold on to this box for long enough. Fnatic with that third party essentially rescuing Manda there, as he would facing the prospect of a 1 versus 3. And after that, Upcoming just fell to pieces at the hands of Fnatic. And after all of it, Ape Squad are the ones left standing even.
They were the full beneficiaries of that. Fnatic arrived at the perfect time. They give Ape Squad the time to set back, recover, and get themselves back to a full complement of a team. And Fnatic take themselves a third wipe at this early stage. This is not the position they want to find themselves in. One box down, no control of it. They got enough kills to kind of counterplayed a little bit of those wipe benefits or disadvantages, but Jerry, it's been very difficult for them to find themselves into this, and it looks like every team is converging on the Vault 3 at this point. I have a feeling this cash box will be chaos all around. Huge damage done immediately. Dory's going to get one lovely falls from Skyline. Fnatic arriving on the scene of elsewhere. Huge play on this staircase. Needs to win his one against this. No winch available from the hunt that's still down. Finds it on the light on the bridge. Gets it confirmed for Mando with that melee. Needs to pick up one more. Gets aim point. What a fight it was. Finds the wipe on Skyline and gets the plug. Huge play. And a lot of that comes down to the play of Durrani. Massive moment from him.
Yeah, Upcoming really stepping up there. Skyline gambled on holding that cash out and playing defense before the box had even been plugged, and it didn't work out for them. Upcoming ran into the trap and disarmed the trap. It was fantastic from them to see that they've woken up here, and now they set themselves up for potential first place, depending on how the other box goes. Fnatic have plugged over on the other side of the map. Skyline spawning back in, and they never really want to be on attack with the goo heavy. Much better at defending, but they can certainly make things work if asked of them. Upcoming have kited a little bit further away. They've moved that cash box actually to the window. Interesting positioning there. As that dropped outside as well, Airshoe has managed to pick off Mira, stalling this push from Skyline somewhat as his totem jiggles back into life.
He bounces himself straight back into life, and it's going to be halfway through our D cash box at this point, controlled from Skyline. No, not held by Upcoming, I should say. Skyline trying to posture up for it, and they might be able to set themselves up. Just waiting for this moment to dive on in and get this. There's a lot of pressure arriving by Fnatic as well. They're going to have Ape Squad lurking down below them. This is going to be the opportunity, I think, to dive in and commit for this, but no, they've not done it yet. And both teams just take the time to find themselves set up from this. Red Box takes some damage in the midst of this, but just delaying, and here's going to be those opening gunfights. Massive winch pulls him in, gonna drop down one level 2. Jordan finds that confirmation on the Lovely, and Skyline one player down. This is going to be a worst case scenario for them, and can they survive a little bit longer? Shotgun finds some damage, but it should be an escape from the light, and it will be.
Aim point going low as well. It feels like Upcoming have done the difficult bit here. They just need to land their shots, and it's a little bit of a fumble there from Jordan as he's taken out by Mira. Skyline maybe have a chance to reset there, but of course all of this time wasting is in the favor of Upcoming on the defense, maybe missing out the chance to wipe, but they will continue to play the objective. It does get dropped one floor. Skyline back at full strength. I say that as Durrani lands an RPG, and everyone lands kills there from Upcoming, wiping Skyline out of the picture. And that is the cash going in their favor. Fnatic, in the meantime, on the other side, look like they're doing a decent job. They've only got Manda to contend with, who's trying to attack. Seems futile. Fnatic get their foot back in the door here. It's fairly even across the board. We've got a clear first, second, and then a clear third, fourth going into this final set of vaults. That's a rare sight on the scoreboard.
Anything can happen, though, as you get ready for this, Jerry. And it was such a clear division from these teams, and not a lot of breathing room between Fnatic and Upcoming either. Just a few kills separate them at this stage. Great pad up, trying to find some damage to fight Fnatic. Rainco's going to be the first to fall from it. Mira's going to get that confirmation, and Fnatic lose control of the vault.
Yeah, that was a bit of an oopsie from Remke, just being a bit separated from his team. I feel like the play there is just to now wait for the coin, forgo that vault. It's an early plug there for Skyline as they have the gateway preset, and it's not very far to travel. Doesn't mean that they can't necessarily set up their defense perfectly. Remke will be back in 5. It looks as though actually a bit sooner than that as Nagiri gets the long res on his statue. Oh, good headshot from Nagos. Is going to apply some pressure, but it is aim point who's juiced back up. Upcoming and nearby. In fact, both of these cash outs are really close by. They're both in the campus section of the map. That's going to mean there's a lot of crossfire, a lot of cross-contamination between these points. We have to keep our eye on everyone in these final minutes.
Huge damage from the Deagles. Lands a crit on the exit. We'll try and tap the case once again. Just going to try and get that C-board, blow it down one more level. That's what they'll do. And again, you mentioned it, Jerry. Everything's so compact in this campus building. Every team's so close. The RPG needs to be perfect. Dome shield for cover. Finds all that damage. Dives in with the Julies, but not enough to get that pick. He'll pad himself back to the roof, but only to the waiting arms of everyone from Skyline. Fnatic find themselves in a rock and a hard place. Their lead might just fade away. Both these bottom two teams currently control the cash boxes. Attempted steal going out here as we see Ape Squad hold on, and they will be flipped in favor. Huge play from them.
And there's a wipe onto Fnatic in the meantime as Skyline are successful on this defense. But there's still a fight going on around A. Can Upcoming defend after that steal? It doesn't look like it. Airshoe left very low. Has to land the defib, but doesn't find it. And he's chased down by Amanda. That's a wipe coming out from Ape Squad, who managed to seal their box back here with only 20 seconds left. I don't think Upcoming have a chance in hell of being a part of this. It's all up to seeing whether Fnatic can steal either of these boxes in the last 30 seconds.
Fnatic are in, and it has to be a final act of desperation. They'll charge in. Gateway's ready. Manda finds a revive on Krieger Blue, and it's going to be an immediate tap. They'll blow to C4, get rid of the barrel. The incendiary burns away. The winch doesn't connect through the roof. Not enough to get that ball. They have to dive in on this play, and they'll try and attempt the steal. H plus Diffuser can't keep them alive. Fnatic wipe out the hands of Ape Squad. They hold the line. They get through this. What a play. Fnatic will plummet down our standings as they will take that 4th place, and it will be Skyline and Ape Squad to get across finish line, our top 2 spots.
Skyline with the goo heavy, making it through aim point, playing the objective, holding those points. Fnatic, like you say, slipping down. Ape Squad coming in 2nd out of the last chance qualifier, the lowest seeded team out of our entirety here, besides Gamblers, the lowest sided in this group as well. And they continue that trend of the last chance qualifier teams making it through to the upper qualification match.
What a storyline it's been for those teams, and it just shows that, again, it's the nature of the beast with cash out. It goes into it, it's chaos, there's third parties, there's so many variables that teams cannot control. And you look at this, Jerry, you said, and I said as well, that Fnatic were almost a shoo-in for that at least qualification seed going into our top 2. Well, they're in 4th. They plummeted down right at the end, and they had 30 seconds to try and make something happen, and they got shut down by Ape Squads completely. And well, I think a deserving top 2.
I mean, this is what I was saying, though, at the top of the show, is that cash out means that anything can happen, and right there is proof of that. The 2 teams at the very top, all the way up until the last few seconds, they're not the ones that are going to be fighting for that qualification spot, but still well earned by the 2 teams. Honestly, what I have to say there, the one thing that I noticed the most was, I'm checking down the score screen again here, is that for Fnatic, they weren't lacking in the kills department, but what they were lacking in was proper timing. And I mean, at the very beginning, I was a little bit concerned with Raimke on the dualies, but he did end up redeeming himself later on. But again, it's about the timing, and it's about the situation where you approach. If there is a third party, where do you make that count? If there's no third party, how do you change it up? And it seemed that for Fnatic, it was a lot of different micro mistakes. It ended up paving the way to a larger snowball down the line. But for Skyline, Jerry, it did seem the opposite was, in fact, the case.
Yeah, they were able to maximize their value despite not winning some fights, despite being on the the short end of the stick a lot of the time. They were able to benefit from some of these third parties that came their way. Let's think back to the very first cash out of the game over in Library. Fnatic essentially coming in with a third party that didn't work out for them. It was Skyline that ended up with the cash at the end of that. Or no, rather, it was Ape Squad that ended up with the cash at the end of that. So that's a team that made it through. If they manage to stick those kills in the third party, rather than effectively saving Ape Squad by turning up late to the party, then they maybe find themselves through. They get 2 cash outs instead of just the 1 over the map, and they're in control at the end. But no, like you said, Artie, they were getting kills, but those little micro mistakes were costing them. And even at the very end there, they got some kills, tried to force the steal, but didn't have the utility to protect their stealer, and that's what cost them the game.
100%. Now, Whippet, I want to ask, coming into the next 3v3, I mean, last time when we went from cash out to 3v3, it was a little bit different because the fact that we didn't know necessarily how those teams would kind of coalesce as far as actually fighting on the battlefield. This time around, though, Whippet, We did get a lot more hands-on with these teams going up against one another. We do have map bans ready to go. Let's take a look at these bans real quick. But yeah, Whip It, let's expand on that point a little bit. Coming into this fight, do you think that what we saw in Cash Out between Skyline and Ape Squad would have actually, made impact, or will eventually tell us the story of what we're going to see on Sis Horizon, Fortune Stadium, and Bernal?
I think it's going to be more of a mental fact for confidence between these players. They're individual duels. They realize that, depending on how every fight went from it, of course, it's a massive different pacing play. There's a lot more clutter. There's a lot more going on in Cash Out. And here in 3v3, you can focus in. If they remember their duels, those fights in the midst of that chaos, that's where they can draw the confidence from, knowing that, okay, we beat them in this team fight, we had control here, we outplayed them here. That's going to be a huge mental benefit to them. But everything, I think, changes because the pace of play gets so much slower and you have that breathing room. I mean, less about those reactions and more about how they think about it. And I think that resets the tempo between them a little bit going forward. Also, adrenaline dump. Both these teams now getting in that top two, they have to reset and immediately go into this. So I would say it's close to a full reset for them.
Alrighty, Jerry, what about you? Is that sentiment shared? Are the casters here in agreement this time around?
I'm not so sure about how I should assess this really, because Skyline and Ape Squad, they have faced each other already in a best of 3 on Playday 2. And it was Skyline that came out well on top. They dominated that match. They won on Sis, they won on Skyway, took it home in 2. And we're going to Sis Horizon right now again. So I would put my faith in Skyline to take this series, quite honestly.
Alrighty, well, we've got the votes in chat. Cast your vote now. We're going to Sis Horizon, Jerry, and Whip It.
You know what, Jerry? I'm going to say I think I'm going to agree with you on that one. I'm always so curious, though, about how this initial teams deal with this this pivot from going from the all-out chaos of a massive cash-out game to now the more strategic style of play that we see in our 3v3s. They have to focus up way more on their individual plays and not rely on the chaos to unfurl things. Looks like immediately, Skyline just getting themselves set up. Damage found with the F-car, not a lot to write home about, but they're postured up to make that first tap of the vault.
Good shots landed there by Krieger. I have no idea why you'd use this site. This is the weirdest site in the game to me. I just love the red dot. But each to their own is all preference. Doesn't affect anything realistically. So, aim points. Finding the opening frag there onto Mr. Red Fox, and he's making those deagles work. Again, the goo heavy making his way through to a 3 versus 3. I love to see the dynamism that this particular gadget allows you to employ. They get that pick, and that's just allowed them to force the space open, grab the box, and head straight over to the objective. But Ape Squad close behind. They have gotten the res, and they will cross the road safely. They look left and right before they do so. That green cross code, really important, kids.
I've not heard that in years, Jerry.
Yeah, it's a throwback. King of the road. Yeah, Ape Squad are safely now in contention of this cash box, and they should be able to get a good couple of team fights here if they're aggressive about it.
You also mentioned, though, getting the goo heavy in play. This is possibly the worst case scenario. You've let the goo heavy set up. You've let them build a fortress, essentially, and have that initial control. So this is going to be way more of a defense constructed and held by Skyline and how they want things to play out at this stage. They do winch the box in a little bit more of concealment, trying to find themselves some cover to work with. It's a difficult spot, kind of lurking over the edge of the campus just above this courtyard, giving some potential for denial on those rooftops, so they might have to try and maneuver that yet again.
This is an interesting route that we're seeing Krieger Blue taking. Looks like he's going for a deep flank here to try and reposition, but of course the whole of Skyline are balled up together. They're just waiting for that tap on the vault to see what happens. Manda winches it perhaps out of the view of Skyline, and Ape Squad, or Krieger, providing some problems from range at the same time. That objective fallen off, though, is lovely with his own F-car. We've got double F-cars here across the medians in the lobby. Finding Manda, and again, a pick onto Ape Squad stalls their progress somewhat. Aimpoint just seeing what he can get away with here. Is his juice back up? Skyline just toying with Ape Squad at this moment in time. They don't need to get a ton of kills. They've only got 2 so far this game. Krieger Blue getting that res, and only 30 seconds left or so on this point. You can expect the attack to be a little bit more gung-ho from Ape Squad now.
They've made this so difficult to even contest it. Just these level changes. This goo's going to create such a nightmare from Ape Squad. Takes some early damage. Great defense to get the Skyline back in the fight. An attempted steal. H plus in future can't keep you up. And Red Fox doesn't last too long. Faced up against aim points. Deagle shot down. And a very strong opening vault from the side of Skyline. They get that done. And the big thing, Jerry, that I'm concerned about is if they, again, they've got time to set themselves up. This is where the Goo Heavy's going to love it. If you can set up, get that first plug, and then begin to manipulate the map in your favor, that's going to be a problem. Those Goos, those little nodules of Goo, stop an easy winch, make things more difficult, even make maneuvering around those rooms much harder. And I think for Ape Squad, their intention needs to be much quicker. Have to get this vault, have to get the plug, need that early map control.
You have to credit Skyline, though, with the way they're playing for these early picks, because that's what you need to do. If you have to play defensively, you have to be on the front foot as well. Attack is the best form of defense, as they say, and they've found them when they've been napping. Ape Squad crossing that area. Krieger Blue does get the res as he worms away with the totem, brings Mr. Red Fox back up. But, of course, the box is firmly in control of Skyline still. We'll move it towards A. Oh, we'd see maybe Mira extending a little bit too far. That's the first time Skyline have looked like they're on the back foot with it.
This is the first time they've bled, and it's going to be a massive problem. They have to throw a tourniquet on it. They want to try and save this control, but I think they're going to be content to take that wipe early, and that's going to be their damage mitigation. Realizing, well, we chased down this spike, not a lot we can do, so let's take the wipe, let's recompose ourselves, and figure out what we're up against here. The plug goes out with a, I think, 11-second advantage buffer for them. They open up the floor above it. They can play the high ground. Great setup and awareness from them to get that ready. And this is going to be the best position Ape Squad have been in. They don't have to worry about that defensive nature of the Goo, and they're going to have line of sight on the spawn if they decide to check it and they fall away just at the wrong moment. No vanish bombs to keep them in cover, so this is going to be a blind. Great chip damage.
Oh, was that a... No, it wasn't a wasted RPG. He held his trigger finger there, aim point. He's going to need that for the real engagement that's coming up. But Skyline, even in dying, was smart about how they did it. Let's see if they can continue that macro sense that so far kept them in this game, kept them well ahead. Ape Squad maybe surging with confidence. This is a great defensive setup with the height that they can play from and all of the cross angles. They don't need Goo to build a fortress on this map here. This is a great position. If he gets the winch, of course he's not winching, he's gooing, so he's just drawing it open. It will, wants the angle on the C4, but I think it's underneath the cash box, so they have to work with what they presented. And Ape Squad have to close this distance a little bit. They can't wait all the time here. Finally, we get a bit of a fight, and down goes Mr. Red Fox, just caught out of position, caught in the middle of the chaos there. Manda is alone, completely alone, swarmed by Lovely and Mira, and Aimpoint doesn't even really have to be a part of this fight. He knows that Krieger Blue has run off. They can get the steal, and that could be it.
I think it might just be. It's going to be a difficult one. It flips back for Skyline, and that's going to be a wipe. That's the done and dusted. There's going to be nothing really to fight for at this stage, Jerry. And I feel like an anti-climax to what we've just had, but they get that final wipe. That's it, done. Skyline, or Scissor Horizon goes in favor of Skyline. They take it across the finish line here, and they've done it in a very dominant fashion. Ape Squad grew into this matchup, but the early advantage, the massive early picks that we saw Skyline find time and time again, fighting for the vault, was just massive advantage for them, and they played it perfectly, and, well, they get themselves an advantage here.
Yeah, Ape Squad improving slowly, but not enough, as Skyline, definitely the favourites coming into this matchup, given their record against Ape Squad on Playday 2, given their standings as third place in the entire league. They've really come out of the woodwork as one of the bigger threats in EU, and I really, like, honestly, looking at this lineup, you wouldn't have assumed that at the very start of the season. These are, you know, Aimpoint's been around for a very long time, Mirror and Lovely as well, but they had never really made the kind of impact that any of the bigger hitters in EU have. But seems like they've got a recipe for success here in this roster.
It very much feels it, and you mentioned, you know, you don't have to be a heavy hitter in the regular season. If you can get it done in champs and playoffs, that's where it matters most. If you can get yourself to phase 2, if you can make yourself there and make a deep run and be that top 4, I think that's all the statement that you need to make. But Scissor Horizon was a very one-sided affair. Do you think things are going to change as we look towards our next maps?
Well, Fortune Stadium is like the macro map. We just saw what Alliance can do on that map, and they're so well practiced at manipulating not just the objectives and the spawns, but like your opponent's movements. And I think from what we've seen on Sis Horizon, Skyline are going to be really at home here. Perhaps the more open sight lines will afford Ape Squad the opportunity to do something more. I kind of want to see a bit of a switch, though, from Ape Squad. And if I was going to ask that of any team, I feel like I struggle to ask that of Ape Squad. They are the most meta slave of any roster in the entire EU. Like, I never see them break from the tradition. I mean, the one thing you could argue I see is that we've got the F car coming out from Krieger Blue, but there is a decent amount of variety in what's viable for mediums at the moment. I want to see them, maybe you got the goo heavy. Take out the charge and slam. We know it's a hard counter, and I'm not seeing winch value from Manda during these games. The early picks have been going the way of Skyline more often than not.
That would be a really interesting, perfect counterplay, but I don't think it's going to come with loadouts. I think they're going to, boringly, I think, stay to the same thing. It's the meta for a reason, so I think they're going to lock in for that. But I think they need to be faster on their fights. They really need to show, I think, a little bit more aggression. I think we're watching Skyline be allowed comfort, allowed space, allowed decision-making time. And when it comes to those fights, they can pick you off, they get the damage, and they're already set up and content with it. Miro's doing a great job of just disrupting everything as well. I think for Ape Squad, get in their face, try to be more aggressive. It's going to be a harder fight to work with, but they cannot let themselves get picked early.
Yeah, it was, everyone on Ape Squad fell victim to that at some point or another. It's difficult to point the finger at anyone in particular. There are games where it's always the light or it's always the medium and they don't have the defibs or the mobility or what have you. But yeah, it didn't seem like Skyline were picky with who they picked. So, Fortune Stadium, I do love a good Fortune. It has to turn around here for Ape Squad. Of course, this is just for survival, but one of these teams makes it through to Phase 2, joining Emerald Apes in that early slot. And I don't think I've seen anything so far to shake my initial prediction of Skyline being that team.
I'm going to have to agree. Normally, I like to play the contrarian on a desk, go the other way to make things interesting, but from what I've seen in both Cash Out and their first map of this best of 3, Skyline look to be in control here. I'm more than welcome to go to 3 maps here. I'd love to go for that final map, but Apes will need to make drastic changes to get there. I have the trust that they can do it, but this is where pressure is going to rest on your shoulders a little bit as a team. Now, you mentioned that the victor of this best of 3 goes and qualifies to our top 4. Jerry, how would that be if we're in a position where it's going to be Ape Squad, Emerald Apes going, or Skyline, Emerald Apes going through already? Like, how amazing would that be? Because we've had a massive upset in our schedule, on our bracket so far.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I'd love to see a goo heavy in the final 4. Like, it makes the cash out games so much more dynamic, more interesting. There's far more variables at play. And yeah, we can talk a little bit more about that. But of course, maybe we're getting ahead of ourselves here. Ape Squad still have the chance to turn it around. In case you're wondering, though, there is another game going on, and you can tune into the Boo stream. It's in the pinned comment. So join the Final Central to watch Fnatic, as they are currently 1 map up against Upcoming, who are on the precipice of joining Team Secret at the bottom of the barrel for these championships, about being eliminated. So 1 map away there. We'll definitely be keeping an eye on it ourselves. But looks like we're ready to jump straight in to Fortune Stadium. Map 2, Skyline already a map up. Can they do it?
So we're not going to see the charge slam come out this time. It's going to be no changes from Manda on Ape Squad, Jerry. I think I'm going to kind of exhale in disappointment there. I would have liked to see a variation coming out just to deal with those goo guns from aim points. But control initially held by Ape Squad. They'll be able to tap this box, get that control, and they have themselves postured up for high ground. Massive damage done. Krieger Blue falls away from it. And this is what we talked about from Ape Squad. They can't overcommit. They can't lose that early fight. They need to keep themselves in a fight a little bit longer than they have done previously.
Well, zip taken out, that does reduce the mobility, but you jump on that zip, it's almost a death zip sometimes. It's very easy to track someone if they're moving across it. That box has been released from its vault, and it will be moved here by Mr. Red Fox. It doesn't look like Mira has enough of an angle on him to stop him from moving it all the way over to B. Interestingly, we don't get an early hospital spawn of the objective. He's going to drop that gateway, and it looks like Mira actually finding Krieger Blue on the rooftop. That has put a bit of a spanner in the works of Ape Squad. They now don't really want to plug this early. Skyline with the upper hand.
defib out of the way, and this can be a moment for Skyline to potentially just dive in to kind of contemplate or kind of cascade these issues. Red Fox takes some damage, man, as well, misses the winch. ARN hits that fast reload, backs away, burns through that dome shield, but has to go the long way around for that reload. Darts in, great read of the staircase, but backs out before he can get counterplayed into it. The coinage should be there soon. Great glitch trying to take utility out, and there's the Krieger Blue back in this fight, but might not be in the best timing as Red Fox is gone as well. Ape Squad staggered out in a horrible position to find themselves in.
Clean movement there from Endpoint on the heavy to just drop down that floor and nail the kill. Still 3 versus 2 for Skyline. They're forcing this stagger out from Ape Squad. I think Manda is sticking a res on that top floor. So yeah, it is a 3 versus 3, but Skyline get their defense started. They sense that maybe there's enough of a gap here. And of course, they do have the goo to block out various entry points. Aimpoint is just about getting into position to do that. In fact, they're still on the roof here, so they're establishing a crossfire. Ape Squad have a few different options here. If they manage to get to the roof themselves, they can take the 3 versus 2, but they decide to go straight across, and that's Aimpoint waiting for that long angle, punishing Mr. Red Fox on the cross, again staggering Ape Squad, who have not had 3 men up for, I think, more than 30 seconds or so far this game.
This has been a difficult one. Ape Squad find themselves constantly fighting one player down, and it's been a great read and great control from Skyline just to keep that pressure on when it's needed most. Hop on board, Krieger Blue just trying to find some chip damage with that F-car up top, and doesn't want to sit too close to that exploding car. Maybe he finds some value, but the Eagle shot him down. Did he hit every single crit? He melts Krieger Blue, and this is going to be a reset, but more time wasted and more advantage for Skyline.
Oh, why? Okay, they did have support there, but Mirror's not close enough, and that has created a massive opening. Lovely playing with his own life a little bit too dangerously there, but the damage comes back from Mirror. He finds that trade onto the light. Ape Squad might be able to try and get the res, but they're in too deep already. They don't have the access to that statue. 2 versus 2 is going to play out on the point. Mirror needs to land his shots, and he does so. That's not enough damage output by Manda to make up for it. 1 versus 2 here. Krieger Blue, though, landing his shots onto Mirror, and he's taken out by the gas canister. Can Aimpoint survive? Yes, he can. Just about sparing Skyline's blushes on that defense. Krieger Blue almost had an incredible 1 versus 2. That should be the first cash out going the way of Skyline.
Oh, tantalizingly close to be able to make a headline story, not able to get across the line, and that will be our very first box in favor of Skyline. They move themselves essentially into qualifying points for stage 2 of this. One more box, they get across the line here, they will take the series in a 2-0 fashion. Ape Squad now find themselves backs against the wall, forced to be flawless at this stage. They should have some pressure early as Red Fox gets himself in, but no gateway for the rest of his team, and he has to wait for his regen.
At least they've crossed successfully this time. Ape Squad will know that the mistake they've been making so far is too many staggers. They want to make sure that doesn't happen, but they are continuing with this sort of split philosophy that's caught them out a few too many times, and Skyline are very happy to take 2 versus 1s, 3 versus 1s. Again, the light forced up to the roof to try and juice up his heavy after a misstep. And it feels like they're on the back foot yet again. Aimpoint takes out 1, and the follow-up from Mirror is massive. Both of the Ape Squad bodies go down on the rooftop. Krieger Blue left scrambling, forcing himself out into distance to wait for the coin to come in. Skyline, I think, have decided not to do this Alliance's way, and in fact just hold the box, go straight for that hospital plug, because they know how crucial, how pivotal that defense can be. They even hold Sector 5 as it stands. Ape Squad have an uphill battle.
This is going to be a tough one for them, just waiting to get their team back in the fray, back to a full complement of fighting force. And with this early plug, does mean there's going to be time for potential 2 team fights if this is going to be a quick one. So can they get in position for this? What the Skyline's defense have to set up? Well, a goo gun will be the very first thing from it, creating a labyrinthal style, just making as much goo as possible to make things difficult. Cross will be oh so difficult, but the gateway combination of that jump pad should work. Does find a way to make that. What's going to be a hot landing. The RPG needs to be perfect, but the goo gun slows down that progression. Great use of that utility, but it's going to be huge damage done to Lovely. Mirror needs to find all the damage he can to make sure this cross of the bridge is not successful. Having to wait for that reset. Your medium of Lovely is oh so low. He cannot take a single shot. He does get found on the stairs. Hunting down the kill. The goo is so good. He's just going to scamper and escape with his life, and it's going to be the Bloodhounds hunting him down. 2-piece confirmed. Surely with the shotgun. He finds it. Mirror, the last one standing, gets 1, and there's no way he saves this one. Massive barrel. No way he gets it done. No, shot down. Krieger Blue finds it, and it was hold your breath moment, but they should be able to flip this one more time for a team fight, but what a play. And how did Lovely
Skyline-
survive that long?
They were living on borrowed time for that whole fight. Lovely and Aimpoint trying to escape death for so long. Mirror almost clutching it at the end, though. I think if that red barrel lands, he maybe wins the 1 versus 2, but it was definitely a bit of a scramble. I feel as though Skyline were perhaps a little too passive on their hold right there. We didn't see them contest the cross at all. And we've seen Mr. Red Fox not be the most reliable when it comes to those gateway pads in the regular season. Quite often I can think of Donkrage punishing him, particularly in the annals of my mind. But we see Skyline already down to players. A little bit of a protection, a makeshift barricade set up by Aimpoint for his own goods. But this is a bit of a meaningless fight. This is just to gain pace towards that final box. And at the moment, Ape Squad are all damaged, all battered and bruised. And it looks as though they might suffer the early loss here of their medium if Mira can chase him down successfully. And that is exactly what happens. But Manda takes out Lovely in the meantime. So 2 mediums down. And the question is, will Aimpoint fight or will he just get the goo out, as he often does? Unfortunately, makes the wrong decision. Sometimes we see that. Goo Heavy's just a little bit over-reliant on their specialization. Lovely struggling when it comes to the kills, but at the moment we're seeing Skyline slip a little.
Yeah, just again, that was, I think, a little bit of a lapse from them in that previous fight. Just they let the Ape Squad in, they got themselves that initial control, and you got to think about the hospital setup. They have a massive advantage. It was a very hot entry on that gateway, and they didn't capitalize fully upon finding early damage. Great thing, and I think Miro was playing down below, had a great opportunity to maybe find one pick, just couldn't get across the line for it, and initial control gathered from Ape Squad. They find the first tap, and they'll recess themselves back towards a building, rooftops and a Halto complex, just gonna wait themselves out, see what Skyline commit to.
Oh, there's the committal, but it's quite distant and difficult shots for Aimpoint to land. Krieger Blue, though, can't really offer anything in return. And again, Ape Squad splitting up, hoping to get some early picks in these 1 versus 1s, but they only find themselves in 1 versus 2s. And Ape Squad, I feel like they're just not reading into the setups that Skyline are offering here. Again, staggered somewhat here, but the box is in control of Ape Squad. They managed to throw it into the corner, knowing that they're on the back foot here. Manda just running, trying to play his life. Can Skyline find him?
I don't know if they will.
Oh no!
Oh, well, they did, and that was the last thing Lovely would have wanted to find. Still yet to get himself on the kill feed in a positive sense, but Manda gets that confirmation, early advantage here in this fight for this side of Ape Squad, but not going to matter too much. The cash box isn't active at this stage. Mirror's going to take a beating as well, doesn't escape with life. Aimpoint, the last one standing, and at this point, he will get caught in a winch, and he won't last too much longer.
I thought Manda was a dead man there. That was some really nice C4 play from Aimpoint, but he just didn't land the follow-up shots. And yeah, Ape Squad just about working out for them. Manda, again, surviving much longer than he deserved to, I feel like. But he played his position really nicely. Basically won a 1 versus 3 there. And now let's set up Ape Squad for a cash-out defense. And of course, Skyline are still on the precipice of knocking Ape Squad down into the lower bracket and qualifying to phase 2 themselves. If they can get this this wipe and steal, but as it stands, we might be going to a 3rd map.
Can we see Skyline change that tone and get themselves back in control? Huge damage done from those Deagles. Manda's not going to be too keen to ride home about it, but damage taken from Skyline. Lovely, Mirror, and Aimpoint. Not so healthy either. Massive winch gets that opening pick. Goo is gone. Aimpoint has been slain. Lovely takes the next fall as well, leaving Mirror all alone. And with an ARN, has damage to deal with at range, but might just fall away and wait for his team to be back in 20 seconds or so, and that's what he'll do. He'll find the nearest corner and crevice to hide in, and that's what he'll wait for. He'll sit, and it won't be a commitment. Ape Squad will not dive in. They won't try and find that finish, as they'll just stack every incendiary barrel they can find on the cash box. Combine that with their own C4. They're getting ready for certainly a big move.
Yeah, we've just had Fireworks Night here in Britain, and that's a good homage to it, I feel like, if it does go off, which I'm hoping, or Ape Squad will hope that it does. We've got an opportunity here as Mira spies Manda, but they're trading blows fairly evenly here. About 30 seconds left on this cash out, and Skyline will hope for one of their trademark early picks before going in. Of course, they'd prefer to be on the defense here with that Goo Heavy. They're going to be relying on the gun skill and not much more to get that opening. They can see the RPG connecting above. It doesn't quite make its mark. Only about 20 seconds left, Whip It.
I don't know if there's going to be a way back into this one. They need to find a pick and find it now. And that's going to be the detonation. Drop the box down. But will this be an opportunity? Mirror, the body block won't work. The winch pulls it in the cover. And that's the job done. Ape Squad going to secure Fortune Stadium. And they're going to make us go the distance. 3 maps are needed to find who is our next team to make it into stage 2. Jerry, that was a bounce back, a turnaround from Ape Squad that I am so happy to see. It felt like after our opening matchup with Sis Horizon that it was going to be a worrisome day, a struggle-filled day here on the 3v3 for them, but they found their legs, they found their momentum, and they're back in this with a fight. Great bounce back from them here from cash boxes 2 and 3.
Absolutely. We'll get to break that down a little bit more now, but let's have a look at that scoreboard. Lovely did actually get onto the scoreboard at one point. Nice for him. But of course, as a medium, you're not always looking for that. That being said, Krieger Blue with 5 of his own. Just a brief overview shows us that Manda with the only the only KD higher than 2, 7 and 3. Really nice stuff from the heavy on the side of Ape Squad. So you got to presume he's landing a few more of those winches. He seemed pretty toothless over on Sis Horizon, to be quite honest with you. But yeah, this is a clear sign that Ape Squad have woken up.
This is much better from them, and this is going to be, I think, getting themselves ready for what they're dealing with. They're starting to understand how, I think, to play around the goo, play around Mirror in particular. Mirror still done a huge impact. I believe 7 kills, I believe 6k damage as well, or 6k combat score. But wasn't able to find as many of those out of position picks, wasn't able to get those confirmations and fully punish them as much this time around. And I think they're either thankful for that or they played better around it. But Ape Squad were much more, I think, up to speed and in full team positions for those fights. And it showed perfectly. They got themselves across the finish line. And well, Jerry, there is other matches going on again. I've just heard a whisper that I believe Fnatic took a victory in our other game.
Very impressive. So that means they are safe for now and progressing to the cash out game in Group C. And that means we've said goodbye to our second team upcoming, joining Team Secret there in the 7th and 8th positioned for the standings. So unfortunate for upcoming, they did have a really impressive season, a bit of a breakout season for them as a roster. But let's tune back in here with Skyline and Ape Squad 1 map away from the potential. We just got a bit of a preview there. Yeah, we're not in entirely. It's Bernal, our final map here. And this is this choice coming out from Skyline.
So, I mean, obviously, I always like it when teams go to their map choice or have the advantage here. Skyline want to go for Bernal. Do you think there's going to be a map that favors them? Skyline have made a great advantage of their goo. Is that going to be a factor as we get ready for this when we dive on in between these sides? A lot of those close quarter buildings where those goo can make things an absolute labyrinthian style nightmare.
Very true, and it is standard issue here on Bernal. We won't be seeing the suspended sponsor structures, so not as much opportunity for crazy range plays, but I think that will be fine for both teams. There's not been a really one leaning towards range or close range between either of them. More a kind of philosophy of split dynamic from Ape Squad versus that ball up from Skyline. But right now, we are seeing the teams ball up. Maybe this is Mr. Red Fox trying to sneak on underneath, waiting for his regen. If he can get a pick here, this could determine the early fight.
They're going to pad up, and that's going to leave them exposed in the air, and that's not going to be enough damage to get that pick confirmed. And it's just be trying to chip away Red Foxy to get that pick. Mirror's only at 1 of his own teammate. That's going to be Manda gone. Krieger Blue wounded, and Red Fox has to fall away. So again, missed opportunity, not connecting enough shots with the ARN when they hit that jump out. Could have been a huge opportunity to level the playing field for them. Lovely has control. The F-car shreds him to half his health. Just looking to battle away while they wait for the team to get back in. Now Krieger Blue, the last man standing, will likely try to get the box far away as possible, and he'll scamper away. Try to keep his team stalled out as long as possible. And the can spawn in, will spawn in.
There we go. Mirror looks like he's heading for the box, though. Doesn't really mind about Krieger Blue for now. Has that gateway to send him back towards A. And I'm not quite sure where Lovely and Aimpoint are right now. I'd imagine hot on his tail, but we can see. Yep, there it is. They're not too far behind. Ape Squad also have not gone too far. There's a decent spawn for them. And this is a decent cash out to be able to defend. You can hold a lot of different rooftops. Aimpoint will be able to, you know, drop this and maybe encase it in goo if they choose to do so and force the close push, the full committal from Ape Squad. But both teams are playing for these early picks, and so far no one's getting them in this team fight.
both teams poking, both teams have the ability to rest up, heal up from that damage taken. The ARN so close there from Red Fox, but opting he wants to get his teammate Krieger Blue back in this fight. And he'll do that with the H+ infusion. Now control held by Skyline, a massive rotational pivot being made here from Ape Squad. And they're going to try and battle for this. Man is going to take some damage done. He'll come back to his team for this and get topped up with that heal beam on Krieger Blue. So resetting from this, both teams not finding any picks from that initial stage of poking and probing.
In a previous meta, this is where you'd see the attacking team just drop that box 2 levels with a DMAT. But we won't have that here. Manda being forced upon here by Aimpoint, who lands a load of Deagle shots and finally gets the crucial one there. Mirror chipping in with the final bit of damage. Some missed shots there, unfortunately, from Aimpoint, but it doesn't really matter. They're in that 3 versus 1. Mirror will get the cleanup.
If I get that confirmation, and again, just a few unfortunate missed shots, but that's going to be locked in. Now, halfway through the time, it's going to be very difficult to battle away if you're going to be Ape Squad here. I think this should be Skyline going to get this first box. They will have just enough time for one more team fight, and this is when we're going to see Aimpoint with that goo, just going to create a cocoon and make sure it's as safe as possible. Wraps it up nice and tight. Gateway going to get established. Launch your team into the fight here. Still going to have the battle from the pad. Padding up. They'll see this cacophony of goo they have to battle from. The dome shield is good, but they make themselves an entryway. This might be an igloo of doom. The C4 might just be the perfect counterplay to work for. He finds one pick with it. One more with the Deagles. Aimpoint's going huge. Mirren steals the ace, but it will be a full wipe. Ape Squad fall, and Skyline get the first box.
Wow, really impressive from Skyline. I am watching a PowerPoint presentation, though, which looks like it's immediately just fixed itself.
The second
So
you say it, the second it fixes itself. It's perfect timing.
Yeah, there we go. All right, well, I'm glad that you were able to carry us through that. Look at that, though. Only 1 kill on the side of Ape Squad so far this game. Skyline really dominating on that first cash box, but we saw that on Fortune Stadium as well, and Ape Squad adjusted. They'll need to do so here.
Just posturing again themselves up and playing on these rooftops. Damage is going to chip away. And Ape Squad, they really need to find themselves the opening. That's what they've been struggling with in these times. Aimpoint's just going to chunked away, but the heal beam is perfect from Lovely to keep him topped up from this. And now the Deagle's going to be full value from it. Krieger Blue finds one, and this needs to be an opportunity to dive from Ape Squad. They got the full opportunity, but I don't think they'll take avail from it. Not close enough for it. Actually, there's going to be the heavy. Manda's going to get one. The RPG does not connect. The glitch going to be perfect for a second. He's going to stop the revive. No!
Oh.
Mirror finds him. Can't get that revive stuck. Mirror finds his second one. And the massive defib to get Manda back in the fight, but the Goo's going to create a nightmare to work with. Lots of cover. The Scamper dive and dart around. The Deagles find some damage, but not enough. Manda survives on a single point of HP. Mirror, the last one standing. Should get that revive on Lovely. Will do. Defib's back in the fight.
Mirror is locked in right now. I wouldn't be surprised to see him clean up here as down goes his teammate in Lovely, but unfortunately he decides to dive on out. Doesn't know how low his opposition are. And that will be a team victory for Ape Squad on that fight. Mirror again retreating to high ground, as we saw him do a few times on Fortune Stadium. He's very smart about this. Reminds me of Carnifex a lot of the time. Just knows exactly when to peel back. Almost gets the pick onto Krieger Blue there as Aimpoint coins back in. We'll see Lovely back in soon as well. And that vault is tapped. That was all just over a vault tap.
That was an insane amount of fight just to have that now play. We'll have one more team fight before we even see this likely move towards a cash-out station. But Mirror has played this perfectly so far. Nearly found that pick, just waiting on the rooftop. And the Deagles fighting against the Bloom here, but gets one player down to half HP. Skyline wounded. Lovely's going to take the brunt of that damage. Aimpoint up, and they do have the box in their hand. Gateway out. Actually not going to get a gateway to where they want to go at this point. Hop up, trying to find more damage with those Deagles and just trying to chip away, but Unruly beasts at this range. But Mirror finds one more, escapes away. A demon in the night. They can't shut him down, but here come the rest of Skyline. They pad on in, and will this be enough damage to get that confirmation? The winch is perfect, stops the heals, invites the damage, stuck on the reload. Lovely gets one, but here come the trades. Krieger Blue finds two, does not have the defib up. Halfway on that timer, gets the hand raise, but Mirror, once again, the last man standing.
Unfortunately for him, we can see both of those statues right on this rooftop with Ape Squad. So that effectively is another team wipe in the hands of Ape Squad. Skyline looking good. I mean, Mirror feels like the main character at the moment. He can do no wrong, but Lovely and Aimpoint are squandering. And I say that as he gets picked off by Mr. Red Fox, and that spawn timer hits 25 seconds as they get the plug. Ape Squad already guaranteed a quarter of this cash out to their name.
Massive advantage problem, and this is going to be a huge. Look at this so far. Mira is 8-1. 8-1 so far. Huge performance on an individual basis. But that doesn't matter when you don't control the cash box. And, well, no one does. It's stuck in the steeple at this point. What's going on there? Well, that might just make it a little bit harder to steal from the side of Skyline. And we'll hop on board with Mira, the man of the hour so far. He gets absolutely pummeled by Red Fox, shuts him down, gateway down. And this is a worst case scenario for Skyline. They don't get the totem, don't get the gateway, and have a massive main road to cross.
Aimpoint doesn't even have a winch to grab the totem with because he's a goo heavy. That's how sad that situation is. They now have to wait for Mira to coin back in again. And they've basically gotten half this cash out for free, Ape Squad. That's not even factoring the time it will take for Skyline to close in on this steeple. Ape Squad are reigning on high right now. At this point, Krieger Blue probably wishes he had a repeater in hand, but the Scar will do for now. Actually winch it to the rooftop, allow Krieger Blue to hold this position without the fear of anyone jumping up to where he is. And there's that gateway to cross directly to the point. I wonder, I don't think the alarm has been sounded quickly here. Krieger Blue still has no idea.
He's realized something's happened. I think he caught just the trail of that rotation last second, and they're going to try and dive up on that rooftop. Mr. Fox will be the first to fall from it. Huge play. Mira's going to get himself a 9th kill, and this is going to be Krieger Blue. Posted up. This is his sentry turret. He needs a lock in here. Can he win his duel? He finds one. Shuts down Lovely, but do they have the time to make this deal work? Krieger Blue from above gets one more, and that should be enough, will be enough to settle this, and we're going to go to a 3rd cash box here on Bernal. Everything comes down to this. The victor of this next cash out hold down will be promoted to stage 2. Krieger Blue on this rooftop played such an important role, Jerry.
I'm glad that we got to watch it from his perspective because he really did have, besides that moment that they crossed, a full read on the situation. And we got a complete overview of everything that happened in that fight. He was king. Beautiful kill as well to finish off that pesky Mira, who has racked up his own deaths a lot more quickly over that second cash out than he would have liked. Maybe not so much the main character anymore.
Perhaps a little bit of a caster curse. The Skyline might be cursed once again, and Mira, well, he was the last man standing, not for long. Shut down. Krieger Blue maybe has found his number, and an early wipe taking the fight for the vault, meaning it should be a free plug from Manda. He'll take the long way around, but he'll get there, and well, I'd imagine there'll maybe be 4 or 5 seconds advantage for them. Not a lot to write home about, but they have the plug. They have time to set up. They've got control. What can Skyline do here for our final cash box here on Bernal?
They've been fighting from behind this entire series with it. This is the first time we see Ape Squad ahead, and it's right on the finish line here. Some attempted damage being put out there by Aimpoint. Does actually land a fair bit, but they take as good as they get. Closing the distance. Is a jump pad engage here on the card. Yes, it is. The RPG angle not quite there, but he does get the damage out in the end. The follow-up is almost there from Lovely, but the heals are stacked from the side of Ape Squad. They are balling up. They are not letting Skyline find those picks this time around. And look at this. They turn it in their favor hugely. A kill coming out for Mr. Red Fox at the end. For 2 for him, 1 for Krieger Blue as he gets brought back up. There'll be one more team fight here with it on Bernal.
One more fight to decide who makes it into stage 2. Skyline have been so dominant the entire time, but they've fallen away, and you put it perfectly. That box in the middle of the open. There's one lifeline though. It's got a goo gun heavy aim point, and this is where Krieger Blue's F-car can be so impactful. Chip damage from this distance might choke out and slow down and smother everything from Skyline. Can they get themselves close? They've got themselves close, but no gateway to remove the rest of the team. Massive pick from Krieger Blue. Worst case position. Aim point not much healthier, and it needs to be Mira. Needs to be the main character to save his team. But I have a feeling it might just be $1 short at this stage, Jerry.
Aimpoint sticking the res out in the distance to make sure that this team can fight a 3 versus 3 in these final moments, but they have to close that distance. The kite game from Ape Squad has to end here. They have to make sure that the steal does not go through. Mirror causing some problems. They've got the goo out. This is a decent steal here from Lovely, but the winch play from Manda is enough to wait out the time. And Mr. Red Fox picks up 3 kills at the death. And it's Ape Squad who chase this game from behind and steal it at the death. They book their spot in phase 2.
They have now joined Emerald Apes to get themselves their ticket one step closer to glory. We have 2 of our top 4 teams decided. Ape Squad bounce back in this. I thought by halfway through map 2 it was done and dusted. I thought Skyline were going to get themselves across that finish line, but Ape Squad grew into this matchup. They learned their mistakes, and you put it perfect. That final fight, they did not give them a chance to get picked. They balled up, played around their heel, and Krieger Blue matching Mirror for kills, finding 10 apiece, and he only died 3 times. Mirror, as that KD plummeted towards the second half for a matchup, but huge individual performance from both those players standing tall.
Wow, what a series. That was a really thrilling one. It feels like a proper treat to have witnessed that. Ardy, I mean, I'm out of words to describe that game, but it was just so entertaining.
What a series indeed. I mean, Krieger Blue absolutely going insane. And from the very beginning, it seemed like, hey, Skyline has a really good grip on this, but Ape Squad clearly had a little bit better understanding of what was needed, especially coming up from map 2. I think at the very end there, though, it was close. I mean, it really did come down to that last winch hitting and not getting goo stalled out. But I honestly can say so much about these games, but I'd rather bring in someone who's watching with a much more eagle eye towards it. Let's bring in the analyst, Rio, and let's talk about what we've just witnessed. Genuinely, one of the most exciting series of the day.
It really was, and I have about 2 pages of notes on them alone. And before I do, I just want to kind of go through real quick Up and Coming and Fnatic, because that one wrapped up really quick. And while the maps went to 3 on the other side of things, this one was done in 2, and basically Upcoming didn't get a single cash out. There were several times that they brought it down to a 1v1, and it came really close to them turning the tide, but they just couldn't get anything going. So a little bit of a sweep, a little unfortunate side if you're an Upcoming fan, but Fnatic looked really strong. And yeah, that's basically my notes on those series. And let's go to the real one that we just watched, because holy God, that was insane. That was just unhinged, unbelievable. I think you said it before we came over here, that Skyline looked so good. Skyline, I thought, had that. I really felt like I was watching a repeat of the Fnatic side, and it was like, okay, this is unfortunately going to go this way. But I guess that Ape Squad is just playing this long game. They seem to be able to find their footing, find what they're doing wrong, and change. And to me, that is a sign of a true top tier team. So yeah, just an amazing performance from both of them. I really loved it. Just looking through my notes as well, there were some really fun points. The Igu, the goo itself was another really cool point, just because the goo made things so much more interesting on Skylines. They use it for defenses. We also saw Aimpoint, and he would put one little pad of goo down and stand on it to give himself a little bit of a head glitch. And yeah, I'm just yapping, Artie, but that's just so many of my quick thoughts on what we just saw. What were your thoughts on what
I mean, no, coming back to the goo, that was like the main thing, was that anytime you have a goo gun in a match, it changes the entire way that the teams have to flow around it. Not only the team bringing the goo, but the team that's coming up against it. I mean, I already said it before, that very last cash out, if that goo had stalled out the winch from Ape Squad, that would have been an entirely different segment, right? That would have literally, like, you know, might not have prevented everything, but it would have at least made the steal more viable on the side of Skyline. But that's just it, is that if you are kind of using it as a crutch, you do have to sort of understand that your heavy is playing completely differently, right? Your heavy is playing a different game to try to stay alive in order to just, hey, let's have these crutch moments hit where I can at least try to stall them out. Especially if you're on the back foot trying to be the one to get the steal, though. I think that that's where Skyline just sort of, after they lost map 2, that was the situation where Skyline wasn't putting themselves in the driver's seat as much as just trying to say, hey, how can we stall them out with the goo?
Yeah, and on top of that too, it seems like Ape Squad started to really get the height advantage. I saw it in Bernal as soon as they got on the cathedral, but also in the last map as well. They were just trying to get on top, stay on top, and then just deal that damage down. It made it where anytime that they had to cross a chasm or any bit of area where it was open, they were just dealing hellfire down, and it made it that much more difficult for Skyline. Even with the goo, even with all their fortresses and everything that they can do, it was just a very unique play. And honestly, I am just so happy to see a game like that where you see a team just adapt and then destroy. I couldn't have asked for anything better. So good job, Ape Squad.
Absolutely. That is peak the finals. And honestly, that's why we're here for PHL Season 2 EU Champs. Thank you for that nice breakdown, Rio. I couldn't agree more. And chat, we're going to have way more finals action to break down. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be back after a small break.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to PHL Season 2. We are here in the midst of Phase 1, the Championship Series. I am now your host, Jerry, and I'm joined by Ardy and Whippet. We are waiting for Group C to begin. We have a real sort of tasty game lined up, a mad cash-out game. And Ardy, I think you already have some thoughts on how it might play out. Maybe we should take a look at the teams that are going to be in this group, just to catch you all up and see what's happening over the day.
100%. We're looking at Gamblers, Alliance, Skyline, and Fnatic. Fnatic, of course, clutching up their series off screen the exact same way that, well, Alliance is Secret, we did see that on screen. So we have a little bit more of an understanding of how Alliance is feeling coming into this. And, of course, Skyline and Gamblers, we watched these two teams try their best to hold on for dear life, and now they're going to have another chance to do so. The question is, will Skyline continue to upset people with the goo gun in cash out?
Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Oh.
The answer is yes from both of
Oh.
us. Whippet. What,
all right.
maybe you can do yes and.
Well, my yes and for this is more to the point, like, I feel like we're in a position where, yet again, every cash out game we've seen today, we've had the two big dogs end up down below in the bottom. It's how things have unraveled this way. I don't have a lot of confidence that Fnatic and Alliance are going to be able to get themselves those top two seeds at all here, just how everything else has went with all the chaos going in. Fnatic great at getting kills, but they struggled converting in the cash box in cash out in their previous cash out game. I feel like it's going to be, I think, all up in the air, and I'm really curious to see what Skyline and Gamblers can do to really try and, I would say, I'll make this polite, mess up other teams.
So Fnatic and Alliance are two teams that probably hoped not to be here and to be having a nice long break, the way that Emerald Apes and Ape Squad are both doing. In fact, no, not Ape Squad and Emerald Apes. I've got my teams mixed up. It is yeah, wait. I'm losing my mind. Yeah, Emerald Apes and Ape Squad are both in that final phase too. So let's see who's going to be joining them. Ardy, Whippet, take it away.
Hey, I get to yap over the games now.
You've been released from host jail. It's the greatest feeling I can imagine right now, and it's going to be, I think, a chaotic cash out game, I think, to say the least, between everyone going here. The top dogs have always fallen so far in champs, and I have a feeling I'm on a bet with the streak this time.
Oh, 100%. We're going to be watching immediately as the Gamblers dive up to the top side of Hospital Tech, and immediately Alliance is meeting them there. And Alliance has already sent them back to the coin screen where, well, the Alliance definitely is trying to make sure that they're not living up to that standard. They want to make sure they're in the top two here. They do not want to just lose off the rip. We're going to be seeing as Nigiri actually starts off against Skyline, finds it a double there as well, taking out Mira, aim point, the last remaining on Skyline, but somehow clutches it up in the face of all that chaos. Goo Gun actually making a lot of work to just buy the extra time, but time is all they'll buy, as they're going to go away pretty soon here.
Would have been a masterclass if the goo was just enough to force him into his regen, but didn't work out. Gamblers back in the freight. Great going to be used of this gateway. Get them straight across the hospital. They'll be contesting with Alliance on this defense so far. 30 of kills going out early, and it's going to be massive damage done. Guardian's going to be the first to fall. Gamblers wounded though. Volbull, last one standings, and, well, doesn't last long in the slightest. Shut down Palmer, finding all three there. They just walk in the SA-12-16, and he'll eat them up for days. Alliance just used Carney in the midst of that chaos, so a massive wipe taken from Gamblers yet again. Trying to hop on board here with Skyline. They'll crossover. They're going to look to try and take this initial fight up against Fnatic, who've been uncontested until this point.
No, they're going up against Alliance, trying to dive in just off all of the chaos that Gamblers left in their wake, although Gamblers didn't leave as much of an insane mark here against Alliance, but Skyline, they still need to get involved as soon as possible to capitalize on it. Alliance finally finishing up with their team motions. They do still have Carney off the sideline. Mira almost finds him, goes up instead, losing sight of where Carney could have run away to, but the rest of Skyline, while trying to stay awake, it's third party here. It's Fnatic. Now they're getting involved as well, but looking to see the rest of Skyline fall to pieces. We'll see if Fnatic continues. I was not expecting that shot for across the way, but no, it looks like Skyline, they are going to be fully set and done. Alliance not being challenged by anyone else. Fnatic and Gamblers on the other side of the map now. Fnatic, well, on their way to securing that one over on Sector 4.
They get that one confirmed. And I think this is going to follow a little bit more to the script we would expect from play. This is the best I've seen from the, I would say, in quotes, the top dog teams at the large organizations. This is the best they've done in a cash-out game so far, but it's only the first cash box. Things can definitely change. So Alliance will get that confirmation. That box goes in their favor, and they get that one done. And Sky and Fnatic will be soon to follow as well. Vault 3 spawns just below the side of Gamblers, and I wonder, will they try and make a pivot for it? They have eyes for Skyline right now, spot them across the way from them, but not a lot they can do to contest this right now. So try and scamper their way back into this one, maybe fight with the Vault just below, as eventually Fnatic's cash out will actually get converted.
Wow, absolutely incredible start off to this. I mean, hey, our script, yeah, now finally going a little bit more to where people would expect with, well, Alliance up at the very top, Fnatic towards the second place. Absolutely incredible stuff. While we're waiting for this next setup, though, looks like every single team is trying to collapse over towards Vault 4, while Alliance, well, they're chilling with Vault 3. That cash box can be well on its way, but looking to see Gamblers already starting off strong within this team fight, somehow surviving up. Fnatic dealing damage and honestly not really paying much of a cost for it, except for now they dive in here. They do lose a few players off the rip there. Actually see Aimpoint taking out both players from Gamblers and a player from Fnatic. Absolutely crazy stuff here. You're gonna go down towards the end. Kireki, last player standing for Gamblers. Well, they were gonna turn to coins anyways. They see Skyline come up to win that fight. It was Fnatic that ran away with the Vault in that chaos.
Gamblers just completely shut down. Third wipe taken, I believe maybe a fourth so far in this, and not really finding their way into this matchup at all, and over the halfway stage now. Plugs go out from both these teams, gonna get found from Alliance as well as Fnatic, and there's gonna be early damage done. We're gonna lose one member Fnatic. There's gonna be Nagiri first to go from it. Mira finds that pick, and that just might be the opening to try and cascade in. Opens the door, and it's only gonna be a wall of goo. Has to burn through that with the 9 yard. Does it eventually. They'll try and tap this to get a reaction from it. No Fnatic. No one from Fnatic can make that play just yet. They spot the information on that dive, and the flip is there, but can Fnatic make a counterplay to hold that back in their possession?
Oh, well, we're going to see possibly that happening just now, although with Aimpoint with that goo gun in hand, setting up for the top ropes, it will be Mira that's left alone on the bottom floors, and maybe they were trying to find a better angle to hold from, but in the meantime, they will have a shorter respawn to get back to the fight. Make sure that doesn't happen. Fnatic is diving up towards the top. They're going to be able to take out Aimpoint immediately. No more goo gun to start disrupting anything else. Nagos gets a quick res there, as we can see Nagiri finishing off the rest of that fight there. And looks like Lovely as well is going to be able to find a pick here. Gamblers trying desperately to get involved. It's not working out very well for them. Skyline, though, full resets here. Whoa. And Fnatic, they do get the flip, but they're going to be losing a player in the meantime as Rainkey is down. Finding out now exactly how Fnatic is going to hold this as they drop off the entire point here. Skyline going for a quick steal, and it almost happens, but at the very last second, Lovely's taken away with it.
Nagiri just gets that done in the blink of an eye. He's going to be keeping his team alive, but walks out of cover, gets shut down by a repeater on the other side. Treason miles away on a tower, shuts him down. And that's going to be a blow taken from Fnatic at this point. They aren't in this clear yet to get their cash box locked out from it. I'll hop on board of the fight here. Bull's going to keep his team in this. Skyline posturing up for this. Mira, Aimpoint, just playing within his dome to keep himself alive for now. And well, running out of options to make something steal in the distance. Goes in favor. Skyline gets that locked in for them. And the building crumbles on them. Bola, not much he can do is, well, he's very split from his team at this stage.
I mean, I was just a little bit concerned. I mean, we have Fnatic losing their box entirely, but at the same time, when it comes down to the macro of the entire match, we can see the Skyline, they are still sitting third place, even though they were able to take that box at the end. Gamblers, though, struggling to get on the board, and wait, this player from Skyline coming up behind Gamblers. Luckily, Gamblers are able to cross, but they're not crossing into safety. They're crossing into another fight here as Fnatic starts to reign supreme down towards the bottom of this, but we can see Alliance still safe over towards Vault 6, where they're waiting for the engagement to come to them. No tap has happened yet. They know the Gamblers are going to be on their way. And as soon as that tap happens here in favor of Alliance, now the fight starts. But Kireki, he's going to get one before getting traded away here. Treason gets the res. Alliance, all three players still up. And for the Gamblers, it's just Bala once again. They can't keep finding themselves in situations. Bala is not going to be long for this world here, but genuinely, it was a good attempt from Gamblers.
The best attempt they've had so far, but they have been just completely quiet in this matchup. They haven't found any success at this stage, and well, Fnatic, they've got a great position they can just stand up. They can look to get all that control, and there's a potential threat of a double arriving from it. And I think that's exactly what's going to be here. Does Fnatic want to try and hold on best they can to stop this? They don't want all this unwanted attention. Glitch Grenade's not deployed to slow things down at this stage. Damage done. The Geary doesn't want to commit for this, but has to be forced in. The dive straight in towards Alliance. Gets chased down. Skyline get that pick. Mirror shuts him down. That's going to be a blow for like one player down. Raimke's going to be wounded as well. And Skyline might find a way to flip this in their favor as Fnatic have been wounded. And that's exactly what they do. Fnatic overexpose and overdive themselves, and they lose out on their own control.
That's exactly what Skyline wants. I mean, Fnatic was so kept up on trying to make sure that double didn't happen, but they lost a lot of the cash out they were already in control of. So now Skyline, this is where they thrive, especially with a goo gun in hand. Third parties, fourth parties all coming through. The drop not going to be coming to fruition here. That means that Gamblers are able to lock in a steal out of nowhere. But once again, Bala last alive, can't stand forever. He's going to go down. Carnifex just absolutely in control up to the top to try to make sure that Alliance is the one who gets to say who goes through or not. Right now, Alliance is playing for Gambler's box, so we can see this involvement is going to go away from him, though, as Treason is the last player standing on Alliance. He's not going to be able to do much here as Fnatic jumps in. Raimke has this steal fully in his control. Nobody from Skyline can get anywhere close. Alliance doesn't care at all. It's going to be Skyline that tries to do what they can. They take out Nagiri, but Raimke is still up in a good standing, trying to make this happen, trying to hold it out. Dropping a gas beneath there. Has the C4 for the drop. Has the RPG, rather. RPG going to be going through, but the damage is here. Whip it! Fnatic is down to just Nagos.
Nagos needs to hold the line here. He has to play this perfectly, position himself just to lock this out with only a few seconds left to work with. He doesn't have to hold on for too much longer. Who's on this steal? It's going to be an attempt from Skyline. Can they hold on? Yes, they do! In the final second, they hold on! And that's going to plummet Fnatic down to third. Skyline take number one in our seeding. What was that final fight, Artie?
Oh my goodness, Skyline with an absolute insane last second steal. On the side of Fnatic, I saw that they were just typing W's. I don't even know if they realized what was going to happen towards the end there. Absolutely insane stuff, but Alliance, with that double, they had set everything in motion that they needed in order to just make sure that chaos was capitalized on. And this is what I was saying at the beginning. With a goo gun in hand, that is where you can thrive the most. That is where you can absolutely extract the most value. And for Skyline, they were able to make that happen. A lot of kills down the board. Not a single person in this lobby underperforming. But for Gamblers, they did not have a grasp on the situation at hand whatsoever.
Wow. What a game. And things got really hot in there. They got so hot in here that I actually had to take off my cardigan. It was getting so warm. They brought the fire to that cash out game, didn't they, Artie? Every single team brought the fire. But Skyline, I mean, how did they get away with that steal at the end?
I couldn't tell you. I mean, throughout that entire thing, there were so many times when a team just completely involved in their own fight would just say, hey, we're going to send one person to start the third party. Like, at some point during every single team fight there, someone else got involved. And even on the second set of cash outs on that whole toe building, I didn't know which team was going to be in control of the cash out, let alone the cash out. I didn't know who was going to be in charge of the top floor at any given time. At Skyline, they had fallen in and out of relevancy towards each of those cash outs, but at the very end of that cash out, on the second cash out, is where Skyline just was able to come in and take control, and Fnatic just left to go on a side quest to fight Alliance. And what happened towards the very end was sort of the same situation where Aimpoint was just left alone with his own devices, one of those devices being a goo gun, and Skyline just gets a steal.
Yeah, so Whip it. We've now seen Fnatic be the latest or big team in quotation marks to fall foul of this kind of cash out dynamic, and maybe just overthinking it. It felt like, particularly in that second cash out, running to leave their own cash out to try and out macro the other team, and then just losing money as a result.
I think there's a perfect one is just keep it simple, stupid. You don't need to go for that. All you have to do is to finish in the top two here, and then you're playing for your position in the top four. You don't need to make plays where you're committing to risk your team to try and start a third party or get some extra kills elsewhere. Just commit to playing your game, and I think you put it perfectly, Jerry. They overthought it. They overcomplicated it for themselves, and you got to feel that that last second, they almost thought they were guaranteed to go through, and they had that control of the final box, and it slipped between their fingertips with Skyline. That's a massive blow and a massive kind of mental block now get over as they go into their very scary elimination matchup.
Absolutely, and we will have the bracket to show you exactly what that looks like in a few minutes. But oh no, here it is right now. Fantastic! So we get to see exactly what has happened and the stakes that are now on the line. Skyline and Alliance now playing a qualification match, and that's going to be the game that we cover right now on the main stream. Fnatic versus Gamblers will be beginning over on the B stream, so go check out the Final Central, who are covering all of our elimination matches today. And then, of course, the loser of that qualifier game and the winner of the elimination match will have a last chance to be the fourth team to join our current Apes. It's a very monkey-filled group in stage 2 right now. Emerald Apes and Ape Squad have both booked their spot already, and they're just watching.
This has been a crazy bracket that we've seen so far. Lots of upset stories, and I cannot wait to see where this goes. Skyline will look so good against Ape Squad in their best of 3 now. A whole different ballpark with Alliance.
So, Artie, here are the
100%.
map bans between Skyline and Alliance. Perhaps you want to talk us through this. You know a lot about what these teams like and don't like. Is there any team that you think maybe have come out on top here in this ban phase?
I mean, I gotta say, Alliance is just the Fortune Stadium Kings. Alliance
Absolutely,
has
yep.
this entire map in their palms. And given the fact that for Fortune Stadium, they're able to dictate not only where the spawns go, but exactly how they hold them. Even if Skyline is going to be bringing a goo gun to a fist fight, I think that it's going to go Alliance's way on map 2 no matter what. So for Skyline, it's going to be whatever happens here in Sis Horizon sets that stage.
Well, whip it. Artie, take it away. Skyline versus Alliance.
Thank you very much, Jerry. As we get ready for this one, now things change pace, but Alliance, they're looking to really kind of, if they can get themselves victory here and move to Fortune, which is where there has been their playground, I think this is going to be #1 objective. Go into the advantage on your favorite map. So they're going to be fighting super hard here for Sis Horizon, but some damage taken early. Mirror and Lovely both wounded off the gates.
100%. I mean, Skyline, they took a little bit of early damage there, and they're trying to figure out any information they can on Alliance. But for Alliance, they seem to have full control here. Carney knows exactly where they're at, calming that to the team there. Mira just evaporates into a cloud of coins thanks to that RPG, and as Lovely gets glitched out there, unable to use the heals onto aim point. It's going to be aim point with only the elbows, but those elbows are being thrown there. So with a reset here, Skyline now back up to all 3 players. It's Alliance actually that's down the defib, down the paddles. It'd be Carney and Palma, last one standing up here. Skyline genuinely could be coming in for a surpriser here, but here's Carney, 1v3 situation, but there's a goo gun, of course, and that is going to be Skyline winning the very first team engagement here up against Alliance.
Very impressive team fight to come from a player down early as well. Mira was the first to get picked up here. If you look at this position where you have 2 players super wounded, then one fresh off the defib, you would not imagine they come out on top, but great play leaving Carney to try and do all the work, and the goo gun shuts that down brutally. With 3 seconds left in the spawn, we'll see the Fortress of Goo begin to get assembled just on the fire escape here. Very difficult one for Cloud to get control of. They'll have to try and play to get control of this initial library section. I think that's what they're trying to do. They'll pad up to get that initial high ground, and a great opening on RPG. Great pick early, Lovely falls. That's going to be your medium, that's going to be your defib, and it's all going to come down the Mirror. He's going to get chunked by that repeater, and not a lot he can do. But the shots need to be found by Treason. He'll hunt for this pick, sees the gateway, and I think it might be an escape attempt here for Mirror.
Oh yeah, Mira has nothing left to do there but just try and survive. Alliance has all the time in the world to get this through. Gonna be getting this steal, and well, for Alliance, all they need to do now is sort of wait for that goo to dissipate, and they could just throw it out into the street. But even if they don't do that, it's going to be still very difficult for Skyline to cross this gap. That's going to be the biggest thing right now. Alliance is so good at this when they're able to hold across a gap where they can find exactly where Skyline is pushing. Maybe your Light's going to try to go through and get a quick gateway entry, but immediately Alliance is going to see it. Treason has the repeater ready to go, and honestly, this is the whole game right now. Skyline being blocked out from crossing this gap, but wait a second, they're able to find a pick out of Treason, a red barrel RPG, and a final shot from Mira. They're able to actually cross Treason off of that list at the very top, You can see Lovely goes down into a fight up against Palma, but in a 2-on-2 situation here, Carney escapes with his life, but Skyline, they've got actual space to be able to bring this back. But with that res here, Palma going to be able to not only res Treason, but also trigger the C4 to drop to prevent that steal from happening. That is Alliance's last lifeline, and that's probably the only lifeline they're going to need here, given the fact that Skyline, well, they're now at a player disadvantage. They're completely split from one another. There's no time left on that clock with it.
And the C4 cooldown is there as well, so the second lifeline set up from it, and I think you put it perfectly. With no time left on this cash out, it should be a confirmation, and there it is. Alliance get themselves an early advantage here on Sis Horizon. So damage taken at 8 points, he'll concede that one. I think Carney gets the credit, he does. That will be, well, a pretty easy wipe to take, and Alliance get themselves under control. Free reign to tap Vault 2 and get themselves set up nicely for it. Great fight from Alliance, get themselves on a gateway to move this in massive pacing. Can Skyline get themselves back in the fray before this opens up? Don't think they will. I think Alliance, again, complete control of the map is going to be a worst case scenario for them.
Honestly, I'm looking to see if Alliance is gonna just take this next fight at face value, given the fact that the last time they just 1-to-1 up against Skyline, they did lose. But that's why Alliance is actually doing everything they can to make sure that it's not just going to be a fist fight in a parking lot. They want to make sure this is a timed approach, and given the fact that they have full control of high ground, they have full control of this cash out, it's going to be Alliance that is setting the stage. Now, Aimpoint can still goo things off and make a little bit of a bridge, maybe even just blowing up the floor underneath the cash out to drop it out. But even then, Alliance, they've got good control. But Palma gets a little bit too aggressive, a little bit too overzealous there. He dives in. Luckily, Treason has the res, but Skyline, they're taking advantage of the situation the moment they have it. Palma going down, but Carney gets a few heals out. Now it's a 1v1. Aimpoint versus Carney. Goo Gun going to be getting involved here. Reloads with just, reloads the wrong weapon there. But see what's going to happen. Actually able to stick this res, but Carney, he has the gateway, actually swaps up towards the top there. Skyline, they hear it, they know the motions. Carney trying to go for that res, not going to be able to. Wait a second, Carney almost taken away here. Skyline will come in control of this.
Huge escape from him, just going to get Treason back as well. 3 seconds for Palmer's, but the flip is there. Skyline now have control, but just dodging that wipe. Huge play from Carney. If they flip this back, they can thank him later for it. Now they need to do everything they can to find an opening pick. Mirror might leave themselves exposed, but the Goo's going to make this a problem. High ground is still held from all members of Skyline. One drops down, huge damage shipped away, and Treason needs to hit these shots with the repeater. So much damage potential, but those bullets need to connect, and nothing found just yet either. Aimpoint really realistically on full HP. Palmer wounded, Treason low as well. The Blueberry trying to top themselves up from this, but C is getting ever closer to being a Skyline cash out. Aimpound finds one. That's be Palmer gone. Carney needs to stand up tall and get his trade back, and does that. The defense needs to be perfect, and it is. They need to win this one on the stairs and dive in for the box. With all of this building collapsing in around them, Skyline are going to fall one by one. And Alliance should just about, don't have time. And the kite delay was good enough for Skyline.
That's what the Goo Gun is all about, just buying way more time than you should have, and it was literally just, I think, a 1 second difference there. Absolutely insane to see, but we're going all the way to cash out 3. But this is what I was saying, is that for Skyline, this is the most important map, because Alliance has Fortune Stadium, and I don't think that there's a world in which they lose it. So Skyline needs to win this here and now. The question is, will they be able to have control over the cash out before just the absolute very last second? If they can take a fight like the very first time, then absolutely. But Alliance, they're already making sure that doesn't happen. Carney, though, he gets taken away there. A little bit of a wrench in the plans, and for Skyline, that means that they can dive in the moment they see an opportunity. So Treason playing space here with the repeater, making sure to not give them that opportunity. But Mira's hard to hit, dodges that last shot, stays alive here, and closes the gap against the repeater on Treason. Just Palma now left standing in a 1v3. Not much you can do here as a heavy. So even though he's going to be able to pick out one, that is Skyline once again face checking Alliance and winning.
This repeater has so much potential value, but Alliance just haven't found it in these last couple of fights, and they're getting to fade away here on Sis Horizon. This is really where I want to see Skyline press the advantage that they have. They've got control of the vault, they can get an early plug, they need to set themselves up, and this is where your Goo Gun is going to be oh so impactful, and the toss didn't quite work out the way you would have wanted. It goes the long way around, so a little bit of delay to that progress, but they're still going to get the plug first.
There's a fun little boomerang skin there on the cash out. But wait a second, Aimpoint, taking a quick second there to reset before getting that plug. Plug has now happened, but Alliance, they're here diving into the point, and they will use that opportunity. This is why it is so important to get that plug sooner rather than later. For Skyline, they are going to be able to buy a little bit of extra time here, but Lovely needs to get that res on the aim point before they could do anything else. For Alliance, they are just on this, ready to go, and look at that. Palma just has full control over the trophy. Lovely's not getting a hold of that no matter what there. Lovely, though, on the sidelines, dealing a little bit of damage trying to prevent this, but they're just preventing the inevitable. Mira up on top avoids the winch, but wait, Skyline's doing a pretty good job of buying time here for aim point to coin back in. They will coin back in there, and the goo is going to provide enough cover there. But through that barrel, what is happening? Skyline, they still have kept preventing Alliance from stealing.
Skyline have kept themselves on the high ground and poke up just enough to force Alliance off the steal. However, now they commit themselves into a fight, walk straight into Palmer, who rips them asunder, and that's going to be Lovely gone. No defib, no res, no healing. It's going to be a difficult fight now. Aim point's going to be gone. It's going to be Mira, the last man standing. They still have control of the cash box. That's something to write home about, but he'll try and escape best he can. I don't imagine he can stop this. Left on a single tip, and Carney hunts him down. He wipes them out. That's going to be a huge blow, and Skyline are going to be left fighting against the clock here. And I'm really concerned already if they don't have time to get back in here, because this can be very, very close.
That swing from Lovely was hubris manifest. All they had to do was just dive back up the top. It was this moment right here. It all fell away from them. There's face check in a 1v3 yet again. But honestly, if Aimpoint was there to be able to get involved with that goo gun, maybe things would have changed. But that's where things can start to run away. And for Alliance, they have the timer now on their side. And yeah, sure, Aimpoint coming with a goo gun, but that hasn't worked yet. Just to make sure that last second, Palma gonna be whipping that all the way out to the sidelines. And that's going to be map 1 headed towards Alliance here as things fall away in Sis Horizon. We did get to see Skyline put up an incredible performance, but with team fights that were won based on goo gun cheese, a cash out that was won from Skyline based on absolute last second timing, it was still Alliance that looked absolutely stable here on Sis Horizon.
I feel like Alliance looked like a well-rounded team going into it. Now, I think you put it perfectly. It came down to a lot of those niche plays that we saw from Skyline to be able to get their success that they found. A lot of it came around the goo gun. A lot of it, though, in that final box, was they were very good at just poking up, just finding enough damage, pull Alliance off their position, pull them off the steal, and then reset themselves. When they went to that final team fight, Lovely's overcommit there, just unraveled it brutally for them, and left them with no way back into it, unfortunately. And this, again, the confidence that Alliance have just to sit there, and they don't worry, they don't stress, they keep themselves composed, so good from them. And Alliance, as they go to Fortune Stadium, you gotta wonder, this is now deep water for Skyline.
Jerry, you are muted.
Thank you very much, Ardy. We're better. I'm back now, unmuted. Just to jump into the middle of the series and give you a quick update on the B stream, we have Fnatic also a map up against Gamblers right now. So yeah, that's good news for the two sort of bigger signed teams that we were expecting to do well here. Skyline were quite close though. They were cooking at the end there, Ardy.
They were cooking, but unfortunately too much time in the kitchen can lead to a little bit of craziness. And it really did come down to that one push from Lovely, just W keying into the abyss. And genuinely, it's those moments where if you lose track for just 1 second of what's needed at that moment, any given moment, then it can just all get taken away. And for Alliance, they don't let those happen often if their mental's in a good spot. And I have to say that this might come down to a mental battle here with it.
I really think so. Again, you got to imagine how much is sitting on these teams. They really have to sit and be kind of super solid in their decision making. Now, this is where the mental for Skyline will be tested. Do they know how good Alliance are on Fortune Stadium? What do they have to try and solve this puzzle that's not just relying on that goo gun delay?
So Alliance already having stolen a map now. Skyline's own map taken from them. This is Fortune Stadium. We know how Alliance play here, Ardy.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Jerry, our W host, W hairline as well. We'll find it one day. But we look to see Skyline diving into the action up at the top. They have full control here. And Alliance, well, they're just biding their time. They honestly don't even need to have full control over the top of Sector 5 in order to win this fight. We've seen them do it time and time again. We'll see what happens this time around. Of course, you never know what's going to happen with Skyline when you have a goo gun in the mix. So, like Carney's throwing those glitch grenades early to make sure, hey, no stray goo shots come through. Palma is going to be super low HP. Treason goes out first. Palma's second. Carney up at the top here. And my words are currently being eaten the same way these bullets are. As Alliance, they lose the first team fight yet again. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, you can't. Oh, you can't.
Oh! I like the bravery. You know, let's stick him in a goo. Let's try to beat him to death. But Corey gets one, but doesn't last long enough to find himself a second one. And this is going to be a problem now, as hospital control is going to be gathered up from Skyline. And this is going to be the problem to solve. This is going to be such a defensible position. They want to have control of this one. What do Alliance have? Now, of course, this is their map choice. This is their domain. So, of course, they know what they want to implement. How do Skyline try and solve this? Because I don't think this crossing is going to be much of an issue for Alliance.
Oh yeah, this crossing shouldn't be much of an issue, especially just given the fact that we know Alliance has this down as their bread and butter. You just go off the pad, you just throw that gateway, and this gate pad all the way across the abyss. The only thing that could possibly stop this would be a goo gun, or it's gonna be some well-placed shots there as Mira does not miss, and Carney is down to 1 HP. Carney's gonna be not much longer for this world, but the gateway was thrown, so the rest of Alliance can still cross over. There's Palma getting involved there, but that is an incredible shot as Treason manages to finalize the shots there at Mira, but it was a trade. Finally, Carney is gonna get Rez back up there. Lovely and aim point over in the staircase here, trying to survive for Skyline. Now, Skyline can survive here. The question is, do they survive with the right timing? Lovely though, 1 HP. Not going to happen. And for Skyline, that's going to be the last nail in the coffin as Alliance win this fight. There's almost not enough time left for a second fight to even come to fruition.
Lovely just gets absolutely melted there. That's on a single point of HP. So much damage done, and that's just going to leave it a free cleanup. Carney gets aim pointed. You put it perfectly. This is going to be a very difficult work with a lot of time left. Around 30 seconds at this stage, and I wonder
Carney's in
if
position, Treason's in position. They force the spawn into the Ngemo building. Carney rotates because they know the only possible spawn that's available. And here we go. Treason already taking those pot shots. And of course, with no Vanish Bomb on the side of Skyline, there's no way that they could make it out of this without just trying to go for a gate pad onto Sector 5. But it's not Sector 5 that they're fighting for, it's the hospital. But with no way to get there, Alliance has Cash Out 1 under wraps.
That is just masterful from Alliance. That is why this is their map, and that is just complete control. And there was enough time if they didn't get pinned in the Ngemo building, and well, oh my goodness, there's not a lot you could do here. They're in the trenches already. There's not a lot they can even get close, and they're just completely pinned down. The range factor that repeater just locks them in place, and the Deagles don't help out either. Oh my goodness. Even barrels being tossed.
Exactly. This is what I'm saying. I know that Skyline is such a talented roster. Aimpoint, Mira, and Lovely have been just absolutely grinding, doing what they can to get as insane as they are now. Obviously, with winning team fights up against Alliance, very few teams can stand up to that standard and do that. But it is still Alliance's map, and this is the macro control that I was alluding to, where no matter what happens here, even though they're going to be engaging this in an even 2-on-2 battle, it is going to be Alliance that has control. They're in the driver's seat, and now it's going to be Palma with Vault 2 in hand.
They're going to be able to get this plug. They're going to have that control. Spots out Mirror, the last one standing from the side of Skyline, and just dance around him. But they'll let the rest of the team hunt him down. They'll do their best. Move one orange barrel to get some cover on it. C4 prepped and ready as well. And there will be a revive. Mirror does find aim point. Palmer going to get himself caught out by a fire barrel. Unsure of the source of that one, but Palmer's out of the fight for now. Trees is going to get wounded as well. What's going on to Alliance right now?
Well, it looked like they were just kind of having a fun time. Silly little fun battle with a barrel for whatever reason. But even with that, Skyline making their way in now in Sector 4. There's a plethora of red barrels that Alliance is going to be able to play with here. And Treason, he's got the other one, the sidelines. Gonna be throwing one to get that drop. Second drop gonna be available. First drop there with the C4. Second drop with a red barrel from the bottom. But Mira's red barrel gets taken away from them there. Thankfully, there was a little bit of a dome to protect them. But Lovely will still fall at the end. Now Mira does come away with Lovely's trophy, but aim point going to be turned into a trophy very shortly as Alliance dives out 3-on-1 onto them. Now finally Mira trying to get involved in this fight, but it's too little too late. Lovely trying to clean up. He finds one, doesn't find the second. Instead, Skyline are wiped. And with a 20-second respawn timer here, there will only be 15 usable seconds for them to try to come in and take this next fight.
I feel like with the limited time they have to work with already, I think Alliance have just shown and put on a clinic to why this is the map that we would associate with them. They've manipulated spawns, held Skyline at ransom to their own positioning, and with 15 seconds try and make something happen. I can't imagine Alliance will let a slip up of that magnitude happen. The gateway is there, but they're still so far away. And Alliance, all they have to do is just to play this smart, mind their P's and Q's, and they should be able to get across the finish line here. Everybody stacked up and ready, and the building crumbles around it. That might be a favor of Alliance here. Some damage done from Lovely, but he'll get caught in the gas as well. They'll dive on the building. The attempt this team is going on for right now, but it won't be long enough to hold on. That will be Alliance. Get this done in a 2-0 fashion. They look so dominant here in Fortune Stadium.
What a quick way to send it out. I feel like I only just got to the caster's seat. I'm already done, but that was such a great setup there from Alliance. Like I said, Fortune Stadium, their bread and butter. Skyline almost pulled it through on Sis Horizon, which would have got us all the way to Skyway. But at the end of the day, Alliance on Fortune Stadium, well, there's your fortune. And I gotta say, though, they've earned their spot there in the next set as they get ready to face off in Phase 2.
You're not done.
Oh.
Sorry, I was going to tell Ardy, just break the good news to it. You're not done just yet. There is another best of 3 after this. Of course, the final qualification game. We need one more team to join Emerald Apes and Ape Squad and now Alliance. A lot of A's in the Phase 2 of today. It's going to be either Skyline, or I actually haven't checked the status of the other game, so we'll leave that as a surprise. But we do have, just to give you guys a little bit of a break, an analyst ready, waiting in the wings to take us through a little bit of that game. Rio, why don't you come join us and we'll talk through that incredibly rapid best of 3 between Skyline and Alliance.
Hey, I'm here. And
I'm not.
Oh, hi, Artie. I guess we're having this chat. Sorry, Jerry. You have been, you're just edged out today.
Get him out of here.
Yeah. Well, do we just continue, Artie? Artie, I got lots to talk to you about.
Rio, talk to me.
Well, basically on the other side, Fnatic and Gamblers. Let's go over that real quick because that was a very quick map as well. It was both sides. It was a 2-0. They basically didn't give away a single cash out. There was only one team wipe that I saw as well from the Gamblers on Fnatic, and it's just a little bit heartbreaking. There could have been more because I was flipping back and forth, but I saw one solid one, and that gave me a little bit of hope. But honestly, Fnatic, they were playing so close together, so tightly. They had amazing healing. They had really everything under control for any engagement. So really strong looking Fnatic so far. I'm kind of enjoying watching their games, and it'll be fun to watch them in the next one. But on the other side of things, we had this Skyline versus Alliance, and boy, the biggest takeaway I have from that, Alliance looked really stable in every fight. I think you're the one that said it first. They just looked like a stable team. And I saw that time and time again. They just seemed to be going into every engagement. They knew how to handle the chaos. And that is the underlying thing in the finals. Can you adapt? Can you change? Can you just turn on a dime? And that's what they did.
100%. That is exactly what they did. And now we get to see Skyline bring the goo gun up against Fnatic. And as you said, Fnatic was fantastic. And I know that my boy Thixie, my girl Rue are very happy about that. But I'm excited to see what's going to happen seeing Fnatic up against Skyline. Because genuinely, this is where the stakes absolutely matter. This is where it gets completely intense and scruffy. And for Skyline, they were able to put up a great fight up against Alliance. I think that bodes well for what they're going to be able to do up against Fnatic here.
Yeah, I am going to be I don't really know. I'm gonna make a call though. I think that Fnatic, after everything I've seen, have just really found some speed, found some momentum. And if I was Skyline, I'd be a little afraid because after what we just saw there, they seem to be a little bit struggling to figure out what's going on. So maybe they find it. Maybe they find it against Fnatic, but Fnatic just looking so strong and a little bit intense.
Absolutely. I mean, I am just extremely excited as a lover of the Finals Pro scene because I'm a Rainkey fan, I'm an Aimpoint fan. We're going to see them go head to head in this next one. This is going to be a fantastic best of three. Rio, I mean, before we send it back to Jerry, do you have any final words here?
I think it's going to be one of the best games of today. I know we still have all of phase two, but this is going to be really close. And if somehow Skyline are able to pull this off, completely upset Fnatic, it will be an upset of all upsets. So it'll be really intense, really exciting to see. So stay tuned.
Alrighty, back now to the real host. I'm just the fake host for now. I'll be real host again later. Jerry, welcome back in.
Hello.
Uh
Yeah, it's just doing our job for me there. Oh, I'm really looking forward to a nice chat with Rio, but we will have one after this next best of three, which Rio has pegged as being potentially the best game of the day. Those are high words to live up to. Whip it. Do you have any thoughts about this? We are, like you said, Artie, getting to see two of the finest in their class, Raimkit and Aimpoint, up against each other, the Winch Heavy and the Goo Heavy. What are you expecting from this matchup?
I'm very curious about the big thing is going to be who will find the most value from the utility. The winch, we've seen a couple of heavies today not find max value from it, but the goo has been a very dominant thing for Aimpoint. Every single fight, he's always using it to catch you, make things difficult, and the way he sets things up, just nodules around the floor, around the map, where he can elevate himself a little bit out of position, create some small cover for his lights and medium to use, can be massive. So Remke needs to be very impactful with those winches. So the big thing about that will be getting those plugs, getting control, and pulling that and manipulating it as much as possible to make sure that goo has less value later in the fight. But that's just your two heavies. The rest of the team needs to stand up tall as well.
And just to think a little bit about the rest of the roster, Zardi, you've got a player in Miro who we've seen a lot on stream today. It feels like this has almost been the Skyline stream for the past hour and a half or so, who's at points become the main character and then at points dropped off. How do you see Mira stacking up against the likes of Nagiri, the likes of Nagos? Because it's really the mediums and lights that he's looking to get those early picks on.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, like Whippet said, when it comes to the heavies, it's going to be that battle of domination versus manipulation. And for the lights and heavy and mediums, it's going to be playing off of not the chaos that their heavy is causing, but the chaos that they're able to survive from the other heavy. And I really think that it comes down to if we're thinking about Mira versus Nagiri, who's going to be able to get the most opening damage, right? Who's going to be able to survive that opening RPG that comes their way? I think that for when it comes down to Lovely, I think that Lovely has to make sure that well, they don't just die first. I mean, we've seen a lot of W keys into some upsets there, and so when it comes to seeing Fnatic, I don't see that happening with Nagos. So I think that for Fnatic, they have the upper hand coming into this, even though they were in the lowers. So I think that for Skyline, they have to prove that they can play around Fnatic's macro. They have to play with that goo gun in a very specific manner and not let that get ahead of them.
So, maps. We just saw a series where the map ban phase almost determined the outcome. It felt like Skyline lost it in the ban phase, you know? They went with vibes. They just picked Horizon and Skyway because they're called Skyline and they just like the sound of those maps. It's on brand. But it really didn't work for them. That was a clean sweep from Alliance. We'll hope that they go into this with less of a vibes-based approach. Obviously, I'm joking. But Fnatic and Skyline will expect a very different map ban phase, which is ready to be shown in just a few moments. Were you trying to stroke my head there, Artie? Was that part of the... Was that what's going on? I can make it a little bit easier if I lean this way.
Just 20 more days until we're in Stockholm, Jerry, and then I can touch it again. But we're going to look to see... Yeah, I mean, Skyway, Fortune, Sis Horizon... Chat, have you ever seen these maps before? Because I have all day. It's actually the only maps we've been seeing all day.
It's the exact same as the previous map ban phase, but flipped over. Skyline want to play on Skyway, and they've chosen Sis Horizon as their decider rather than the first map. Whip it. I hope you like these maps.
Well, I certainly do. I would say I'm more of a Fortune Stadium fan over Skyway, but we haven't seen Skyway in a best of three today, I believe, and I'm very curious about how this is going to work between these sides. And I think that Fnatic, I'm very curious about how they can close the distance and try and really put the pressure on a map like this, where you have those larger expanses. Of course, you can play on those rooftops as well. But I'm a fan of this video. It is just one we had, but flipped, so I like it.
Yep, continuing down that vibes route for Skyline, on Skyway, on Horizon, it just makes sense. We will get to see Fortune Stadium again, which I know people love. I know Rio loves, and at some point we need to like just bring him in for a Fortune from Fortune Stadium. In fact, he is in the call right now. Maybe I can call upon him and his voice
You
from
ready?
a distance.
You ready? Yeah, you ready?
All right, here we go. Let's get the Fortune.
Wait, it's not Fortune now though. Fortune's map 2.
You're right. Okay,
I was gonna
Rio,
ruin
get
it.
back in the hole. Get back
Go
in the hole
back.
that I dragged you out from. Mute him.
Bye, guys.
Server mute him. He's gone. Great. Sorry. Bit of a preemptive Fortune there. We can't give a Fortune
I
for
was
Skyway
excited
Stadium.
too. I was excited
Yeah.
for it as well. But yeah, the Skyway Stadium here and Skyline's pick. I think that the thing is though, right, is it does come down to the same situation. Skyline needs to win map 1 if they want to get to map 3 at all, because map 2, Fortune Stadium, if there was a second or third place team on that map, it would be Fnatic for me. And so I don't think that Skyline has the chops to take Fortune Stadium. So I mean, we'll see what happens here on Skyway.
I'll be curious to see whether it's high rise as well. That really does change the dynamic of Skyway quite substantially. That middle portion actually becomes a little bit more fair, if anything. The high ground around the edge of this map can be so dominant if it's allowed to remain high ground, and that big skyscraper in the middle does kind of even things out. But whip it, Ardy. We're about to dive into it. Skyline versus Fnatic. Who will take this series?
Thank you very much, Jerry. And well, it's down to this, our final best of 3 to decide who gets our final spot in Champs, our top 4 for Stage 2, which will be later on today. I'm going to place my prediction with Fnatic, but I do not really care who wins this. I want to see the best of 3 possible between them.
Oh, this is going to be absolutely fun, but only after we remake the lobby. Unfortunately, the server is in Siberia, and it does look that we are going to be remaking this. So we'll find Yeah, we're just Googling. We're remaking this lobby. So coming on back, let's talk to the bald man yet again. Jerry, I need you. Come back in here because chat is also exploding. I'm somehow an emote now, and I don't know what's happening. Jerry, you are muted yet again. This has devolved into chaos.
Everybody needs to spam the Ardy emote for calling me out
stop.
twice. It's good. It's engagement. We're farming. So, yeah, Ardy, that was obviously not to plan. Siberia is a cold place. That's what I know about it. And our servers, we want to be a little bit closer, just for convenience, for experience points. Yeah, I don't know what else to say about that. As you could see, I was stretching. I was all ready to take a nice lean back and start watching and listening to the glorious cast, but now we have to wait just a little bit longer. So Whip It, have you any thoughts on the best method for removing the skin from garlic? Have you got like any pro cooking tips, perhaps?
It's actually been a long time since I've had the skin of garlic. I just don't really go at it, you know? I get my nail, just go at it. I don't really think.
Really? Ardy, do you have any pro tip?
Yeah, so you smash the garlic entirely, and then it actually has the skin fall off of itself, and that's like the best way to do it. So when you crush the clove, the rest of the skin, you just peel it like in one fell swoop.
I didn't think we were talking about the individual clove. I thought we were talking about the bunch of them, the big.
It still works that way as well. It still works the same way.
Yeah. It all falls off. And unfortunately, Whipper, I did ask you a question to which there is one correct answer, which is a bit cruel of me. And Ardy knew it, so he's winning now. Sorry, that's just how it works.
He winning?
I don't make the rules.
Well, Whip It, one day when you know the proper garlic techniques, maybe you'll have your own emote. But for now, we're looking to see Skyline and Fnatic on Skyway Stadium. And let's get serious, chat, because now it's time to watch your favorite teams go at it in our favorite game.
I'm trying to still recover from that one. What was the last thing? Oh, I think on my expected going in, and actually I will say we have a Vanish Bomb in play from the Geary this time from Fnatic. Again, I'm a big fan of the Vanish Bombs getting kind of brought back into play with teams. What is going on here?
Are we
What's he up?
restarting again?
I have another vegetable-related question. If we want to
Another
come back to
remake.
the desk.
Let's go. Okay, wait, hold on. This is.
I have facts about Siberia ready too.
Oh,
Oh my
amazing.
God, Rio!
But
Rio coming in clutch here.
wait, is garlic a I guess garlic is a vegetable. I never thought about that. I mean, I think of it as a spice, obviously, but I guess botanically it is. I'm on the left now.
Wait, why are you over there? Wait, over there.
Now, if I want you to stroke my head, I have to go this way. There we go. Wait, I can't get it right.
There we go.
It's
Okay.
confusing because my camera's at an angle. This is
Rio, let's talk about Siberia because we have data
Siberia.
centers over there apparently. Let's talk about it. I don't
Yes,
even
we
want to see
do.
you. Disembodied head. Disembodied
Yes,
voice.
so apparently Siberia covers a huge portion of northern Asia and constitutes about 77% of Russia's total land area. That is quite impressive. The area is rich in oil and natural gas, holding the world's largest natural gas reserves. I really thought that that was at home here in my house. But also, population. The population is low, with most people living in the Trans-Siberian Railway, living near the Trans-Siberian Railway, not on it. We're not there yet, but yeah, in the south. There you go. Everybody has learned something today from my disembodied voice.
I think
Thank
that
you very
of,
much, Rio.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rio. I think of all the PHL staff, I might have been the person that's been the closest to Siberia, spending a couple months in Mongolia. But yeah, we're gonna start this lobby again, and we're not even gonna go there until we can confirm that it is the right server that we want. So for now, though, Jerry, I guess let's continue to chat about these teams because we're here for the finals. Gosh darn it! And so now, Jerry, it's gonna be apes. It's gonna be apes. It's gonna be alliance, and it's gonna be whoever wins this series. From what you've seen so far, not only will these teams get this victory royale, will they be able to jump in for the phase 2, but they're going to need to survive against everyone who's already started. So whoever gets this winner chicken dinner, who do you think, or what do you think they're going to need to survive phase 2?
Some monkey business, because clearly that's what gets you into phase 2, right? Is being an ape team. Emerald Apes have done it. Emerald Ape Squad have done it, and that's the secret sauce. See, the problem was I was ready to talk about onions, and now I don't need to be because we're heading straight into the game. Whip it, Ardy. Let's pray we're not in Siberia, and take us through this series.
I'm excited to see this series.
We're in Siberia.
So it's a great time to visit Siberia. I like the cold.
No way. Are we really? This is insane. Huge shout out, by the way, before walls all go down. Huge shout out for the 10 gifted subs from KBH69. Absolutely huge. Shout out also to KHB. Oh, wait, are we going? Wait, we're
playing.
committing? We're playing. Okay, we're going, I guess.
I believe. I mean, I think we'll just. I guess already we just play this until we're told the referee says otherwise. I suppose. So we're gonna have our very first fight diving in as Nagiri's gonna get the opening pick, traded off immediately from the side of Mira. Both flights fighting each other early in these fights. Gonna be two players starting. The defib does go out in favor of the side of Skyline, and I do find the res off for this as well.
Already, this is already devolving into chaos, just like the stream here with Fnatic losing Rain Key early on. Skyline actually has an opportunity to come through and W here. At Aimpoint making sure to goose all just enough, but Nagos from the top ropes gets that double on Aimpoint and Mira. The AK absolutely doing work, no matter what server it's on. 2 kills for Nagiri, 2 kills for Nagos, 3 kills for Mira, but it is going to be Fnatic that wins that first.
Very important now to get those opening wins again. I mentioned a little bit before we devolved into our vegetable conversations, I suppose, that the big thing for Fnatic is they cannot let the initial plugs go in favor of Skyline. Just, you want to take away as much advantage as that goo has as possible. If you control the box, you can let the goo stack it up, create an igloo around it, and well, you can just have that control. So open up the outhouse, they'll break that with the red barrel, now they can post up on the villa, and they have so much visibility from this. They can either work away and chip and find some damage on everyone Skyline who's coming through the forest.
Honestly, I think that Skyline has a good chance to come through here. Fnatic, though, I'm really loving this this playstyle where they're trying to back off just enough, but unfortunately for Nagiri, they were red entirely, but it's going to be a trade. One light for one heavy. Mira and Lovely back down to half HP themselves, but Aimpoint comes back early on. Everybody on half, though. It's Fnatic. It is still down a player there. Nago's going to be able to regen his HP there, but as we see Mira diving in, the damage is only dealt so much, and for now, it's just going to be Aimpoint. 1v2 situation. Rainky getting healed up by Nagos there is exactly what you want to see. Aimpoint surviving long enough to actually get that health regen started. As he takes out one, still going to be Rainky that's here. Nagiri going to coin back in. Aimpoint needs to finish this fight now before Nagiri comes and gets involved here, but not going to see Rainky rezzing behind the corner. Nagiri going to be keeping Aimpoint just busy enough. For now, Fnatic, they have actually staggered this fight in a way where I genuinely don't know if Skyline is going to be able to recover unless Aimpoint survives this right now with it.
Aimpoint just need to keep himself in this fight, doing a good job of it as well. Cover from the dome shield, trying to find some damage, not committing towards the player who just took the launch pad. Must reload that RPG to find that damage investment, doesn't connect with it. Damage done upstairs as well. I believe to the heavy of Raimke, who Mira does find that pick. Locks down the Fnatic's heavy. Defense is going to be good for it. Nagos gets one to Lovely as well, and damage is trading up for all in favor of Fnatic so far. As Aimpoint needs to win his duel, shut down with the double deagles on Fnatic, and it's going to be a brawl as the deagle is shut down. Mira Fnatic secure this first cash box, and they get themselves one step closer to locking out Skyway Stadium. Very difficult fight around the villa at Aimpoint, holding on a little bit longer than maybe he should have, but really important play from Fnatic just to kind of measure their expectation and keep a good tempo, not overcommitting any stage for there at all.
Yeah, I mean, for Skyline, I really think it just came down to not resetting when they needed to. It did seem winnable at the very beginning there, but once it actually got down to the point where Rainky did enough damage to just prevent Lovely from really making an impact, that's where it all ran away. And for Skyline now, they still haven't had a chance to fully recover as a team as they lose Mira on the cross. Even though they have high right now, it's just not working out in their favor. And Aimpoint almost goos Nagos off the cliff, but for now, Skyline just about to get turned into coins. Nagos clutching it up yet again. He's always the one to do it.
Huge individual play, great aim on the AK, gets one, and just great positioning to be able to collect every single piece of damage needed to finish this fight. Look at this flick, perfect transfer, and that's going to be a beautiful one for Nagos. Nice little two-piece to confirm it, and that's going to be another advantage, a massive one for Fnatic, as the respawns will be happening in just 2 seconds time. So Fnatic have control of Vault 2. The spawn for Skyline is quite close as well, but this damage to the AK is just so pestering at range, and great aim control from Nagos to just keep chipping away and making Aimpoint uncomfortable at these longer distances.
Yeah, this AK is absolutely detrimental to Skyline when they're going for these crosses. And for now, Fnatic, they have an early start to this cash out. As Skyline, they cross for free, but crossing is only half the battle. Now they have to engage in a way that matters. For now, neither of them realize that they're just one room away here, but Fnatic, they are a little more privy to the idea. Aimpoint almost gets snuck up on, but just one footstep, he was able to determine exactly where he needed to look. Could be going off this doorway here. Fnatic, they're swapping up to the rooftop with no C4 on the point, though. It's going to be up above, and that still will allow Skyline the space they need to get this steal. But even with that, the damage is done. Lovely goes down. Mira on just going down there as well. Raimke gets healed back up. Nagos survives as well. This is just down to Aimpoint. Once again, though, can out damage the heal beam, and Aimpoint gets staggered here as well. They're not killing him instantly. He has to go and find his own end. But now with just half the timer remaining, Fnatic are once again in control.
Fnatic have essentially been in complete control this entire time. They flipped this to their favor, and while we're over halfway left on this time, there's around 45 seconds, so that's done and dusted, and you just gotta wonder what the Skyline need to do to get themselves in this. There's a lot of those moments where these opening engagements are feeling like they could slide their way, but you have these massive moments from individual players who are just shutting it down. Nagos, a great example of that, being so good at just making sure no one takes these opening fights on full HP, finding huge down. Look at this, Lovely! Before he even crosses, reduced to a single pip damage. Nagos finding huge investment from that AKM, and you just gotta feel that if they can keep this pressure up, there's not a lot of ways back in for Skyline. Fnatic get themselves topped up, and Lovely, it looks for a way back into this one, but Fnatic just keep falling back. However, they lose one early. Can this be a full conversion? Can Lovely find a second one? No, Raimke shuts him down pretty early.
Yeah, even with that full conversion, there was no world in which Reiki fell off the point in a way that mattered. They were always in control there, ready to get that winch going. We said at the very beginning, that difference of the domination versus the manipulation. And honestly, Skyline, they had a few moments of greatness where they were able to, at the very least, get a few easy picks, but Fnatic never once got fully upset. Fnatic never once got fully taken out of the battle, taken out of commission. It's the situation where Fnatic has the ability to just fully set in stone what Skyline has to do, and Skyline was not ever put in a spot to be able to do it.
I I really want to highlight Nagos here. 10 and 2 in terms of individual kills, 6k on the combat score, nearly 7. But that AK was doing more than just finding kills. It was keeping everybody on lower HP. You want to make that dive in, you want to make that cross, you want to take a jump at anything to get close. What Nagos has done is just chip you down. You're never taking a fight in an ideal position, and that's a huge investment from him. Takes a lot of pressure again. He great aim, great tracking. We saw that when he was on that control on hospital as well. Great play. I'm very impressed on it, but I want to use a description I had for Alliance here for Fnatic. It seems like these are very well put together teams and very complete packages. Skyline struggling to find a crack in that package right now.
And I think a lot of that does have to do with the goo gun itself, where the goo gun is an absolutely incredible tool to be able to pry open gaps in those compositions. But if you're using it as a crutch, it can just take away from the basics. I think that that's what's missing right now from Skyline is the basics, where we're not seeing those engagements actually occur as they normally would. Take the goo gun out of the equation and look at how the heavy is moving through the map. Now, granted, the Akimbo 50s does change how you move, and on Skyway they're a valid pick. But I think if they're if we're thinking about the way that Skyline is actually playing around the heavy, they're not playing around the 50 Akimbos in the same way that they would play around, say, an SA-12-16 pick or a Shack pick. I feel like the goo gun is just taking the driver's seat here more so than the player wielding it.
I think the pick onto a Shack 50 or a shotgun would have been a much better choice there. Also, the engagement distance we saw both teams fighting out was way more available, I think, to both of those being a counterplay. Just ending in a pure deagle duel didn't work out for the side of aim point. Very curious if we see any pivots away from that as they get ready to dive into Fortune Stadium here. This could be a map the Skyline took a very brutal loss to an Alliance just a little bit ago. Can they shake those ghosts to get themselves ready for this one? Fnatic have just been so good at winning their ones, and they've got a massive amount of map control early. It's going to be a difficult one to cross into. I don't think Skyline want too much to do with this.
100%. Can they shake those ghosts, or will Fnatic say, nah, Ghost wins? Get it? See what I did there? Okay, anyway. Another shout out as well to KHB for another incredible 20 gifted subs over the course of the last map, and Drake, absolutely insane. We're going to be seeing Fnatic, though, diving in as Rainkey has full control over the vault, and what we saw Nagiri scouting to find Skyline, and find Skyline they did. For now, we're looking to see if a gateway could possibly be used to insert Skyline into Sector 4 early if they need to. For now, they're just waiting to see if Fnatic is choosing to make that engagement first. Nagiri almost goes down, but escaping with his life. Mira is going to try to match and dive forward to find him, but instead will just find the bullets from Rainkey's Akimbo 50s. That will be a res there from Lovely, but at the same time, that motion means that Fnatic has their gap to dive in, and the pry bar has been set in stone. Skyline, they're on the back foot.
Yet again, just finding themselves no real opening. They're trying to close the distance to deal with it. Fnatic are using great map control just to make everything a nightmare so far. Players wounded so far. Lovely Mirror on a single point of HP, and Knight gonna try and hunt them down. Fnatic want to get this confirmation. Mirror does escape, get that regen fully deployed. But you just gotta feel that Fnatic have left the vault, and they're really keen to win this one. They want to get this fight. They want to get this team engagement on their side. They'll boost up the high ground. They'll try and get that information pick. They're just finding out where are the rest of the opposition.
It does seem Fnatic is just absolutely in control here. For a moment, it looked like Mira might have been able to find a sideline to get one pick, but look at how Fnatic is just overcoming all of this. Skyline hasn't even gotten a chance to go towards the vault, let alone the cash out, let alone the fact that neither objective has been started. Skyline is just being shoved into a locker here by Fnatic, and this is over on the Holto building. This side of the map is not usually where this stuff happens. You can see Mira trying to get the team out with a gateway, but this gateway only brings them up to the top floor where Fnatic is still still going to be in control. Fnatic doesn't even need to try to get this plug. They know that the macro requires that they at least have some solid finish on this fight before they do so. But as they finally get that plug, even with that gap in timing, Reipke still survives. He's not taken away. And Skyline, they're still trying to find a way in.
Skyline just struggling for anything, and Fnatic are punishing them for every single inch of this map. They want to take and control. As you said, finally they get that plug. Finally they set themselves up, and Skyline are knocking on the door. They've got some high ground. They're going to burn away these zips the best they can. C4 is ready to open up the floor above this to try and work for that high ground, but Fnatic are just going to play down below, and they're going to react off this attempted steal. Hopefully there's C4 to blow this and detonate down below, but there isn't. Actually, there it is, and arrives late, and that's going to be control held by Fnatic. No, flip is there. Skyline get control.
Oh my goodness, Fnatic. They lose Nigiri, but doesn't even matter as Skyline actually somehow manages to survive in this moment, but Aimpoint only surviving on a technicality with this goo barricade. It's going to be a battle of the dualies, but Reipke gets healed up. And with Mira taken out of the occasion, it's going to be Nagos versus Aimpoint. Nagos only so much goo left in the chamber, trying to get this stall out until somebody can coin. But with this, it's 5 more seconds till Lovely comes back. And unfortunately for Skyline, they should have let that fall much faster because Fnatic just won the fight. They're going to be able to flip the cash out. And I don't know if Skyline is going to have any time to get involved in this next fight.
I mean, that was, first of all, I want to say, Aimpoint done such a good job trying his best to stay alive. That was, you could feel the panic on that. Everything he had to work with, he tried his best. Great composure, goo grenade, trying to find, or goo launcher, trying to find as much damage as he can, but Nagos just quicker on the draw and wins that one out for his side. Gets the flip, and as you mentioned, I don't think they have time to find a way back into this one. So this opening cash box should go in favor of Fnatic. Nigiri gets that opening pick. Lovely's going to be off the board, and with one player down, yet again struggling to even get close to where Fnatic have set themselves up, it will be a cash out held by Fnatic, and this has just been a masterful performance here on Fortune and Skyline. I think this is dire straits for them.
Oh, 100%. I mean, Skyline is doing everything they can, but right now they're getting diffed at their own game. Mira stays alive. They have to let Lovely and Aimpoint coin back in. And this is what I was saying, where the goo gun, I believe, was talking to Aimpoint like a symbiote suit, and the fact that Skyline just hasn't been playing this at normal pacing. And for Fnatic, they're just toying with the idea of the fact that this is just a very different set that they're used to, but not in a way that's making it harder for them to play the game that they're used to playing. For Skyline, they're now not in control of this fight. They're not in control of this cash out. And once again, they're being completely dono-walled from the idea of approaching Fnatic from a distance.
I love this use of the AK, just keeping everybody at arm's length. It's great versatility. You can use it up close, you can use it at a distance, and Nagos has made it work perfectly for him. They're going to get themselves complete control here, and this is going to be a problem for the side of Skyline. Control held from the high ground, and it's going to be Nagos. Will shred them on the jump pad. Huge damage investment done. Needs to get that confirmation. The double deagles shut him down. Lovely finds one in the midst of the chaos. The double deagles going to go huge here. Remke finds one, but it will be a level playing field. Only one player standing. Life either way, but the revives are available for Mira, and a long enough respawn time for both Nagos and Reimke, who are going to be around 20 seconds out from getting recovered.
This is exactly what Skyline needed, and Mira is diving in with the gateway, but at the same time, they only have about 10 seconds to make this work out. Instead of searching for Nigiri, they instead go for what matters, and that's the objective. But even with that, Lovely chooses to cross by themselves, but it's Mira that's caught out first as Nigiri makes himself known, but in that time, is now a 1v2, and Nigiri could actually sell this should he lose. We do see the rest of Fnatic come back in, and as they dive through, it's Mira that loses stake first. And for now, Fnatic have a fantastic moment of opportunity to be able to upset this swing of things, this motion. Lovely gets the res on the Mira, but it's a 3-on-3 situation. And even though Skyline is in control of the cash out, we've been saying this time and time again, it is Fnatic in the driver's seat. As they dive through, they drop the cash out down a level. Fnatic going to be taking first damage, but Skyline almost loses Lovely in the battle. There goes Lovely. There goes Aimpoint. Fnatic is going crazy. There goes Mira. Skyline is wiped, and Fnatic have sealed the deal.
A perfect team fight from Fnatic yet again. Skyline just got absolutely shut out of that fight completely. Fnatic have a massive recovery, realizing they've lost map control. They had to get their players back in the fight from their respawns, and every single duel they had the win. They've done it perfectly. They're going to manipulate the spawns, try their best to do so. Skyline are back in the fray, but the job is done. Fnatic have got victory 2-0 fashion here, and they are your 4th team to join Stage 2 of Champs.
Absolutely phenomenal. I am so excited to see this kind of talent in the finals. And I mean, the fact is that Skyline put up a very good fight against Alliance, but it felt like up against Fnatic, they could barely hold a candle. And Ramke, Nagiri, and Nagos all just popping off in their own right here. Every single fight felt like it mattered, but a huge GG's to Skyline for making it all the way to 5th place here. But we now have our top 4 moving on to phase 2. Let's chat with the bald man, Jerry. Holy
Indeed. That was a crazy series, a perfect series from Fnatic. 2-0 on Skyway, 2-0 on Fortune Stadium. You said it yourself as well, Whippet. A perfect team fight at the end to seal the deal. And honestly, you've got to feel for Skyline. They've had a really rough day. We've seen a lot of them, but it seems like they've just been bettered. They've met their match time after time, whether it's Alliance, whether it's Fnatic, never quite coming good. They had 3 chances to qualify. They played against Ape Squad earlier as well, and they didn't make the cut. We'll have a quick look at the bracket in a second, because I'm going to be joined by Rio in a minute. But just to kind of sum up what's going on here, we can see that run. Look at that. Ape Squad booking their spot, beating out Skyline, and then Skyline again falling at the final 2 hurdles. So close. But it does mean that our final 4 are confirmed. Emerald Apes, Ape Squad, Alliance, and Fnatic in stage 2. Whippet, do you have any final thoughts just before we bring it on over to the analyst desk and we say goodbye to you for today?
It is a crazy one. I think the storyline that we've had, that we have both the monkey business teams making it, Ape Squad and Emerald Apes. What a journey they've had. I mean, they've both come from that LCQ position, and now they both find themselves in the top 4. Huge play from them, and massive credit to them. They have a lot to prove going into stage 2 against Alliance and Fnatic, but what a journey they've had.
All right, thank you very much, Whippet, and I'm looking forward to seeing you on our screens again soon. But that is it from him. It'll be it from me in just a minute, but I'm just going to bring on Rio, because he's been ready and waiting, looking for something to say about that game. That was a really crazy series in terms of, like, some of the stats didn't quite add up to what we expected. You were talking about the reses being quite low, Rio. Talk us through a little bit about that.
Yeah, it was really interesting how these 2 teams played at it, because they were having these big flashpoints. It wasn't any time that they really decided to play a long battle where they go for just a few picks and then pull off, get a res. You would normally see kind of that pacing in kind of more of the earlier matches, but it was cool that they just really picked up steam. And then, my God, Fnatic just did not slow down. They had the spacing. Nagos was popping off with that AK. It was just buying them the little bit of distance that they needed, get his teammates healed back up, and it was just a really well-rounded medium player. I even wrote at one point he got 10k kills and 3.6k support score. So doing that is just really nice, and really just kept his teammates healthy and in there in the engagements as well. On the other side of things, the one thing that I noticed from Skyline, Aimpoint had several times that they were trying to do everything that they could with Goo, but I think Goo only goes so far. Like, we saw several times that they were stalling teammates. They were stalling, not teammates, but the enemy team, just gooing them off. But it just drew out the battle instead of turning it for their favor. So it was interesting to see it. But I think that really what it was Fnatic overcame all of these Goo strategies. They found some steam, and it didn't slow down. This is kind of what I saw on the other side of things when y'all weren't watching on the mainstream, on the Final Central guys. They seemed strong. Honestly, going into phase 2, Fnatic is a very good pick for me right now.
It's an interesting one talking about the goo because Aimpoint does play it very differently to most other goo heavies. You think about these American goo heavies that play with the mega macro sense. They'll build goo fortresses, they'll block off entire lines of sight with it. Whereas Aimpoint sort of runs around, creates little pockets of goo so that he can get a head glitch or almost a temporary barricade of sorts. He's a bit more about the micro with those goos. But yeah, like you say, it just doesn't quite work out for him in any of these 3 versus 3s, unfortunately. So we're starting to see the kind of weaknesses of that versus the winch. Well, I think that's just enough chatting from me and you, Rio, on the matter. We've got a whole phase 2 coming up, and this is where it starts to get really exciting. We've got a similar format to the end of the Grand Major, and this is the first time we're going to get to see it play out in its full force. 4 teams alternating between those cash outs and those 3v3s. We'll talk about it a lot more when we get back from the break, but that's going to be it from me today. I'll see you tomorrow for NA. Let's keep going here. We're going to go to a short break, and then phase 2 will be right on the other side of it.
Hello and welcome back, everybody. It's PHL Season 2 Champs here for EU. My name is Artie. I'm here with Rio and Son Soyo. Rio, how we feeling?
I feel great. They let me out of the hole. They're actually going to let me cast now, and I am joined by one of my favorite people in the world, Sansoyo. How you doing, Sansoyo?
Thank you. I'm doing great, guys. I caught the first half of the phase, and it was amazing to see all the competition go forward. It's very close matches and some great upsets as well. So, I mean, we got some great matches coming up for phase 2. What do you guys think of that?
Absolute bangers through and through. And I mean, chat, if you couldn't get enough of the Ape Squad, not only do we have Ape Squad here, we have Emerald Apes. And not only if that wasn't enough for you, we got Sonsoyo, John Ape Squad himself here as well. This might as well be an Ape Squad broadcast, but we're all the more happier for it to see it. Honestly, I love it. Sonsoyo, I love the fact that we got you on here to cast these games. And did you expect coming into this that you would be casting 2 of your own teams?
Honestly, it's great seeing both of them qualify. I mean, I know it's a tough and grueling phase 1. Those cash out games can be very tough. So, I mean, anything could happen. I was expecting at least one of them making, but 2 of them, I mean, I'm feeling good.
Absolutely. And yeah, Rio, I mean, we're about to dive in here to phase 2, but genuinely, this could be a very difficult situation for a lot of teams. Their first time going through it. But don't worry, I'm going to walk you guys through it in chat. If you might not know what's happening, let me tell you what's happening. We're going to look at the bracket right now. This is what phase 2 is all about. We have Emerald Apes, we have Ape Squad, we have Alliance, we have Fnatic, and we have the introduction to the Heat system. Now, if you haven't been watching Jerry's Not So Very Grand Finals, where we have been testing this format over the last few weeks every Tuesday, this is going to be the way it works. So, every single time that we start out one of these heats, it's going to be a cash out. The 2 winners of the cash out, the 2 teams that qualify, will then play a best of 2. Now, chat, I know what you're thinking. Artie, what is a best of 2? Well, both of these qualifying teams will play a best of 2 final round format where if they win a final round, they get 1 point. In order to win PHL Season 2, you will need to get 5 points. That means that points cannot be earned in cash out. Points are only earned in the final round format, which means a team will need to qualify in 3 different games of cash out. They will then need to win 5 different best of 2 final rounds. So this is how it's going to work out. We're going to do cash out. 2 teams are going to take a break. 2 teams are going to go into a final round twice, and then we come back to cash out. Chat, if there are any questions, we will not be taking them. I'm just kidding. Any questions, you can clarify it in chat. Hopefully this makes sense. We're going to be diving into it very shortly, but let's chat about these teams then. Rio, Emerald Apes, Ape Squad, Alliance, Fnatic. We got 2 teams coming in from the underdog era. We got 2 teams that have been considered widely to be some of the best of the best. How are we feeling coming into this?
Ooh, I feel excited. I mean, honestly, having 2 Ape Squad teams going against Alliance and Fnatic, could you ask for a better phase 2? I'm really excited to see if we get an ape versus ape, or if we get maybe 1 ape in there, or no apes. I don't know. I feel like I'm writing a children's book at this point, but you know, it's really up for anybody's interpretation.
So,
Yeah, exactly. And I do think these teams well matched up. We have Carnifex, we have Fnatic, great teams, as you've said. We have Emerald Apes as well, doing fantastic in the closed qualifiers for the Grand Major as well. 200 books getting signed for Ape Squad as well. So we got a great lineup for you. This could be a minimum of 3 rounds, as we were talking beforehand, or it could be a very long day. Any predictions on how long or short we're going to see? I know you guys have some thoughts on how these teams are going to be matching up.
I mean, think of it this way. When we saw Alliance and Fnatic earlier, they weren't the teams that qualified into the preliminary cash out, right? There's a reason that it took all the way to the very end for both Alliance and Fnatic to be able to find their way through here. So there is still a world where that happens, right? There is still a world where one of the teams that ends up winning isn't the team that wins the first or even the second cash out. Given the fact that you have to win 3 games of cash out, there's a chance that we're going to be here for a very, 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 very long time. And so that's why this system is fun with the heats, where you just have 1 cash out, 2 final rounds, and then get to do it all again. But my question for you, Sonsoyo, is this: of the two teams that you represent, which team do you think has the longest chops to be able to put up with this format for as long as it might require?
Look, I both these teams have been grinding, training for this moment. I don't know if I would have an answer for that, but some players to watch out for are Mauser being a very solid heavy, known as one of the brains of the game, as well as on Ape Squad we have Manda taking charge alongside Red Fox, great light as well. So those are the two players to watch on both teams. On Fnatic, we have Rainkey. I've talked with him extensively about strategy, spawn, etc. He is a knower of the game. So how he kind of runs his team is to a T, and they are doing fantastic. They made their way into phase 2. But that being said, I mean, everybody knows Carnifex on Alliance. So they got a very strong squad coming towards this game. So between Ape Squad and Emerald Apes, that's a very tough answer for me to give you, Artie. So,
Well,
but those are the players to watch out for.
Absolutely, and I mean, yeah, looking at Alliance, I know that Treason has some chops on him to be able to stay up for so long and just stay active and stay involved. But Rio, what is your thought process here? I do tend to agree with Sonsoyo, right? I'm definitely a Raimke fan, but Rio, when it comes to who is actually going to be able to stay up longer, Alliance versus Fnatic, who do you think is going to be able to stay up and stay at the top of their game for as long as this format might require them to?
So if we look at Alliance versus Fnatic, I think that Alliance is a very solid, stable team. But on the other side of things, Fnatic has just built up so much steam. I was watching them go through all of their previous matches. It just felt like they are just on their peak performance right now. They bring that in to these next matches. I don't know. It's kind of going against the perfection versus the really like amped up team. I can't make a prediction on that other than say it's going to be intense. It's going to be fun. And it looks like we're about to load into it.
Absolutely. It's going to be intense. It's going to be fun. Chat, throw your predictions in the chat. This is the start of heat number 1 here for phase 2 to see who's going to be our champions coming down into the grand finals of EU. So, without further ado, Rio Sonsoyo, it's cash out time.
It's cash out time indeed. These 4 teams have made it far. They're ready to battle it out for potentially a very long day, but that long day all starts right here. Let's see where it goes.
Yeah, and on Sis Horizon as well. One of the fan favorite maps, very, very neutral, but we're going to be breaking out against Fnatic versus Ape Squad. A winch comes out, and it's not looking good for Mr. Red Fox as he does get taken down. Rainkey going to be traded out as well, looking for a 2v2, but Ape Squad, very low HP, and Krieger, Blue, and Manda go down. Fnatic win the rights to Vault 1. And now get that box moving. While on the other side, a little bit of a slower fight breaking out against Alliance and Emerald Apes. Rio, why don't you take it away?
Yeah, it seems like the vault has been pulled a little bit away, but not plugged just yet. The engagement is still going on. Donkrage getting some good shots off, but it looks like an RPG went down right at his feet, but he's right there with the rest of his teammates, bringing some health back to them. But sadly, they've been picked off one by one. It is all on Donkrage being down very low as well, as Alliance are getting some reses off. Surely they're going to go hunting for him because the vault is still out in the open.
Yeah, and the fight goes again towards Cash Out 8. This point is extremely difficult to push as it is out inside that courtyard area. But Ape Squad now taking some big damage. Manda does get taken out from Rainkey's Deagles. I do like those picks. Great poke option. And Krieger Boo is being chased down. Will he get the escape? No, he doesn't. He falls to Fnatic. It's just Mr. Red Fox, last one up. Can he make anything happen? He's just trying to stall the inevitable, essentially, as Fnatic finally cleans back up and now able to posture up.
Yeah, and now they're going to get the reses. Fnatic looking good. Their whole team is there. It looks like they're making their approach towards Cash Out B, but the engagement's already popping off. Both of them get stuck out almost immediately. 2 of them go down, and it is not looking good as we have had 2 team wipes, Emerald Apes and Ape Squad, happen in just a few minutes.
Yeah, and now Ape Squad spawns back in. I'm not sure what side they do spawn on. They do spawn towards that university and museum area. But Rainkey already weary of their spawn location, looking over at them as a little bit of a gateway comes over and they're going to try and sneak their way in. But Mr. Red Fox, not to be so hidden himself, takes a little bit of damage as Ape Squad rotates towards Cash Out A.
Cash Out A looks like it's all about to kick off. Krieger Blue trying to get some height, maybe a little bit of information as well. Throwing some goo, or about to, pulls it back in, decides to climb up, immediately spots somebody out, getting some good shots off on them, but pulls back. Sadly, he gets spotted out by Ramkey and just deagled down. And now this Cash Out is ticking away. It's got just a little bit left on it, but multiple teams are here wanting to dive on it. Mr. Red Fox taking some damage going into the wall. Sadly, couldn't get away. And now it looks like Manda just deleted by Nigiri, and they will hold on control of this Cash Out.
Yeah, Fnatic and Alliance looking pretty strong right now, holding it down against these 3v3s as the Apes kind of take a backseat for this Cash Out one. But as we know, this second Cash Out is where the game gets defined. This is really what you want to look out for in terms of how the rest of the match will play out and who is going to be qualifying. This is a huge lead and advantage, though, going in for Alliance and Fnatic as they get to play with the cash advantage. Great money in their pockets and just have to reposture up for the next vault fight.
Yeah, it looks like the vaults have been spawned, tapped over there. Fnatic on one side, they're just standing strong. Nobody really encountering them just yet, but Vault 4 about to go off. We see that Mauser is there. He gets the tap on it, and he pulls off. Pulls out an RPG as well, ready to pull it off, but instead it goes towards that bounce pad, getting a little bit of distance from himself, pulls out a goo, and ready to throw it down if he needs to build a wall and just buy himself a little bit of space. They don't have control of this vault yet. I'm not sure if they have a gateway either. It looks like Nuok just found one right out, and he's trying to chase that down, hitting some FAMAS shots off, but there's a gateway. They go right through it, and it looks like the Emerald Apes are about to get a plug.
Yeah, the Emerald Apes getting a plug, as well as Fnatic, both going to be locking down their points, setting up. But Nuok going to have to back up from those early damage they did take. It looks like maybe a little bit of a third party. Alliance hasn't really decided where they want to go quite yet. We're going to see if we see 3 teams on C, or if we go see another 3v3 coming out. But Alliance making their approach over towards this museum as this fight breaks out. Krieger Blue not looking pretty, but does use that goo to escape. Double goo down and runs away looking for that regen. It's going to be Manda up on this high ground, protecting Krieger Blue and starting to get that regen, but he's just not enough, as Amanda's going to be the last one up for Ape Squad. Probably the best idea to wipe, reset, and look for another attempt as he does wait for those points.
Yeah, it's an impressive call that he's waiting for those coins. He went to a corner, and his health is getting rezzed back up. The rest of his teammates are going to have to wait a little bit longer as Carnifex spots one of them out. He's trying to get some shots off. That M11 can hit hard, and switching back to the Infuser immediately heals his teammates back up. They're going to get Palma on a long res. They've got plenty of time to go for one more attempt on this Cash Out C. They're all here. They're ready to go for it. A glitch grenade goes off through that tiny little hole. They know they're there, but they're sticking it. Nobody's pushing them just yet. I think if they hold it, they're going to get the flip. What just happened? Nobody dived on that point. This Cash Out is ticking down, and Alliance just has to hold on for about 15 seconds.
Yeah, I don't know if you caught that. Emerald Apes also decided to come over just a little bit, maybe trying to poke, but ended up backing up. Overall, now Ape Squad going to make their attempt for this point. The third party going all the way down on Cash Out C. The fire is burning as these teams hold on for dear life. Alliance looking like they're going to secure this Cash Out. Great advantage for Alliance, winning 2 of those boxes. We still see on the other side, Emerald Apes going to clean up their box as well, not really being contested. And Fnatic going to still be in second place from those kills and everything going in their way for that first box.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting to see one team so far down there with only $1,000 to their name, Ape Squad. But they have a little bit of time to turn things around. This is still a, casual or a crazy mode where a plug and a steal or even a double could change everything up at this moment. But the vaults have spawned. Looks like Fnatic is able to grab this one. There is a setup over there on Cash Out B. They're wanting to intercept it, and that's exactly what they do. They bring one of them down. Krieger Blue Blue just dealing some intense damage. Now going on a bounce pad, wanting to chase the rest of Fnatic down, maybe intercept this vault. I think they're running directly for the vault. They don't want to go for the fight. Maybe this is the better play, but it will mean that they have to run quite a big distance before they get a plug. And a red barrel going off. Krieger Blue is in the middle of everything. This vault is intense. Everybody wants a little piece of this. Seems like they're about to make it, but he's going to run directly into the Emerald Apes. I think the Emerald Apes are about to grab that and get the plug, but no, the vault is going somewhere else.
Yeah.
I don't know what's happening, Sonsoyo.
Honestly, it's a very interesting circumstance. We have Alliance and Ape Squad wanting to double this point. Alliance wants to double it to secure their spot going into the next round, but Ape Squad needs this double to happen to have a great opportunity to make their run back. And it does eventually get doubled. Emerald Apes in control of this, don't want this doubled. It brings everyone towards them, but knowing that they can control the chaos as they're in control of this point is fantastic for them. Friggerboo going to be taking out Palma as Ape Squad kind of posturing up for this fight, but they have a lot of ground to make up because this double causes so much chaos. Alliance, one left. Fnatic is wiped, and it looks like Ape Squad is now going to try and take their fight up against Emerald Apes and see if they can make off this steal, but it's going to be very tricky. Emerald Apes is great at stalling. They know what to do, and during this time, we're going to see many teams spawn back in as Alliance gets back up and Fnatic almost back up themselves. They have one team to run through and one opportunity to force this point as they're on the box. Will they be able to hold it? The box falls right on top of him, and he drops it. Dome goes down, and they decide to back up just a little bit because everyone is back in-house.
Yeah, this is getting intense. We have just over 35 seconds left. Multiple teams are wanting to get on this point. It is held right now by the Emerald Apes, but they are not around. The steal is being attempted by Fnatic. All of them diving in there. The Dome Shield, the winch pulls them out of there. Now it looks like we have gas on the point. The Dome Shield's going down. The RPGs, all of the teams want a piece of this Ape Squad. The team in last trying to steal it at the very end. Somehow they have it. They're getting healed up. They have to hold on for about 10 seconds before it is theirs. They might be able to bring this from last to first. This is insane, but there goes the clock. No more attempts left. They have done it at the very end. Somehow the Ape Squad able to bring it up to the top.
Yeah, and that's cash out for you. Those second points being so integral. As we kind of spoke on a little bit earlier, Alliance winning 2 boxes puts them in a great position to force that double, secure their spot in these next 2 games in Heat 1. Now have a great opportunity to get those points alongside Ape Squad. But this is going to be a little bit of a marathon. We have short bursts of sprints going on in between this marathon. It's gonna be the people who have the most endurance who are ultimately going to take PHL. But this is only just Heat 1.
Yeah, I mean, the name of the game is endurance for sure. And I mean, Artie, you can expand on that.
Absolutely. I mean, one thing as well is that endurance is the name of the game, and for Alliance, they wanted to make sure that they're going to have the best partner in crime to be able to do that. That's why at the very end of it, Alliance figured that they could choose exactly who they wanted to donate that box to. That box was graciously donated to Ape Squad, given the fact that Emerald Apes, who were in control of it, they almost came through with having it stay under their toes. But Fnatic, they tried to dive in, and Alliance did not want that. Alliance said, hey, you know what? We would genuinely rather have Emerald Apes. And so they managed to make sure that there was absolutely no way Fnatic was getting that steal. Then, right at the very end, Ape Squad comes through, because that's going to be our box now. Sorry, Emerald Apes. And Alliance said, yeah, we'll do that. So it's going to be a very interesting setup when you consider the fact that Alliance had full control yet again. And Alliance had full control to say who their partners would be in the next best of 2. Now, of course, both of these teams will be playing in a final round format twice. Whoever wins each final round will earn exactly 1 point. The first team to win 5 points wins. So we're far from over here. There's going to be another chance to get everything else, but let's send it in to the next 2 maps here. Rio, Sonsoyo. Let's take a look at the map we're going to be in, and let's take a look at our very first, never mind. We're going to take a look at our very first final round format in a second. I guess, Sonsoyo, let's chat about it, where Ape Squad, they were granted that entry at the very end, but it was a tough road to get there.
Yeah, honestly, it was a very tough road. Going from last to first, I mean, that's just cash out for you. But Alliance, I do think you said it very well. Alliance had the opportunity to decide basically who they wanted in. And honestly, it's very tough with all these teams matching up, doing so well earlier in today's games. It's a very tough decision to make. And Alliance ultimately chose Ape Squad as the target to get into this round. It's going to be very interesting to see how this plays out as these points develop as well.
Absolutely. Well, without further ado, it's a best of two. No Zombie Citadel at Fortune Stadium. Rio, Sozoyo, take it away.
Thank
Yes,
you.
indeed. Nozomi Citadel, a very fun map with Ape Squad versus Alliance. This is going to be intense as both teams have spawned. Looks like Alliance got a little bit closer to the vault, but they haven't tapped it just yet. As I say that, one of them dives down there, but you can immediately see that they're wanting to stay on height advantage. They want to make this as difficult as they can for Ape Squad to advance close to them. And even look at this, they're throwing down goo. They want the ultimate height, Sonsoyo.
Yeah, and I do think Ape Squad's posturing up pretty well here. Just recognizes that Alliance has to make their way through them to get the plug. This is going to be the war of attrition as we see Palma throwing out the emote. Knows that we're just going to have to be waiting until this rotation happens. Someone's going to break here. Is it going to be Alliance pushing in for that plug? It looks like Carnifex going to be setting up a gateway to rotate his team all the way over to B. And this is a great opportunity for them. They get very close, and now Ape Squad has to fight their way towards Alliance to get this going. I'm going to make a gateway of their own as Alliance gets the plug.
And I think they're about to run into each other. They don't know that they're just a building away, just a wall separating them. Cash out has been started, but Manda running around with the RPG, going a little bit underneath it, throwing down that C4, gonna drop it almost immediately. Gonna go for it, wishing it into the corner, maybe go for a steal. Here we go, the engagement's kicking off, Dome Shield's going down, shotguns dealing a ton of damage, following it up with that RPG. The smoke has gone down in the area, and look at this, the heals going off as well, but they can't keep Palma alive. An immediate res brings him right back into it, and now there's only one person remaining on Ape Squad, and that's Manda, as the rest of Alliance are getting healed back up, and there is a team wipe.
Yeah, that was a decent fight from Ape Squad and great effort. Alliance just going to be a little bit too strong and held it down. They got a great res early on. Picks went both ways, but Krieger Blue also going to get picked off. And that's going to be 2 down for Ape Squad. Alliance getting a great reset, ultimately holding it down. And now Carnifex, pretty far away, going to be gatewaying back in. Not sure if that was a little bit of a spawn manipulation to make sure Ape Squad spawns as far as possible away. But gating right back in there, Ape Squad going to be ready to winch this box for a great steal opportunity. It rolls close to them, but an RPG comes out. It's not looking good. A heavy 1v1 goes the way of Alliance. And Krieger Blue going to be taken out, going for that reset, putting himself out there. Will it be worth it? It's not looking good for Ape Squad as they do get taken out. Palma, just dominant performance with that SA-12.
Yeah, he got all 3 kills, and I think that he even got all 3 kills in the last one, so he might be sitting at 6 kills, and his teammates might be at nothing. We'll see the scoreboard in just a second. No, he didn't. Okay, it looks like there was a nice mix from the teams, but all of them are popping off on Alliance right now, which really doesn't bode well for Ape Squad. They've got to figure something out, and soon. The vaults have been spawned. The teams are getting close to it. Again, though, Alliance has the height advantage, and this is what I'm talking about. Every approach that they're trying to make, they are just getting damage dealt to them, and Mr. Red Fox went down in that first fight. Now they're stuck in a stairwell, and look at this, a res immediately going off from Alliance, trying to heal them off. 2 people left. Manda, the only person remaining on Ape Squad, goes down after dealing a ton of damage from Carney.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't think Alliance is a team that you don't necessarily want to give a free vault fight to because they're so good at holding it down. All these teams know exactly how to make a proper defense, so vault fights becoming more and more important, especially as I've seen the comp meta form just becoming so important. And Alliance gonna get their plug, gonna set up their defense, looking out for that spawn on that right side, but Ape Squad coming right down the center of the map.
Yeah, and that's an interesting goo from Treason as well. I think it's just to block any bounce pad. Maybe somebody else has a better read on that than I do, but that's a very interesting goo formation. Haven't seen that just yet, but immediately we see that Krieger Blue tries to get some shots off, but look at this. They try and get a gateway over there, but Mr. Red Fox just deleted. That is going to make it so much harder for this team to get over there, but somehow they got the totem. Now they're going to get the res, get him back in there. They're going to have one more attempt. Surely a bounce pad, but Alliance wants to bring the pain. They've decided to dive directly into the Ape Squad. Carney went down in that first engagement. Bounce pad is right there in the middle. Dome shields as well, but the engagement is pulled off a little bit into the middle of this divide. We see that the barricades are being used really well, but there is a gateway as this fight is really drawing out.
Yeah, and we're going to be seeing chasing through the portal, breaking down. It looks like Treason gets taken out, but Red Fox as well. Manda really popping off right now. It's just going to be Carnifex versus Manda. Who will win? But Carnifex clutches out with the M11. The damage just so good on that weapon.
Oh, that's heartbreaking. It is just coming down so close, but the aggression from Alliance is unmatched. They dove, their comms are clear. They are working as a team, and it's going to be so difficult for Ape Squad to do anything in this situation. They're about to respawn back in, and if the spawn gods are kind, they might spawn close. But there's that goo again that I was talking about. They throw a glitch grenade over there to buy themselves a little bit of information. It's going to make that advance so difficult, and Mr. Red Fox goes down. They've got to hold on for just a few more seconds, and I don't think it matters as they're just hopping off. Treason wants to show off that he has no fear that Ape Squad is here, and it seems like it is all going to run down the clock for Alliance as they get that right there in a very convincing fashion.
Yeah, Alliance really showing their dominance in this 3v3. They've practiced this through and through. They are ready for any 3v3 coming their way. I did think that initial gate play was a little bit greedy. Carnifex getting taken out relatively early, but ultimately working out in the way of Alliance, and Carnifex clutched up for his team, making the crawl back from there, that one fight. But on the scoreboard, we see Alliance just dominating in that game. Coming down to, my opinion, those vault fights, having such a strong defense setup, I mean, it just shows. And Ape Squad's got to figure out a way to get those vault fights in their favor.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting having you here too, because you can kind of see through everything and be like, you have a really good read on your team, and that's interesting and really helpful to have you here, because I think you're right. And it seems like they had just a little bit of hesitation in those vault fights. They didn't know what to do to counter the aggression from Alliance, so maybe that's what they need to figure out first. But I just didn't really see any fight that they felt on top. That was my kind of big read from it as well, and that's a little bit scary. I mean, you just don't want to get in a situation where you just can't beat the other team. And also on the other side of things, Carney just popping off. Like, that was a masterful light player, and yeah, really kind of fun, honestly.
Yeah, popping off and clutching up there in that 1v1 against Manda. I mean, to your point, that the best fight Ape Squad had was when Alliance got a little bit too greedy on that gateway, pushing off that Mr. Red Fox pick, not necessarily knowing where the body was landing. I know their thought process there. Just that res came out, and ultimately a little bit greedy, but Carnifex really clutching up there.
Absolutely. And with that, we're going to be loading into Fortune Stadium, which, Mr. Sensoyo, I have a fortune for you. Real quick, it is, accept the thing you cannot change, and you will start to feel better. Take that for what it is. Maybe it means something to you, maybe not. I am just your fortune teller. But what I can't tell is who is going to take it away in this map on Fortune Stadium.
Yeah, an early RPG, but gets blocked by Manda. It looks like Palma's going to get winched in. He's low, but Treason now taking a little bit of front of the action. Does get taken out, but Manda is well going to be traded out. Mr. Red Fox is in a great position to take out Palma. It's not looking good for Alliance. We saw a dominant swap from Ape Squad from that last map, really taking it to Alliance on that fight, winning the vault tap.
And my biggest criticism just a second ago was saying I didn't see a single fight that they felt on top, and wow, it has changed immediately. Yeah, they heard me. They can read my brain apparently, and we got to talk about that because I didn't give them access. But The vault has been tapped by Ape Squad. They are looking good. They've got the height advantage. They are trying to spot out anybody from Alliance that they can and getting it ready to move it and get it plugged directly into Cash Out A. We see that Alliance is starting their approach as well, but the height advantage right now for all of them will make this so much more difficult for Alliance. So it looks like they're going maybe underneath it.
Yeah, Alliance gonna look to pad up and play aggressive. Will they be privy to this strategy? They do hear that an RPG comes out and Treason takes a big damage from that away from his health pool. That barricade being in favor of Manda right there. Treason, Alliance all looking relatively weak as Palma goes down. We do see Carnifex and Treason now going to be making their approach, but Treason going aggressive. It's just going to be Carnifex left. We've seen him clutch up before, but 3v1, I'm not sure if it's going to be looking good. Just going to be going back, waiting for those coins as Krieger goes aggressive on this fight.
Yeah, and it's really interesting, the shift, and I feel like Manda is like mad. I don't know why, but I just can kind of feel the energy because the aim has just switched. They just seem so much more aggressive. Manda's gotten a kill. Krieger Blue, he's always a masterful medium player, honestly running with the kill lead right now. This is quite an interesting one as Ape Squad are looking really good. This cash out is more than halfway there. Alliance is starting their approach, trying to build a little bit of a goo group for themselves. But Ape Squad are right there on top, ready to dive down at a moment's notice. The winch claw goes off from Alliance, but it did not pull it the way that they needed it. Oh, the debris, the finals, so many unique situations, but they got to do something right now, Sensoyo, if Alliance would steal this.
Yeah, luckily it did kind of put itself in that corner after that kickflip, but Mr. Red Fox using that M11 Carnifex using that M11, taking out Krieger and Red Fox, just to be Manda left. If anything, this is the player that you want left up, but the winch does not stall as the counter winch comes out and Alliance sneakily takes that box after that little mishap on that winch. Luckily, right up against that wall, sets up a great goo position to block line of sight, really forcing Manda down on that low ground, and Palma just knowing what to do, hits that winch, counters it as they get the steal.
Yeah, it's kind of a masterful counterplay. They did that perfectly. They knew how to get the flip right at the end, and they did just that. Now they're getting the height. They're getting the advantage. Fortune Stadium is incredibly unique in this manner, that there are so many levels and so many different engagements that you can get into. They're ready to go for it, and boy, these teams do not want to have a slow fight. Breaking through all of the walls, trying to get this cash out, hit this vault all the way over towards cash out B, and the engagement is still going on between these two buildings. Manda going through them, mantling up there. They have lost the vault, but is now going over to cash out C. Finally gets plugged. Alliance, though, make it there with taking a little bit of damage from Treason, but both teams are on the same level and are about to engage.
Yeah, and the fight breaks out relatively early. Manda gets a great RPG and a little bit of a flank, and that's going to end up in Treason's death. Going to be going towards the advantage towards Ape Squad. Will they be able to capitalize on this kill? The res looks like it's coming out from Alliance, and we see no motion towards the box. So a clean reset. Alliance going to be setting up a pad to defend this cash out, looking for Ape Squad as they winch this over. Going to be going for a pre-glitch. Will they get some value off of that? It doesn't look like they do. Threw it in the wrong window, but that drop comes out, stopping the steal as the heals from Carnifex. Both these teams posturing up, but Palma going in aggressively. Not much support coming out from Alliance, but we know how strong they are as individuals in picking off Ape Squad one by one.
Yeah, look at this healing meta too. They're just keeping everybody so healthy, and just the way that they stay close to each other as well. You can see that sometimes Carney goes off on his own, but the rest of the team stays right next to each other. They don't really leave any space, any room for anybody to kind of get caught out, and I think that that's a really good play. Interestingly enough, though, these scores are pretty close. These teams are both hitting hard. This is a way better performance from Ape Squad, but really they've got to do something right now. The time is ticking down, and if they don't do something, Alliance is going to take this and win this first best of two. Going through the gateway now, they have a dome shield in hand. Amanda decides to switch it out for the RPG. The goo is blocking their advance. They go down a floor and want to find any opening that they can, breaking a window, breaking anything, breaking the floor. Time is ticking down. It's going to be a last-second steal, and they winch it off the map. That is so incredibly cruel, but it's a way to play the game and ensures that there's no way that they could get a steal at the last second. Alliance takes Fortune Stadium.
Yeah, and that's going to be 2 points going for Alliance, and that might be a difference maker in these cash out rounds. It could change people's perspective on how they're going to be playing the next few cash out rounds. That's probably the most interesting part of this phase and heat system. But we saw, going back to that match, we saw Ape Squad adapting a little bit, going stronger and stronger as they go through the maps. But just being 2 games, it just wasn't enough time for them to adapt against Alliance. Alliance ultimately taking 2-0.
Yeah, that was a really fun one. I was hopeful. I was so hopeful for Ape Squad. I saw a different Ape Squad. But Artie, what did you see?
I saw a lot of Alliance taking control. I saw Ape Squad winning a few fights here and there, but Alliance is just able to come back from it and realize what's needed at any given time. Where you do have Ape Squad finding moments of greatness, finding a moment where they can get a few kills here and there, where they can get an early team fight, but as it always is with Alliance, they just win the fights that matter a little bit more often. Now, I'm also thinking on that second map when that very first cash out was in the hands of Ape Squad, and they had that top floor. What happened was Alliance came in, they winched it. It didn't even go where they needed it to go. But even just the fact that Alliance winched it out of that position, it felt like Ape Squad was just completely taken aback by that. I think that Ape Squad was kind of operating in a little bit of a vacuum where they had good set plays, but they completely forgot that there's another team on the map that's also doing things that they have to set those plays around. And so I think that's where Alliance just has one step up here. And I think that for Ape Squad, they need to realize that their plans need to extend a little bit further than what they see on the screen in front of them. Now, let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket. Let's see exactly where we're at the moment to see who is leading the charge. It's going to be Alliance leading the charge, of course, winning both of those games in the best of 2. Alliance with 2 points. Now, every other team still has a chance to take this. Of course, it is going to be the first team to 5 points to take it away. So for Alliance, they still need to win another cash out, another 2 sets, and then they still need to qualify at another cash out. We have at the very least 2 more cash outs to go, and it could be way more if Alliance does not qualify up in the next one. So, Rio and Sonsoyo, let's talk about cash out yet again. Because Emerald Apes started off in such a fantastic spot in that last cash out game. And unfortunately, it was taken away from them when they lost at just the absolute worst possible timing when it came down to the double and then the third and fourth parties. So, Rio, I want to ask you, do you think that Emerald Apes has the opportunity to reset a little bit more into this next cash out?
Yeah, I think that they do. And what's going to be really interesting now is the fact that all eyes are on Alliance. And I know that this is part of what Jerry was been trying to figure out is how does that look? What's going to happen now that we have one team that basically all of the other teams want to stop them progressing on their getting points? So, are we going to see griefing? Are we going to see people being manipulated towards just griefing Alliance out, putting somebody in like Emerald Apes? And I just don't know. This is where the format gets really interesting, kind of really heats up because there's so many unknowns. And what's going to be really fun too is when we go through the second cash out match, comparing it to our first one. Are there changes? Are there developments? Are there different changes, ways that these teams are playing? Or is this going to be the same thing played out over and over again? And this is just Alliance's game. I don't know, but there's a lot that we're going to be able to find out shortly.
Yeah, I mean, Sonsoyo, do you think that there's a chance that maybe either Emerald Apes or Fnatic can come in here and start to undermine what it is that Alliance has been doing? I mean, Alliance had full control at the end of that last cash out. Do you think that's going to happen again?
I think as we progress in these cash out games, they're going to get more and more chaotic, especially now that Alliance has 2 points. I believe that Emerald Apes and Fanatics are fantastic at cash out as well. So them being one of more stronger teams on cash out, it's going to be more shaking up as we move away from those clean 3v3s as I'm predicting, and a little bit more third partying behavior going on in the middle and start of the match as opposed towards the end. I think we're going to see a lot more chaos early on in these cash outs as opposed to just strictly the end, as we saw in that first cash out. I think Alliance really thrives in those 3v3s when it comes to cash out and these final rounds. I think that's their bread and butter, but the chaos is maybe going to tip them over just a little bit too much, and we'll see how these matchups go and how Heat 2 ends up going in this first 12-man.
Absolutely. We're going to be going into the 12s very soon here for Heat 2. And chat, what do you think so far? Chat, I want to hear from you guys. I'm seeing a lot of green. I am seeing a lot of green. Not seeing a lot of that orange. Not seeing a lot of that ape squad. But no more monkey business. We're about to jump into Fortune Stadium. Rio and Sonsoya. We're in Heat 2 now. Take us away.
Rio, I think you're going to be doing a lot of fortune telling. I think we're going to see a lot.
I
of
know.
I know. A lot of them.
I do. I got 350 and a little bit of spoiler. If you come find me at DreamHack, I will give you your fortune. So with that, random chat member, you know what? This one's for you, Burrita, our production manager. Burrita, prepare for the unexpected and you'll be unstoppable. I think that's actually pretty fitting for you. But with that, everybody, we have loaded into another fun match on Fortune Stadium. Teams are here. The engagements are about to kick off. Vault 1 has been spawned and tapped by Ape Squad. Let's see where it goes from here.
Yeah, and I do think we have the names just a little bit mixed up on the overlays currently, but stick with us. We're going to be going into this match. We have Emerald Apes getting the first tap on to Vault 1 as Fnatic now sitting up on this high ground, holding them down. On the other side of the map, it's not looking too good for Alliance. But we're going to get a clean and quick rotation, maybe coming out from Donkridge, rotating towards A. And this is a very good point, but they didn't even have a fight with Ape Squad quite yet. And this fight is going to now just be breaking out right here as we see Krieger Blue going to get winched in from Mauser. And a little bit of calm in the storm happening. But the fight breaking out, that M11 dealing a lot of damage. Rio, take it away. Red Fox being taken out.
Yeah, there was just a moment of breath you had there, but the engagement just continues from there. Manda very low. Nice winch claw pulls him out, and surely he can't survive from that engagement. And sadly, it does go down. We're now going to turn our attention towards Fnatic, which this is rocking the pike. I love the switch up from Nagos. That is a nice little change up, especially on this map. I love the scope as well, that new one that was added this season. Taking some shots off as well, getting some nice distance. That is what the pike is great for. He's got that goo wall to build him a little bit of fortification, but that is the finals because it comes crumbling down, but immediately he's got a second one to bring it right back up. He needs to get some shots off and go with his team, but sadly he pulls off and went down in that first fight. It looks like another one went down. Fnatic struggling a little bit in this first fight.
Yeah, and now Ape Squad going to be making their approach over on this point. As we said, kind of in that pregame lobby, the third party and Chaos is going to be coming out a little bit more as we see Alliance break away with that 2-point lead. Alliance, though, still in control of this box, taking it for their own. And a little bit of calm waiting. I think both teams are just waiting for this third party, but they do get found. Treason gets an early shot off, but ends up backing up. It looks like Red Fox is now in the eyes of Treason as another calm. It bursts, sprint, calm, it seems like.
Yeah, it's like 4th of July. We've got a lot of explosions followed by a few seconds of breath. But steal is being attempted right now. Only one person remaining from Alliance and Fnatic are here. They do get the flip on it, so this is going to be real interesting as both teams is dealing a lot of damage. Alliance went down. Fnatic, yeah, I'm sorry, I think we turned, and now Ape Squad were able to get that. Cameras are hard in the finals sometimes, but what I can tell you is that Ape Squad just got some cash to their name, and the Emerald Apes as well. Are we about to see an ape versus ape battle, Sonsoya?
I mean, this is still very early in this cash out game. We have a long way to go. As I said earlier on that Sis Horizon 12-man, the first box is a great advantage, but this isn't the game-defining cash out. This is what we're going to be seeing in this next vault fight and cash out situation. We do see Ape Squad posturing up for this box. Gateway hitting right on that edge, not going to be an easy plug, but Emerald Apes on the other side of the map do get a plug of their own. looking pretty uncontested, and it's going to be very tough to see Ape Squad make their rotation all the way over to the other side of the map because Fnatic's over there, and now they're about to run into Alliance as well. Can they make their way over there, or will they be third-partied?
It's interesting to point out right now, we still have a lot of time left, but take a look at who is at the bottom, and that would be Alliance, the team that took it and got the first 2 points. Vault 4 being chucked around. I think he was trying to make it towards Cash Out D, but maybe got a little bit intercepted there. One interesting note that I want to just point out real quick is the amount of people running goo as well. It is just an impressive leap. The amount of people that have brought that goo grenade into this map, it seems like it's really increasing every day in the finals. They're going to take the zip line. Alliance wants to find anything, wants to find a little bit of cash, get a little kills to their name, some goo slowing them down. Just like I was saying, everybody's rocking that goo grenade. Engagement going off. Mr. Red Fox goes down. Alliance taking some damage as Carney is one of the only remaining people in Treason surviving on just a sliver.
Yeah, and because that box was thrown away, the pace of this game just so much more dramatic. Because this box will mean a lot right here, right now, that the Emerald Apes are in control of. 1 minute left as Treason and Alliance going to be taken out from Ape Squad. And Ape Squad going to be making their approach towards Emerald Apes, going to try and sneak this box away from them. It's not going to be easy, though, because Emerald Apes sitting up right above this cash out, waiting for them to take it. The great idea to shoot that C4. Going to look for a winch, potentially bringing this inside or towards that gateway, that door. And now we're going to see a drop. Winching, Mauser winching. Manda is going to be taking him down to half HP. We're going to see a big fight breaking out as Manda gets taken out by that shack from Mauser. And going to be looking for that rotate. It's going to be 2 up from Apes, both Apes team, as Emerald Apes gets the advantage.
Yeah, Emerald Apes are playing the kite game perfectly here. They've stayed in it. They've kept more than one person up for most of that engagement. And then Mauser comes around, dealing that lethal final headshot. They're going to get the res on their teammates and get a little bit of cash to their name. Emerald Apes sitting pretty at 32K. The engagement on the side of here with Fnatic is getting intense as Alliance are trying to get a little bit of cash to their name, get a few kills in the mix. But Ranky getting a nice long res from his teammates, but immediately Alliance pushes in there. The winch claws go down, and there goes Fnatic on another wipe. Maybe this is where Alliance starts to turn the tide.
Yeah, and Alliance will end up getting this steal. That's going to be pretty good for them, bringing them back in this game. But over on the other side of the map, Emerald Apes and Ape Squad going to be fighting yet again for Vault 5. Emerald Apes in a great position to kind of brief in whoever they want. But this could all change in the matter of that last box plugging in. We will see Emerald Apes get control of this. And Manda going to be winched out of that gateway, going to be taken out. And the Shack 50 going to now force a reload. Not enough bullets in the chamber. As you see, Nuwalk going to be taken out. It's not looking good for Emerald Apes. They will be taken out, would be my prediction from Ape Squad. And now Ape Squad's in control of Cash Out A.
Yeah, finally, a little bit of wavering on the Emerald Apes. And it seems like the other Apes are going to get the flip on this. Vault 6 has been spawned pretty close towards Fnatic as well. They're going to be right on top of that, ready with a gateway as well to bring this over towards the other Cash Out B. Cash Out B is a great cash out. Several opportunities to really drop and manipulate that cash out. So it'll be interesting for whoever plugs that. Right now, it is definitely looking like Fnatic will be the team to do just that. The other side of things, Ape Squad seems pretty uncontested as the cash out is just running down for them. Multiple teams here, though, are very interested in this vault. Somehow, though, if you look at the scoreboard, Alliance has found their way back up into second place. The Vault 6 has been popped, but immediately Alliance is here. Sadly, they are going to go down, and that is a wipe from Alliance. I'm not sure what has happened there, but Fnatic immediately gets cut out again by the Emerald Apes. It is still going down. Only one person remaining on the Emerald Apes side as Fnatic are continuing to get some massive kills. Really important timing as well.
Yeah, I think Emerald Apes is in an okay position right here. Even if Fnatic does get this plug, it's going to end up being a little bit of a three-way kill race going towards the end of this lobby. So Emerald Apes in a great position to win it just based off of these final few kills, because Ape Squad uncontested on the other side of the map. It's going to come down to the kills is my prediction and this final box.
Yeah, I mean, look at the scores on the side. Most of the from second to fourth, it's only about $1,000 differences between them. Yeah, sure, Ape Squad's probably about to get a cash out, but still, this is a very close match. And honestly, I'm not sure why everybody is wanting to go for A right now. Alliance right on top of it. The cash out does drop down. They are able to hold on and kite this Ape Squad, get that cash out. Also, a wipe on Alliance, sending them down into fourth place. But immediately, the engagement just continues here as they try and get out of it. But Ape Squad get caught out by Emerald Apes, and now there's only one person remaining on them. Krieger Blue goes into the stairwell, forced to go into hiding, wait for his teammates to coin back in. I think we should turn our attention towards the other cash out, because I think that Fnatic are about to hit it.
Yeah, and Emerald Apes wants this wipe on Ape Squad. They want to get the advantage going in from that wipe penalty, but they're going to have to probably cut their losses and go for some extra kills on the other side of the map. But Alliance going to be winching this box over, going to be posturing up for a steal. I do like this play, but it's still pretty out in the open. They're going to be holding on for it for dear life. It looks relatively bad for them as they get taken out and wiped from the game. Fnatic, it's going to be coming down to the wire. I don't think they have enough for this final situation here. It looks like it's going to be an ape versus apes in this next game.
Oh, not even $1,000 difference, or actually just a little over that. But boy, that did come down to it. This is an interesting, really interesting observation, because Alliance, they got nowhere. The team that just made it through the first heat just completely annihilated on this second one. I wasn't sure if this was just small mistakes from Alliance, or did you, Sensoyo, feel that the teams were kind of pushing them out? What were your thoughts?
I think it really came out to the pacing of that game. I know I've been saying it time and time again. As these teams get their way up in those points, Alliance really dominant in those 3v3s, but as soon as the chaos ensues, it can be very tough for them to find their grounding. I think they're fantastic at finding off those off angles, getting those picks, but because sometimes they spread out and play a little bit split, it can be difficult in a very chaotic moment, as we saw on that first cash out. We saw a third-party breakout, not in their necessary favor, but overall, that second box shooting so staggered. Artie, what do you think?
I think that, honestly, given the fact that Alliance did not make it through towards the very end there, we're in for a long haul, right? I think that we're in for a long haul. But I mean, going back to the actual game itself, I think that for Ape Squad, this is the moment of redemption where they can actually prove that they can hold their own in that final round. And like I said before, when we were watching the last set of final round format, they were making a lot of decisions that were sort of in a vacuum. I think that they've proved that they're better than that this time around. Looking at some of the engagements that they had, I mean, every single fight that Ape Squad was able to take felt a lot more opportunistic this time around.
Yeah, and I do think Ape Squad really thrives in chaos when it comes to cash out, whereas the other three teams like taking their clean 3v3s as kind of their bread and butter, but the chaos is really where Ape Squad thrives for 12 mans.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Rio, this felt like a completely different set of cash out than in Heat 1, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it felt different, and I think you kind of nailed it, because this is going to be a long day. This is definitely some really weird macro strategies that's happening within 4 teams. Like this feels like its own bracket of like 16 teams, but no, it's just 4 teams, and we're going to be going through it, and it is going to change every cash out match. I'm a little bit speechless, because I know that I got to save my words, basically, because we're going to have a lot of them said today.
100%. And we're going to have a lot of words to say about Ape Squad coming to this, because it's going to be Ape Squad versus Emerald Apes in the top 2 here for Heat 2. So, again, nobody is at the stakes to win it just yet. Nobody is quite in the running for that victory. But instead, there is a chance here that Ape Squad can actually claw back a little bit of lost honor from that first one and actually start to tie up with Alliance. Either of these teams can do it. Emerald Apes can do it as well. Time will tell. We're going to Sis Horizon, Rio, and Sansoyo for the first set of final round in Heat 2.
Here we go on Sis Horizon. as well.
Yes.
No fortunes coming from Rio today. We'll see. We're going to be going to Sis Horizon as well as Monaco in these best of twos. As we run in, we do get started here on Vault 1 out in the courtyard.
And it is a battle of the apes. You know what, chat? I want to know, is it OG Ape Squad or Emerald Apes? Who is going to take this engagement? As both teams are definitely ready and primed to go at it. Nice little bounce pad there to turn the battle, but it doesn't look like it went that well for Ape Squad because I turned for half a second and all three of them just went down. Donk Rage seemed to have gotten 2 kills in there, and Mauser getting the final one. But look at all the assists as well. All 3 of them were there, all 3 of them dealing fire down on Ape Squad. And boy, if that first engagement is anything to go off of, Ape Squad need to kind of find a better plan.
Yeah, Emerald Apes, great at playing aggressive. They know what angles to take. They had a great advantage on that positioning there. We're able to just go straight in and win that vault fight. Their defense is going to be even stronger. Ape Squad's got a long road ahead of them to take this fight as they go in towards this museum.
Interesting right now, Ape Squad is kind of split up. Maybe it's just Mr. Red Fox trying to find a flank on them. It's not really working out for them because there goes Manda, just chased down by Mauser, and there's the aggression from the Emerald Apes. They want to get the next kill and the third one, and surely they do. Looks like 2 of them went down in that, but Donk Rage is there to deal the pain right back at him.
Yeah, and it went down to the wire a little bit, but in the end, 2 up for Emerald Apes, going to be able to clean house and bait that final kill out from Ape Squad. Ape Squad taking their white and only 45 seconds into this cash out. Great setup from Emerald Apes, but it's a little bit close to that wall, but there's nowhere to winch it to because that is on the high ground. There's going to be a little bit of a half wall blocking that approach and blocking that winch in. And look at this, some early damage coming out from Emerald Apes, going to be almost taking out Red Fox. But that heal gun going to reset the light, and now we're going to be going into a little bit of a breakout on this fight as we see the damage coming out. Shots going back from Ape Squad onto Emerald Apes.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a slowdown, but if you see what's happening right now, the cash out is in the middle of this street. They do get a winch claw on it, but it only pulls it out further into the middle. Krieger Blue, though, is going on a nice little wraparound. I think he's coming right behind him. Sadly, that didn't work out as well as he wanted it to, and they are now on the chase. He gets winch clawed, immediately pulled in there, and sadly, Krieger Blue goes down. It's going to make it that much harder for Ape Squad to find any more kills here. They're going for the engagement. They're trying to back him up. There is Mauser getting a second, and it looks like a third one by Nuok went down as well. Emerald Apes looking very strong so far.
Yeah, and in these 2 matches, Emerald Apes going to take that first cash. Going to almost get their way for this point. Only 1 more for them needed to get that 1 point. But Ape Squad, I know they have time to adapt even in this match. They got to win this vault fight to get a strong defense. We saw how strong Emerald Apes' defense was, their setup and everything. So it's going to be a tough road for Ape Squad as they lose Mr. Red Fox early on. And Mauser going in with that shack. That's going to be a great damage coming out and support coming in. But Mauser going to be taken out on Emerald Apes. And Donk Ridge almost taken out as well. Nuok going out and putting his life on the line for that res as Mauser gets back up. Great heals from Donk Ridge right there, resetting Nuok again.
Genuinely kept his teammates alive. I thought that was about to turn everything, but those clutch heals from the Infuser come out. And Donk Rage really looking like a star player in this map. They're going to take control, and the Emerald Apes will bring this vault over towards the cash out and get things started. Yeah, look at the kills right now. Mauser somehow the kill leader, but the rest of them have a ton of assists. And I pointed that out earlier, but they are playing as a very cohesive unit. Now they've manipulated this cash out and brought it out into this street. They're going to get the height advantage for themselves. The other Ape Squad have spawned back in, but look at this. This is where the height advantage makes it so important because they dealt a little bit of damage, but that healing beam brings it right back up. Now both teams on the same level. The engagement starts as the Emerald Apes are pushed away into that stairwell, which can be deadly, but they decide to get the hell out of there. Go for the engagement on the other Ape squad, pushing directly into them. The F-Car is dealing a ton of damage, but not enough. Krieger Blue going now for a res, healing his teammates up, trying to get them in this. Donkrage being the last person remaining, keeping his teammates nice and healthy. This is looking good for Ape Squad, but things have slowed down for just a moment, Sonsoyo.
Yeah, and both teams had fantastic mid-fight resets. The heals coming out from both teams, as well as that res coming out from Ape Squad. Fantastic fight, and it's still not going to be over because this body is going to be up for contention as Ape Squad decides to go for the flip. They're going to let Emerald Apes have that body, and only a minute left on this cash out, but it looks like Emerald Apes up on the high ground in a great position to hold and push this box, but they still have to find Ape Squad.
That's exactly what's happening right now. They just can't find them. They're looking every corner. It is like when you can't find your keys at the most critical moment, but instead explosions are going off as well. Donkrage trying to find anybody out. Does deal a little bit of damage from that 93R. Going on chase now. Both of them have the dash, so they're able to kind of get out of there, but goes into a corner, and Mr. Red Fox goes down. This might be the turning point, as it seems like Ape Squad are losing their footing, and the Emerald Apes are here. Only Krieger Blue remains. He's going to go for a dive on it, but the rest of them are there. He does stall for just half a second, but I don't think it's enough. And the Emerald Apes will take the flip, take the map, and bring us in to map number 2.
Yeah, that's going to be Emerald Apes earning 1 point in this heat. And that's going to be great for them, securing at least 1 point going into this. And Monaco, going to be a little bit of a change up, and we're going to see how these teams can adapt from this mid to close range fight on Sis Horizon, going more towards these head glitchy poke fights that are going to break out on Monaco. It's going to be a war of attrition. I've seen it time and time again on Monaco, and these fights can be extremely slow.
Yeah, I fully expect that. Especially, it's not, I don't want to say that there's a lot at stake here because we have a long road to go, but every team is taking this very seriously. So I expect to see a slowdown in this next one. Somebody wants to find the advantage, and with Monaco, it's just such a rooftop battle, slow down, go for one pick. And as soon as we see that pick, though, we'll see an explosion. We'll see the explosions of chaos, the little flashpoints that we've been seeing all day. And yeah, I don't know though. From that first engagement, Emerald Apes seem to be the stronger apes. And I don't know, did you think that? Or do you think that the other ape squad just need to kind of figure things out?
I think Ape Squad needs to figure just a little bit at things out. And because of this change up, maybe they have a little bit more advantage on this range map. But like I was kind of saying in the previous cash out, they thrive in the chaos. And I mean, Emerald Apes just have such clean defenses. I think we need to see a vault fight win go in the way of Ape Squad so they can lock it down. They have decent rotations. They make their way around the box, but just small mistakes just snowballing when they were on that defense after that steal just allowed Emerald Apes to just take that fight back. We saw Red Fox make their way running away from Donkrage, not wanting to fight a 1v1, surprisingly, was kind of costing that fight and snowballed it in the favor of Emerald Apes. Going on to Monaco, we'll see how these teams adapt to the change in playstyle that we might see.
Absolutely. The teams have spawned in. They are ready to go for this engagement. The drip as well is pretty drippy. Gotta say, those Ape Squad packs looking pretty cool. But back to the actual fights going on. Vault 1 has been tapped. Nuuk with the goo in his hands, and Mauser with C4. They go to the rooftops as expected. One of them on Cathedral. Ape Squad is on the Cathedral. Have a little bit of height advantage, but it is always fun to see the LH1 brought back in here, and what could we ask for a better map to see that on? Vault 1 now being moved over towards Cash Out B. Cash Out B is a very open cash out, so the team that holds height here will be able to hold this cash out.
Yeah, and this LH1, Donkrage knows exactly how to use this weapon, knows exactly when to pull it out, and this is the kind of map that you want to see it on. His shot is actually insane with this weapon. Gonna be looking for a little bit of a reposition as Red Fox does get taken out from Nuuk, and Nuuk kind of flexing into that medium role, doing very well right now, but it's not looking good for Ape Squad. Man, the last one left, just gonna RPG himself, get that reset. Emerald Apes yet again in a great position to hold on to this point. The defense is so clutch for them. Ape Squad, like I said, needs to find a way to get a hold of these vault fights and get a grip on this cash out. It'll be very tough to take.
Yeah, and I was going to point that out as well. Just the defensive side of Emerald Apes seems so strong. Not only that, but how quickly they can turn and set up those defenses. But enough about that. It looks like the Ape Squad have had a really kind respawn, and they are very close. This engagement is about to kick off. The rooftop battle goes on, but surely they're going to go for a push. We see a Chuck healing infuser there as well. Bringing that out, it's nice for these rooftops because they can heal each other up, stay really close to each other, and also throw that ball if they need to. That's exactly what they just did. They brought that ball down with them, now doing it off. But remember, the height is going to make this incredibly hard to go for the steal. There is the dome shield. Surely they can't hold it. They did. No, they didn't get a flip, but it seemed like they were about to. It is all down to now Mr. Red Fox as he goes down as well. Emerald Apes are going to get this first cash out.
Yeah, and Emerald Apes, it looked a little scary for them on that take. We saw Ape Squad set up a great goo, stealing out in the middle of nowhere. Mauser felt the pressure, had to go in, and as they did, they just drew out and triangulated right on top of the defending Ape Squad from the angles, and were able to just hold it down. Mauser getting that stop, critical stop as well, because he would have been taken out if it weren't for Nuwalk and Donkridge on the off angle.
Yeah, exactly. And with one cash out going their way, I have a feeling that the aggression might not even come out anymore. They just want to kind of play this. It's pretty typical of a Monaco, where the winning team or the team on top tries to just slow things down to tight it and make sure that the other Ape Squad makes the mistakes. And look at this damage just going off from Donkrage. He's able to get a lot of shots off, but I think they're able to just heal him right back up because Krieger Blue is rocking that healing beam. But Vault 2 hasn't even been tapped. The bounce pad instead goes directly towards Ape Squad. They want to go for this engagement. Mauser took a lot of damage on it, that approach, and two of them go down. It's all on Donkrage, as it seems like the other Ape Squad finally have come out on top.
Yeah, and this might be exactly what they need, but they need to get this vault going because 19 seconds left for Emerald Ace to coin back in. They need to rotate this box, and it's not going to be, honestly, they're still gonna have to fight yet another day because it's all the way on the other side of the map, and they have to fight through Emerald Apes for this coin. Maybe that gateway brings them right into A. Still close, but Donkridge set up on this high ground, gonna make it very difficult for them to rotate in.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they bring this over here. I think that they did get it. They're about to get a... No, they're not in control. That vault is still way the heck over there. Everybody, though, is at cash out A. The engagement is about to kick off, as it seems like the Ape Squad are tunneling down into this building. They want to stay in there, but the winch going off from Mauser pulls him out. The goo stalls him for just a second, but there goes Mr. Krieger Blue as the healings are going off, and it seems like Mr. Red Fox is the only person remaining. He's in that stairwell, gets a few shots off, but immediately brought right back down. This is interesting because the Emerald Apes now have control, and they're going to be able to get that vault and get the plug and set up their defenses. And we just talked about that, but their defense is pretty damn strong.
Yeah, and we're going to see how they want to winch this box out, or if they're just going to be playing at this drop. I think they did try and winch it out of that doorway. Can be a little bit tricky to get that all the way out. Ended up being stuck halfway in, halfway out. And I think this drop, when it does happen, that box will roll straight out of there. But now Mauser going to hit a big RPG on Mr. Red Fox and be taking him out early on. Spawn trapping Ape Squad. It's going to be very hard to make their way up this mountain, seemingly, as Emerald Apes closing in on this high ground on top of this roof. Mr. Red Fox taking a lot of damage, looking for a pad RPG. Will they get a lot of value because they need something to happen to swing this fight in their favor? Mauser may be almost getting taken out, but does get healed back up, and everything's breaking out. The heal's going off. Everybody's getting reset, but a minute left on this cash, so they still have plenty of time as Emerald Apes posturing back up a little bit on this high ground, looking for an escape gateway. Donkridge 1 HP, but no, his team does not make it up onto this high ground, and they're in a bad position right now.
Yeah, this is insane. Everybody is healing each other up, keeping each other healthy, going in and out of engagements. Finally, somebody goes down, but it seems like the Emerald Apes have the high ground here. Manda, the only person remaining on Ape Squad, and he just got spotted out. And I don't know if they're going to have enough time after their respawn timer runs out. And it's not looking good for Ape Squad, Sonsoyo. I hate to say it, but at the same time, you can still celebrate because the Emerald Apes, they're looking pretty good.
Yeah, both Emerald Apes looking very, very strong right now. Very oppressive in this Monaco game. Hasn't skipped a beat from Sis Horizon and Ape Squad. Yeah, like you said, no time left. Going to be doing everything up. Sitting on top of this cash out. Now they're going to be looking down at his feet and looking for a suicide RPG potentially to try and take him out. But they get on it. I don't think it's in time, even if they were able to stick that. But Donkridge going to be hitting a little twirl, a little ballet dance, and showing his stardom.
Yep, showing his stardom. I mean, if there's a time to show off, it's definitely now. I am just going to be blunt with you. I didn't expect it to be so one-sided from the Apes. I really felt like this was going to be some of the closer matches that we would see all day, and so this is a little surprising to me. And it feels I feel a little like sad making this analysis or making this observation because of who you are, Sunsoyo. But still, I think it's accurate.
Yeah, I mean, if you just take a look at the scoreboard, both scoreboards, both results, Emerald Apes really just showing out in this game right here. But as we've seen before with Alliance, this is not over. And maybe this puts a little bit of a target on Emerald Apes back alongside Alliance in this next cash out game. Artie, what do you think?
You took the words right out of my mouth, Sonsoyo, where this actually does show that Emerald Apes have some teeth that they can use. Now, one thing that I'd like to say is that I think that the star of the show is in the underdog, and that underdog being an under ape. Unfortunately for Ape Squad, this is 4 final rounds in a row where they didn't show up. And as much as I don't like to point out the donuts, sometimes somebody has to say it. But I think that for Ape Squad, they need to sort of really set into the notion that their pacing is great for cash out, but that when they don't have that crutch available to them, it really shows. And so I think that for Ape Squad, if they're able to make it through yet again into another set of into the next cash out, into the next set of final rounds, they need to know what it is that needs to be focused on. And so Sonsoyo, as somebody that has spent time coaching them, what do you think it is that Ape Squad needs to focus on?
I think it's a little bit of their positioning. We see how they play. Kriegerboo getting caught a little bit too far away from his team. But overall, they're just letting these free plugs over and over again. Alliance getting a free early plugs a few times in that first heat. And on the second heat as well, Emerald Apes getting free plugs as well. And it's really causing their downfall because it's so hard in this game to make those offensive plays and swing that fight around and steal away from a strong defensive team, as every one of these teams are.
Absolutely, but now the stakes start to get a little bit more cooked. We're approaching the rare category now as things start to heat up, because heading into Heat 3, this is where teams can possibly find themselves at match or heat point, where we do have at the very least 2 more heats remaining, which means we are potentially halfway done, or potentially not even there yet at all, because we still have a dark horse that we haven't seen yet with Fnatic. Fnatic has not yet made it into a final round, and so this next one could be the case where it's Alliance and Fnatic, and if that happens, well, we could get a case where Alliance, if they win 2, they're going to be on heat point. If it's Fnatic and they win 2, nobody's made any progress. And if we get what I'm really hoping for, which is Ape Squad versus Fnatic, we could just see another team finally make it to where, hey, we're just getting rid of the donuts. Eventually, everyone's going to have points. But either way, we're jumping into the next cash out. It's Heat 3, it's Bernal, and it's Rio and Sonsoyo to take you into the action.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Artie, for breaking that down. We are here on beautiful Bernal, and I think that, as Artie said, the stakes are crazy. This could turn into Emerald Apes versus Alliance. It could turn into anything. One thing to just kind of watch for the doubles, watch for the third teamings, watch for who is doing that, because this is where it really starts to get exciting, because I don't know who's going to do what, if there's going to be any bit of teaming, any bit of anything going on. So with that said, all the teams are ready. The vaults have spawned. The engagements are about to kick off. Take it away, Sonsoyo.
Yeah, and as we've kind of seen in the previous match, these matches in cash outs get a lot more chaotic, but with 2 teams with 2 points, maybe things even out a little bit and we see a little bit more you know, suit and tie kind of gameplay, right? Everything's a little bit more buttoned up. Maybe we'll see a little bit more 3v3s in these fights as we go into this first vault fight. It's going to be Fnatic and Alliance facing off, and some great damage coming out from the Rain Key and those Deagles, but everybody taking huge damage as Nagiri getting taken out on the side of Fnatic, but the shots going back. Treason also going down, but last one back up. Rain Key finds the resurrection for their team. Gonna be breaking out 2v2 right now, going down to the wire. Rain Key gonna be taken out, and Alliance ultimately winning Vault 1.
Yeah, that was a really close engagement with Fnatic, and it seems like on the other side of things, Emerald Apes are dueling it out with the other apes. Engagement is going off, some explosions going down. Manda being the only remaining person, and now Manda joining the rest of his team as they have been wiped. Bowser's going to get the long res. They're going to get control of the vault. They don't even need that because they're in control of the cash out. Cash out is running down. Alliance on the other side of things has gotten control of the vault, plugged it into that cash out, and Fnatic are ready to make their advance onto them. Looks like they have a lot of height as well, and they're coming in almost below it. This is a good opportunity to drop it, or they're going to put a bounce pad down and try and go on top. Right now, they're trying to figure out their strategy, figure out where everybody is, deal a little bit of damage, and then regroup. But here's Alliance. They want to just counter this aggression as Palma just drops down on them. Took a lot of damage in that fight, but there, the winch claws going off. Palma gets an elbow, but returns on Nagiri, gets a kill, and sadly, he's the only person remaining who's going to take it. Nagiri gets the kill, and they've gotten a wipe on Alliance. Gonna get the flip as well.
Yeah, that light 1v1 going the way of Fnatic. Huge clutch up from Nagiri, and gonna be taking that. But on the other side of the map, we see a little bit of a chase down happening as Krieger Blue tries to make his escape away from this box. But Emerald Apes don't need to really do much. All they need is to sit back, defend this box. There's only less than 30 seconds left on this cash out, but we see Red Fox to be taken down, and Krieger Blue as well. It's just gonna be Manda yet again. These 3v3s proving a little bit difficult for Ape Squad. They need a little bit more chaos in this map to maybe make their approach and make their callback. But on the other side, still plenty of time over on Cash Out B.
Cash Out B right now in the hands of Fnatic. They have a little bit of a height advantage, but all of Alliance have now gone to the rooftop as well. Engagement is about to kick off. The 93R dealing some good damage, brings Palma down. And in a blink of an eye, Nagos as well got 2 kills. So immediately brought down all of Alliance. And I don't know, it's looking like Fnatic might be a really strong contender for taking us into the next round.
Yeah, Fnatic's comp right now, especially with Rain Key on the Deagles, it's going to be very good for these head glitches on Bernal. As soon as things kind of close in, you're going to have to use that winch headshots to swing those fights in your favor, because that mid-range and close range can be very difficult for those Deagles if you aren't able to hit that winch. But Ape Squad sitting pretty on the cash out. That Emerald Apes touch and packed up. But they're going to have a big rotation in store for them as the cash outs are on the other side of the map. Alliance going to take some big damage, though, against Fnatic.
Alliance seems to be really taking a lot of damage from every engagement they get into. But wow, look at this. It seems like they tried to go for it, but Ape Squad immediately get called out, and Krieger Blue goes down. They're trying to regroup right now. The vault is about to still be plugged by the Emerald Apes. This is a good turn for them because the Emerald Apes now have height advantage. Donk Rage going up top as well. He's got great little sight lines there. I would be really interested to see who wants to go against the Emerald Apes, but it seems like it is the other Ape Squad. They are on top of each other, flipping things around. We see that it looks like Fnatic has gotten the plugs on this cash out as well. So right now, Emerald Apes and Fnatic looking like the strongest teams in Bernal.
Yeah, and I've seen this cash out configuration time and time again. I know all of you out there playing ranked, playing World Tour have seen this. It's very chaotic on cash out C. A lot of times that is the third party, but we're going to see a little bit of a flip on the script right here as Alliance makes their approach towards D alongside Ape Squad, and everything is going to be going down to the chaos right here as Alliance sneaks their way in. Going to be jumping back up to this high ground. Mao is going to be taken out. Manda and Red Fox will be taken out by Treason, and everything breaks out not looking good for Emerald Apes or Ape Squad right now because Alliance swooping in with this third party and going in for the steal. Lots of goo set up, and it's looking pretty set in stone of them getting that in their favor.
Yeah, now Alliance has to hold on to this if they want to get any bit closer towards second or first place. We see that they are traveling together as a group, trying to stay near this cash out, but also ready to dive on it at a moment's notice. Carney throwing down some goo, all of them staying in this stairwell, ready, and this is a good position because Fnatic is here. They're ready to go on it, but look at that. They delete Mauser almost immediately, and somehow everybody is here as well. Multiple teams wanting to dive on this. The other Ape Squad is here as well. They're trying to steal it, but there is a glitch and followed up by a ton of damage by Carney. The clock is ticking away, and it seems like Alliance is about to get a little bit of cash in their pocket.
Yeah, and it looks like Fnatic's going to be getting their point without any contest as we see all the fights breaking out, and Alliance going to win this point on Cathedral and Church. Going to be breaking out Mauser in a 1v3 scenario, going to be triangulated on, but Nuwalk does end up getting the trade on Palma, but it's not going to be for much. Just clean money from that kill as Nuwalk backs away for the respawn. Fnatic earning their own cash out in the center of the map. No third party for them, no contest. Things could be very difficult in this final point. Are we going to see a split or are we going to see a double? We know that Fnatic wants a double here because that would secure their position, but almost everyone else besides Ape Squad wants a split.
Yeah, basically, this will be really interesting as they make their way towards Vault 5. You can see Nagos is starting to run there. He is running with the defibs out because it gives him a much more open view instead of having his gun right in there. So if you're just curious why he's doing that. But the engagement is about to kick off, throwing down that bounce pad. They go directly on top. RPG goes off, but it did not connect from anybody. And now they are chasing down Krieger Blue and able to get that kill. You can see the flip from Nagos to go immediately heal his teammates. They are continuing this engagement even though Nagiri is not down in this just yet. But look at this. They are dealing a ton of damage down from Manda, rezzing his teammate right back up. This engagement still continues, but Rinky is the only person remaining. This is not looking good for him, but somehow he gets the kill. Fnatic looking super strong right now.
Yeah, and a steal coming out. Emerald Apes may get this flip in their favor, and that's a great position. Fnatic's going to be coming over for this double, or maybe just holding it out entirely. But Nuwalk going to be taking out Alliance, cleaning up through. Ape Squad Alliance sent back to the respawn screen. Fnatic making their approach over with this cash box in hand. The double going to be coming out in their favor, going to be securing them that money and their spot in the next round.
Yeah, that is quite interesting. So it is the battle for second place, and anybody can steal this final cash out and send themselves into second. So who is going to be dealing with Fnatic? Mauser throwing a fire barrel down there. He wants to kite this. The Emerald Apes want to go battle it against Fnatic and show us that they can get a few more points on the board. Mauser running around, maybe ready to regroup with the rest of his teammates. They are playing this very slow. We see some bouncing from him. He's quite excited, but there is a winch pulling it immediately out there. He goes for a reverse winch, but immediately gets caught out by another light player. The chaos is popping off. There is a dome shield, but immediately deleted by a glitch grenade, and I'm not even sure who was attempting to steal that because all of the teams are here, and I'm out of breath, so Soyo, take it from here.
Yeah, Ape Squad made their attempt for that point. Winching it out, now putting Emerald Apes in a tough position because Donkridge getting taken out. Nuwalk gonna get the reset on Donkridge, and it looks like all three Emerald Apes gonna be up, and Ape Squad fighting in front of this cash out. Everything breaking out against Alliance and Ape Squad right on top of this cash out. There's only gonna be a few moments left. 20 seconds left for this cash out. Ape Squad now on top of it. Donkridge shows up. He does not want that to happen. He's gonna be looking for that block, but Fnatic trying to get Ape Squad in, very evidently. Gonna be getting that steal. Ape Squad does end up getting it, and Fnatic versus Ape Squad looks like a sprint in the books right now, knocking out the teams with 2 points each. Alliance and Emerald Apes. It's gonna be Ape Squad and Fnatic.
Okay, well, this will be quite interesting because Fnatic versus Ape Squad. Ape Squad has another opportunity to get some points on the board. Same with Fnatic. They're going to have their first opportunity. We're going to see them for the very first time in these 3v3s. This is quite exciting, quite interesting. It definitely means that they are in for a very long day because we're going into two teams that have 0 points. And yeah, Artie, take us through what we can expect next.
What did I say? What did I say? It's exactly what's going to happen is that we're going to have a long day if it gets to the point where exactly the only two teams that are left that don't have any points on the board get the opportunity to fix these donuts. And now, here's the thing, is that there is a chance that it goes one team just wins twice. There is a chance that both teams win one. But no matter what, Sonsoyo, this is Ape Squad's chance to prove that they can actually function in the final round format.
Yeah, I mean, they've went against almost every other team, and this is going to be the last team that they have to face up against to really prove themselves. Like you said, this game and this day is going to be going down to the wire because both these teams don't have any points on the board, and we're going to see how this changes up these fights. If we see a 2-0 or a 1-1 coming out of the woodwork here, it's going to be very interesting to see what happens. I think we saw Fnatic definitely wanting to get Ape Squad in, keeping the other team's points down. So strategy macro may change coming out of this next 3v3.
Absolutely. I mean, the thing is that when we come into this, we know for a fact that Heat 4 is not going to be anything other than a potential to bring us into match point. We don't even know if we're going to be getting into Heat point just yet for Heat 4. But we're not even there yet. We still got to get through Heat 3. And I think that for Fnatic, this is where they're finally ready to say, all right, we're jumping in. We're going to be able to match up with everything else. But what I will say for Ape Squad is that they have proven time and time again that cash out is somewhere that they can absolutely thrive. But it is so important that you are good at both types of gameplay. You have to be good at 12s, you have to be good at 6s. And for Ape Squad, being good at 12s is fine. It's easy. This is the time. If Ape Squad drops a donut right here, I'm going to call it that is going to be the potential. I'm sorry, I just have to. But it's not over till it's over. Let's see if Fnatic is going to be able to pull through, make this happen for them. See if Ape Squad can make the 5th time the charm. Rio, Sonsoyo, it's time for final round format. It's Ape Squad versus Fnatic on Nozomi Citadel.
Yeah, and we're going to be going into this relatively strong. Nozomi Citadel, I'm curious to see if we see Rainkey still sticking to that Deagle pick, or if he's going to have a little bit of a change up. I think the Deagles on this map aren't necessarily the best place, but we do see him go for the SA-12. Really great spot for this close range map. We see some long range pokes like we see on Sis Horizon in these alleyways, in these streets. But as soon as these fights get broken out indoors, they are extremely face-to-face close matchups indeed.
Yeah, this is interesting too because they have decided to not be aggressive. They want to kind of draw this out, feel each other out. This is also a really interesting map too and can really give them a lot of opportunity to do just that because there's so many levels to play with. They haven't spotted each other out. They are very close, so they must be hearing each other. There is the RPG from Rainkey. He was ready to throw that down, but instead is regrouping with his teammates. Ape Squad have been spotted, throwing down some goo, buying themselves a little bit of a fortress there. But man, this is slow. But as I say that, Mr. Red Fox gets deleted with an RPG. Ramkey goes for a nice little winch claw, pulling the other heavy directly into him. It is the battle of the SA shotguns, but look at this. Ape Squad are able to get another kill. Manda got the elbow. Manda got another kill. What is happening? Fnatic just got deleted.
Yeah, and this is what we've seen Ape Squad unable to do, mainly only happening like once before. Getting the plug is and able to set it up a defense in the way that they want. We're going to have to see how they handle having the point in their possession at the start. So I know they have what it takes, but Fnatic still being very scary. That fight almost swung in their favor. They got an early pick, but that dome shield from Manda really showing out and clutching up as Fnatic gateways in.
Yeah, this is about to kick off. Look at that. Krieger Blue had a great sightline, dealt a lot of damage. It looks like Fnatic is not very healthy. They need to do something to turn this battle around, but Ape Squad turning the aggression up another level, and look at this. They're just deleting them. What is going on? This is not the Ape Squad I saw just in the last 3v3s with Emerald Apes. This is a... I don't know. Did you have a pep talk with them, like typing as I'm casting? What just happened, Sonsoyo?
I mean, maybe they just overheard you and knew they needed to step it up. But these fights have been going so quick. There's still a minute left, and I didn't see any stagger coming out on that last player. I think it would have been best for them to go for that stagger by a little bit more time because they still have to have a fight most likely happen against Fnatic. And 3 fights in a row with an advantage position is still looking pretty good for them, but a fight is a fight nonetheless.
Indeed, there's the bounce pad, there's the RPG, not following it up though. Boom shields going down from both of them, engaging, ready to go in each other's face. This cash out is ticking down. Ape Squad looking good. Fnatic looking like they're struggling to find anybody. There goes the RPG, but I don't think it connected with really anybody. Here is Ape Squad ready to go on it, bringing range down. They're trying to hold on to this cash out, and they're doing everything perfectly as Fnatic try and dive in there, get a couple of kills there, but it is now down to Mr. Krieger Blue. Can he stall this for a little bit longer? He does get the kills. Are you kidding me?
And he cleans up to boot, guarantees this point and cleans up. That win from Nagiri on light against Red Fox almost won them that fight, but still Krieger Blue playing a little bit separated was able to use that goo to stall up, and Ape Squad wins their first point in these 3v3s. So one more to go for them, but Fnatic, I know they have the ability to rock back. Such a strong team. We've seen their fights break out. Just unfortunately for them, that first fight did not go in their favor, and defense, so strong in 3v3.
It really is, and like I said, this is a whole nother Ape Squad. They can keep this kind of attention, this kind of pressure. Oh boy, this will be a very interesting turn for them. Manda now has that RPG in his hand. Level 12 skin, by the way, too, so he definitely uses that quite a lot, but immediately gets Winch Cloud, pulled it right into the rest of Fnatic. Both of them lose a member and are forced to heal up a little bit, but the chase is still going on. Remke, though, going down, being the last one remaining. And wow, just another wipe on Fnatic. This is really impressive. Ape Squad just have the absolute damage like down. Can we look at the scoreboard? Because I'm curious. There's a kill leader in here. Not really a leader, but you can definitely see that Fnatic have been struggling to find some kills.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm not sure how Fnatic lost that fight. They came out with some great damage, early pick. Able to snowball a little bit, but, you know, just being stopped hard by a rock from Ape Squad. Not going to let that snowball too far and get out of their favor. We're going to see a little bit of a gate pad from Nagiri rotating over, getting his team inside this Via Tower. Now, Red Fox taking a little bit of damage. We're going to see how this fight breaks out. I think Fnatic likes to have explosive battles, going right in, using that burst damage to their advantage and just snowballing and snowballing. But Ape Squad being pretty good at holding it down.
Yeah, but it's pretty hard to be a snowball when there is so much heat being dealt by Ape Squad. Nice winch.
What a
Pulls
winch.
that directly onto the rooftop. This is going to force Ape Squad to go in the offensive and try and find a way to hold on to this Chitis, but instead Fnatic want to go directly for the engagement, try and turn it by getting some kills, but look at how spread out everybody is. They're getting pushed into a corner. Nagos went down in that first fight, but look at this. 2 people on Ape Squad have gone down. The heals are impressive from Fnatic. Both teams wanting to get a res off and go for another engagement, but my God, Sonsoyo, things have slowed down for just a few seconds.
Yeah, as we just said, Fnatic wanting to take explosive fights, that winch being such a great play for them. Putting Ape Squad in a very tough position. Ape Squad not really knowing how to manage that situation with a cash out going up instead of down. You know, it's just impressive to see Fnatic put them out of their comfort zone.
Absolutely, that's exactly what's happening here. Amanda breaking that goo to get up on that bounce pad. Right now, Fnatic looking very strong as there goes Amanda down in that engagement. Now it is kicking off again as Krieger Blue tries to buy himself a little bit of space, but everybody is chasing him. That goo wall will get him out of there, but Ape Squad not looking good on this cash out. And finally, we are going to see a third cash out for these two teams unless something magical and wild happens here. You know, not even enough time. Mr. Red Fox getting some good damage off on Nagiri. Sadly has to bounce out of it.
Yeah, and Fnatic earning that point, but a great win from Amanda. Going to be taking out Rainkey, but it's not going to be enough to win the point, as we just said. Going to be going in and just getting a little bit of ego, and now this is probably going to afford them, if they are able to find Nagiri, this is going to afford them great positional advantage on this next vault fight. But yet again, they still have to win that. They still have to rotate the box, get that plug, set up their defense. They have a lot of ground to cover to get a great advantage in this last cash out for this game.
Yeah, it is all going to come down to this cash out. We see that Ape Squad getting their reses, but Fnatic still has a few more seconds before they come back into this. Vault 3 about to be tapped by Ape Squad. This is a good time for them to be winning this Vault fight as well. They're getting ready, have a little bit of a height advantage. We see the red barrel in the hands by Krieger Blue, but they're still trying to figure out where Fnatic is. They don't know if they're right there, but now they do. The shots go off in this middle section of the divide, forcing them to go back into the stairwell, pulling off, and they need to find some kills, deal a little bit of damage, but Ape Squad seem like they're being pushed into a corner, but no, there goes Amanda down, trying to get a res right back off of him. Fnatic is hitting hard, hitting right back at them. Mr. Red Fox surviving on a sliver of HP, does go down, Ramkey goes down, Krieger Blue being the last person remaining, getting chased down by the rest of Fnatic, and there is a team wipe. I have no idea which way this is going to go. Both teams are at each other's throats, and it is so close.
Yeah, Fnatic, like I said, had a great opportunity to get this vault for themselves. I mean, Ape Squad positioned decently well on that vault fight. Just not going to work out. Sitting back on that head glitch, they went in for the kill on the heavy, the heal beam from, and the Ghost is going to be clutching that fight up for them because Rainkey just holding strong, shooting that SA-12 right in front of their faces with the heal beam attached to him.
Yeah, and now we're watching their approach as well. They're taking this very cautiously. They've somewhat split up, but it's not unheard of. But look at this, they're about to spot them out. A winch clock goes off, pulls him right into him, tries to go around the corner, but the healing beam is there. Not enough to keep Ramkey in this. RPG on the chase as well. They do get a res off in that Fnatic, turning the tide of this battle as Mr. Red Fox is a little bit low, and Krieger Blue taking a ton of damage as well. Nagos on the chase, spotting multiple of them out, dealing a ton of damage with that AK, bringing one of them down, and there is another wipe. This is what I was seeing earlier in the day. Once Fnatic really starts going, it is hard to slow them down. They are like a train dealing a massive payload. Look at this kills as well. You don't even see the AK being used a lot, so it is quite impressive to see Nagos popping off like that.
Yeah, honestly, my personal opinion, the AK is slept on. It has one of the better damage per mags as well as a decent damage range. This falls a little bit short to the F-Car and the consistency of the FAMAS, but Red Fox taking some big damage early on, and this may not prove very good for him as he backs off, tries to hide in that dome. There's only 30 seconds left on this cash out. They need to make something happen quick if they want an opportunity to make this steal. It does look like Fnatic's a little split up. I do like this play. All they need to do is go one by one, look for those stalls as Ape Squad struggles to find a single pick. They go in and find someone, but they get away, and it's going to go in for that last second steal. They're holding it down for dear life. They're going to get dropped off, as well as that steal does not come out. Fnatic keep holding it down this cash out. Wow.
Yeah, they held that well. Fnatic did split up right there at the end, and it worked out perfectly because it made it where Ape Squad was not able to spot out the entire team. you probably had a lot of calls going off in between them that like, hey, someone's here, but not enough for them to regroup and find those kills and then get the 1, 2, 3 like you were expecting. So really, really good plays by Fnatic. I am going to stand behind what I was saying is they are a steamroll as soon as they get rolling. And look at this, Nagiri with 10 kills, also 2K support as well. It is a very well-rounded light player, keeping their teammates in there and keeping the engagements just going and flowing. And just, yeah, that's the Fnatic that I was expecting.
Yeah, and it's very interesting to see how each of these teams have their playstyle. Like you said, Fnatic loves the snowball, goes in big with good entry damage, and tries to follow it up. We see Ape Squad being a little bit more reserved, trying to play very tactfully, maybe a little bit to a fault in these games. It did work out on that first point, very focusing on positioning, staying away, staying alive, kiting. But ultimately, it's not going to be doing that well. They're getting a little bit too caught out when they get split up in the chaos of these entry damage that Fnatic had. But we still got a second game on Fortune Stadium, Rio, and I know that's your favorite map.
It is. It's going to be on Fortune Stadium, so I'm going to pick the person who just typed the last chat message. It is Mahalr. Mahalr. I probably butchered that, but here we go. Let's open your fortune. I actually have a real fortune.
Yeah,
cookies.
actually, whoa,
like I said,
cookies
yeah.
today.
Yeah, they're the cookies. All right, here we go. So I have no more generated fortunes like I was doing earlier. They come directly from the source. So the person that I just called out, this is an interesting one. You will have a food-related dream that will give you inspiration. I don't know what that means, but the fortune does. So hopefully it's a good one. I had a dream one time about food that I was just eating this giant marshmallow. It just kept eating it and eating it and eating it. And then when I woke up, my pillow was gone. So I don't know what happened there, but that definitely happened. But we're loading into Fortune Stadium, my favorite map for a multitude of reasons. And let's see if the Ape Squad can find their footing against Fnatic.
Yeah, and we're going to be going in strong. It looks like Ape Squad knows how to hold it down if they are able to win these vault fights. That's really where they've won it, but they struggle to find those vault fight wins. Maybe need to change a little bit of their strategy up when it comes to these initial fights breaking out once the game starts. And after that transition happens, after that first cash out, they need to win these vault fights to win, because that's seemingly, they win. They've won every vault fight, every cash out they've had a vault fight win on.
Yes, they have, and looks like this might be another slow start. I see that both teams are kind of posturing and getting set up on top of these rooftops. We're surely about to see a rooftop battle, the Fortress Stadium style, as Ape Squad actually defy everything I say and just bounce pad over there. They want to try and bring the engagement directly towards Fnatic, and it seems like they're about to pop off. Fnatic throwing down that bounce pad, getting towards even more height, and I keep building towards a crescendo or a fight, and it hasn't happened yet.
And we're going to be just sitting tight on this roof, and our RPG does go out, but no damage, does not find anyone. The plug does go in to cash out A, and every team is kind of postured up, waiting for something to happen, but Krieger gets found a little bit of damage coming his way, and shots going back towards Rain Key, but nothing really breaking out right now, just sitting pretty up on this high ground. We do see a 1v1 happening on the other side of the map, and it looks like Nagiri going to ultimately win that, and finally shooting back. We see Manda taking out Rain Key, but Red Fox is going to be the last one left. It's going to be a 2v1. It's not enough health to hold down that res. Luckily, only 30 seconds into this cash out.
Yeah, only 30 seconds in, but I am seeing a lot of cracks on Ape Squad, unfortunately, and just more of what I was saying earlier is that Fnatic, once they get going, it is hard to slow them down. And right now, this cash out as well is on a pretty good height advantage. There's a few levels that they can drop it down at. I think 2 where it's set up right now. So it's going to mean that maybe Ape Squad can try and come in and drop it. But look at this advance. They've immediately been spotted out, and it's going to be so hard to go across this. The bounce pads have as well been blocked off. So they are just effectively stuck in that corner until something changes there. They broke the bounce pad. They're sending Mr. Red Fox over. But again, it is like shooting fish in a barrel. No!
They
even
collide
spawn
mid-air.
out. The collision mid-air brings him down. I'm I'm speechless. Let's see a replay of that because, yeah, you don't see that every day. Happens in my games to me a lot, but in the, yeah. Look at that. That is some next level play. It's
And
gonna be late
now-
in EU. That's what our production manager chipped in. He's absolutely correct.
And now the spawn trap is gonna just continue. But Fnatic's gonna be owning on to this cash out, gonna make their advantage, make their way over. As we see a TP coming out, but Red Fox gonna be taken down as well as Krieger gonna be dropping down in range. He almost getting all the kills. I think Nagiri cleaned up that last one.
Yeah, he did. And boy, they need to do something. Or it seems like Fnatic is about to get 2 points to their name. Nagiri now has that gateway going across the bounce pad. They're going to get the tap on the vault. Able to bring it right over there pretty far as well. It looks like, I think it's cash out B, maybe D. I can't really read. A little bit pixelated. I definitely can read. But now there is the gateway, ready to bring it over, breaking a lot of the barriers around, just to, I don't know, maybe having a little bit of fun there, fun to kind of explode from time to time. But this is a lull again. The teams just don't feel super aggro. They want to try and play on the strategy side of the finals, which is a way of playing, but unfortunately for us, it just means that things get slowed down.
Yeah, and we're gonna see Fnatic just sit tight on this roof. They don't really have to make any approach as they see that 8th squad rotates towards that center Halto building. They're gonna make their advance on the cash out C. Plug that in, and Krieger Blue gonna be under this guise of Fnatic. Gonna be taking some big damage, does end up getting healed up. Manda with that shack does almost find that pick, but that dome shield may have saved that Nagiri for that 1 HP, but ultimately both teams getting picks of their own.
Yeah, both teams have lost a member, so they're going to force to go for the res, but somehow off screen, Krieger Blue goes down, leaving Mr. Red Fox being the only remaining member for Ape Squad. Right now, I don't know what you would do. Maybe go for a suicide, and so you have your whole team coming back in, because otherwise you're stuck waiting 15 seconds, and it seems like Fnatic are wanting to go on the chase as well. Find this one light player, and you bring down the rest of the team and force them to go for a little bit longer, but it seems like they were able to get 1 coin in. Mr. Krieger Blue, I keep saying Mr., but it's just Krieger Blue, will coin back in and start the approach. But I have a feeling that this is going to be another scenario like we saw on the first cash out.
I mean, Mister, we're all ready for formalities in these fights, but Fnatic, as they rotate over, Ape Squad making their approach on the cash out C. Big damage coming out from those Deagles. Manda now dropping an early dome, going to be taken out by Nagiri. Great flank from Nagiri, but ends up getting taken out. It seems like Nagiri's getting some great picks early on and ends up dying for it. But Fnatic, their resets happen very good, and once they get this ball rolling, they can keep it going as well. But Fnatic now under the fire of Ape Squad going in. It's not looking good because we're using that dome to juggle in and out, and it's just 1v1 Shack versus a light. 30 seconds left, just gonna all go for the point. RPGing it down, smart move, because you just get this steal and you're guaranteed on this cash out.
Okay, we have a match on our hands. They really showed that they were able to turn everything there. Fnatic had the setup, they had the defenses, they had everything really perfectly to just kite that out. And somehow Ape Squad broke on through. So that is showing some promise. It might just be a sliver of promise, but at least we have a match on our hands. There will be one more vault fight, one more cash out as the vault has spawned and both teams are starting their approach.
Yeah, I think Fnatic is doing a great job at getting entry damage, like we've been saying, the snowball. But in that snowball causes a little bit of chaos, and it's such a volatile playstyle. One hair out of place can cause the collapse of the snow in that push. But Ape Squad now going to take a big RPG, and Krieger goes down, getting picked off relatively early on. Red Fox now under the sight of Nagiri. Nagiri dashing away, looking for an opportunity to get more damage under his way, but a dome goes down. Manda going to get that winch, and he's not going to be able to get anything done, but the heals and resets goes the way of Fnatic. 1v3. Red Fox is going to go in and take the L on this one.
Yeah, unfortunate situation for him, but Fnatic will take this vault, get it plugged into cash out B, have a lot of time to get set up, But if anybody can break through the defenses, it is definitely Ape Squad. There is the vault getting plugged now, and now they're going to try and go towards a little bit more height, try and stop them. I think he's pushing out to force the respawn, but they're spawned a little bit further out there. That's exactly what he did. He's now coming back in here. Mr. Red Fox spots out Nagos, ready to go for this engagement, but this is going to be hard for them. There's the gateway, there's the bounce pad. Sadly, he went down in that first push, and now they are just losing another member there. Krieger Blue being the only remaining person, and surely he's gonna get a kill. Nope, unable to turn the tides. His Ape Squad are wiped. They're gonna have about 20 seconds to figure out another approach for this, and hopefully they can get something going.
Yeah, I think that play is relatively decent, but it really hinges on the fact of not getting taken out before you can get that gateway up, because you want to take that 2v1 scenario up on that isolated player, but getting taken out makes it a 1v1, pulls that fight back into Fnatic's favor, and now Ape Squad back on the respawn screen, gets back into the fight and rotating into Cash Out B with 1 minute left. It's going to be kind of make or break time, not much. They have time to have a very good and proper fight, but it's going to probably be the last fight for this Cash Out.
Yep, good and proper fight is what we can hope for, and looking like it so far. They blow up a wall, dropping down the Cash Out at least one floor, pulling themselves off just a little bit, maybe regrouping, healing them nice up and healthy, ready to go for this, but we are down to the last fourth of this Cash Out. Witch Clock goes off, but immediately Fnatic is here to just stop any push, and Manda goes down. That's going to be incredibly hard, but they get a res off. The goo has bought them a little bit of space, jumping right back into the stairwell. Red Fox going down. The time is ticking away. They need to hold on. Manda being the only person remaining, and Fnatic have done it. They have gotten the team wipe. They have gotten the Cash Out. And you know what? They've gotten 2 more points to their name. Not 2 more points, 2 points in total. We now have 3 teams at 2 points.
Yeah, Fnatic, Alliance, and Emerald Apes all at 2 points. Going to this next round of Cash Outs, Ape Squad seems like they're making a little bit of ground, but it's not enough to stop and win these 3v3s in their favor. They keep looking better and better as we progress in every one of these fights, but we'll see how it ends up in this next Cash Out. More Cash Out. Nagir, you said it best.
Yes, he did. He's excited. I have a lot of, I can understand why he's excited. I mean, honestly, I feel like I've said the same thing over and over, but Fnatic building Steam is something to be a little bit afraid of. But Artie, I'm sure you have a lot to say.
I'm excited too. More Cash Out is exactly what the doctor ordered, because we're 3 heats in, and Emerald Apes have 2 points, Alliance have 2 points, Fnatic have 2 points, and Ape Squad is 0-6. This is unprecedented territory to be in, where I didn't think that this could happen, but this is exactly why this format is important, because you have to be good at both final round format as well as Cash Out. And so what better way to do that than to force teams into a never-ending cycle of playing all of them? Now, chat, here's where things get a little bit dicey. We're going into Heat 4, and in Heat 4, depending on who is able to make it into that final round format, we have the opportunity to get set into Heat Point. Now, this is, again, where it gets spicy, because right now, Ape Squad has the highest chance of making it into the final round. And then they also have the least high chance of actually getting points. What this means is that if it is Ape Squad and then someone else in Heat 4, there is a real chance that we get onto Heat Point. Heat Point then might not even matter if the team that does end up going to 4 points doesn't even make it into Heat 5. So, chat, this is where your predictions can start to get spicy. I want to hear from you guys. What do you guys want to see? What are the 2 teams that you guys in chat want to see make it into the next set of final rounds? But for now, Sonsoyo, I guess I'll say it. What's happening to the Ape Squad, to the boys in Neon?
Look, honestly, I don't really have many answers for you. We've seen it on our screens. We need to see the vault fight go in their favor. Like I said earlier on, as soon as they win those vault fights, get the plug, it usually goes in their way. Every time they've won those vault fights, they've gotten the cash out. But whenever they've lost the vault fight, it just goes in the other team's way. And that seems to me like the narrative and through line that we can kind of speak on in these 3v3 games that we've seen Ape Squad in. But going back to these cash out rounds, there's no obvious team to grief out. What do you think of that, Artie?
I also tend to agree. I don't think that there's any one team that needs to be focused on. More than anything, though, chat, I think that every single one of us here needs a little bit of a bathroom break if we want to be able to focus on anything. So, chat, we have so much more cash out, so much more finals coming to you. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this break. Welcome back, everybody. You're here watching PHL Season 2. It's the EU Champ Series. My name is Artie. I'm here with Rio and Sonsoyo, and we're in the middle of Phase 2. And we're in heat, because this is an absolutely insane set of circumstances where we've made it all the way to the 4th heat, and every single team is nearly tied up with 2 points each. Ape Squad still yet to be on the board, even though they have been in every single final round. It's been an interesting set, to say the least, but this is where it all gets a little bit crazy, because no matter what, in this heat, we have the opportunity to actually find a team nearing heat point. What heat point means is that after the next cash out, should that team find themselves in the next set of final rounds, they could finally potentially be at 5 points to win. But right now, we still need to get to 4 if you want to be able to count to 5, or at least 3, who knows. But either way, Rio, we're coming into this, and that says Heat 5, but we are in Heat 4. Whatever happens in this next set means that one team will have the potential to start rising past the well, the next set of 2 points, possibly 3 points, possibly 4. Who knows? But Rio, we're going into Nozomi Citadel, and I mean, I just don't know what to say at this point, other than
Yeah.
I just don't know what to say at this point.
More cash out! More cash out. That's all we can say. More cash out. That's what we're here for. You guys want more cash out? Good, because we got more cash out. All right, with that said, we are here. We have loaded into Nozomi Citadel. The 4 teams are ready to battle it out. I don't think that there is really any incentive towards buying or getting one team in over the other, so this is going to be basically a reset, unless you are, of course, Ape Squad and really just trying to get up there. But that's a lot of words, and we are getting started as the engagements are popping off. So
Yeah, like you said, this is going to be a big reset. No major griefing is going to be seen unless one team necessarily breaks away. They want to stop those other teams in the lead. But we're going into this fight. It's going to be Fnatic versus Emerald Apes, and Emerald Apes is fighting back. But it's going to be Donkbridge just left, and he ends up clutching that out for Emerald Apes. And now the res is going to be coming off. Clean fight from Emerald Apes. And on the other side of the map, we see Ape Squad, 1 man down, ends up winning the fight up against Alliance. The Apes both getting their opportunity to plug their cash out.
yeah, it's kind of amazing that Alliance and Fnatic are the ones that got wiped. And then once again, the Apes are sitting strong. Apes together stronger. I think that's the saying. I think that's how it goes. But now they're going to get a plug on Cash Out A. Get that started. This is one of my favorite cash outs. You can move it, you can manipulate it, you can drop it, you can even winch it on top of the roof like we saw earlier today. So it has a ton of versatility. And right now, Fnatic starting their approach on it. They did get a little damage dealt to them. There's that bounce pad ready to throw that RPG down, but surely nobody was there to connect it with, so didn't shoot it off just yet. Instead of blowing a hole in the roof, doing a little bit of ice fishing, looking for anybody on Ape Squad, but they are staying very close and out of the line of sight. But immediately they get spotted out, and one of them gets winch clawed in. Krieger Blue goes down in that first engagement, and now Ape Squad down a member.
Yeah, and honestly, I think Rainkey was looking yet again to winch that up to the second level, but they go in for the steal, not going to commit to it as Ape Squad gets reset, and Manda now getting heal beamed. A big RPG comes out. Ape Squad not looking very healthy right now, but it's 2v2 situation. The flank coming out from Krieger Blue, and Red Fox going all in, cleaning up Fnatic and clutching it for the team. That RPG was huge, but it was not enough for Fnatic to win that fight. On the other side of the map, we see the fight breaking out against Emerald Apes and Alliance, as Alliance are now in control of this cash out, Rio.
Yeah, they just got to hold on for about a third left of this cash out, but all of Emerald Ape, I shouldn't say all, but it's just Mauser. He's just running towards that. He's got 2 members down. He wants to go for it. Surely this is quite suicidal. And finally, he goes down, forcing the Emerald Apes to be completely wiped, pretty much securing that cash out as well for Alliance. They did lose 1 member in that. We're going to turn our attention towards cash out A, because this still has a little bit of time on it. It does get dropped by blowing up that C4. Fnatic are here looking for any opening on any place that they can get it. They're trying to go for a steal. This is a very risky steal, trying to ride the cash out down. It does drop down another level. The Goo pushes them off into a corner, trying to throw down Goo again. That might have been the perfect Goo. They're trying to heal him up, body blocking him as well.
And they
Fnatic
get
got
it!
the flip at the very last second. Are you kidding me?
Wow, Fnatic, that Goo block was actually so clutch. That Goo went down, and we saw Naghost realize he blocked the winch, and all he needs to do is hold that heal beam, body block, and Fnatic has the opportunity to get that flip. And the Apes, albeit winning the first vault fights, getting the plugs, are not going to be the ones on top of this game right now.
Yeah, absolutely. There is a lot still to happen right now. We have a few teams sitting pretty up top, but plenty more cash to be spread around from these teams. Alliance is stuck a little bit in this corner. They're ready to grab that vault, and it's exactly what they did, running through that gateway as well. About to get it plugged onto cash out A. I think turned as before to see exactly what it is, but no, C. It's an interesting one, but it is plugged now. Alliance has a few seconds to get set up. Looks like Carney, though, has been spotted out and went down almost immediately. Palma now, unfortunately, taking a lot of that damage as well. Fnatic is here, but they also only have 2 members trying to run into it. Both teams are on top of each other. A little bit of comedy through the doorway as they push in, breaking on in, and Alliance finally gets wiped. Fnatic building up some steam, gonna be able to.
In a double?
Got
A
double
double coming
right now?
out for the second box. And honestly, I think this is an okay play. It's definitely putting the game in a little bit of an RNG position. But because everyone's tied kind of close to this point, it's gonna offer one of these teams the ability to get this momentum in their favor. And Emerald Apes are in control of it now, but Donkridge not gonna probably make his way out of here. Ape Squad gonna get that kill on Donkridge. It's gonna be 3 teams on this cash out right now as Emerald Apes in control, gonna respawn back in. Will a flip come out? This is gonna be a make or break moment for Emerald Apes.
Yeah, Emerald Apes still holding on. They've got 9 seconds before they even spawn back in, and everybody is just ignoring that fact. Emerald Apes are going to come in and possibly just 3rd or 4th team everybody, as here comes the flip from Alliance. You can see the nice little fortress of the barricades, the goo, the glitches, everything that's going off right now. Picking up the barricade as well. That's a great move. Taking that extra second to make sure that nobody else has that barricade. Throws it down, buying himself a little bit of space. Everybody is here. The winch claw's going off. Everybody's dying left and right. I don't know who is dying, but Alliance has 1 member left. He is stuck in a corner. Carney has to hold on, has to kite this as long as possible as Mauser just bursts into a flume of coins. Everybody is here. This is insane, but the time is ticking down, and it looks like Alliance just has to hold on for 1 more attempt, but here comes Krieger Blue, and sadly unable to hold on as Alliance just gets kill after kill. Can we look at the scoreboard, because this has been intense. Lots of kills going left and right. Yeah, Alliance looking good, and then Fnatic right behind them with kills. This is crazy.
Yeah, and Alliance taking a huge lead. That's gonna mean they're essentially guaranteed to win in qualifying to this next round unless they wipe multiple times over. They're taking a lot of damage right now. That first wipe could be coming in, but it's got to be a lot of wipes for Alliance to make that run back if any other team wants to take that first place or second place position away from them. It's not looking good on that double. Did not work in the favor of Emerald Apes, and we're going to be breaking out a fight against Ape Squad and Emerald Apes right now for the Vault 5.
Yeah, and that's just what makes it happen. When you double the second cash out, everything just changes. It turns a wild imbalance, because right now Alliance has 43K and the second place team has under 20. So a lot of room for the other teams, and basically Alliance just has to hold on, and they have secured themselves into the next round. So really interesting, but immediately Donk Rage trying to get some shots off, gets spotted out in the middle of that street, now having to force himself out of the situation. Emerald Apes have lost another member. Cash outs are running down. Emerald Apes are holding on control of this, but it is about to be flipped right now by the other Ape Squad. And now they have all the defenses.
And here comes Alliance coming in for the double. Gonna look to guarantee their spot. Not even gonna have to worry about getting wiped. I didn't think they were worried about it before. And there it is, the double coming in strong. Ape Squad now in control. And if you're Alliance, this is a great opportunity to control and brief Ape Squad in as they are ahead.
It is control is the name of the game. They get to dictate who they bring into this next round. Honestly, I would maybe leave it for Ape Squad. So right now, if I were them, trying to bring down the Emerald Apes before they're able to get the steal, get the flip. Lots of smoke going down. Love to see it. Adds to the calamity of the situation. Mauser has that C4 in his hand, doing the inspect on it. Maybe he has some plan, but Fnatic is here as well, trying to go for the flip. There's the reverse winch claw. Time is ticking away. Who will have it at the end, Sansoyo?
Honestly, I think it's going to end up being Ape Squad and Alliance that make their way in, but we see Mauser locking in and looking for this steal. It's going to be an opportunity for them because Fnatic is 2-1 up left, and Alliance is 1 up left, but Ape Squad full up on this cash box. securing it for themselves, and it's just Nagoth left on Fnatic.
Yeah, there's no way that this flips again, but as I say it, they go for a last-second steal. And yeah, there wasn't much hope there. It would have been amazing, impressive if he got that flip. But we have our two teams that are going to be taking us into the next round, and that is Ape Squad and Alliance. This format definitely leads for some very interesting cash-out matches, and yeah, I'm quite excited to see this next matchup.
Well, I gotta say, this was genuinely not what I had expected. I mean, this is a full re-show of what happened in the very first heat, where Alliance just had the full chance to say, hey, Ape Squad, come on in. And to be completely honest with you, I think that the moment that Ape Squad had actually stolen the Emerald Apes cash out from behind the scenes, and they got the steal. Alliance was off trying to prevent Fnatic from getting that split. I could hear almost Carnifex's little Italian sigh of relief as he realizes, thankfully it's Ape Squad yet again, and we can just go ahead and go for this once more. And genuinely, once they came through and they got the double, I knew that we were going to be watching Alliance play for Ape Squad's box. This has been something that they've done twice now, where it's just something that they're able to do very regularly. And once they're in that control and they have the opportunity, this is where they can run away with it. Now, we've already seen Ape Squad versus Alliance here, and genuinely, I have to say that I think I know what we're about to see coming up next in these next two heats. And should there be an upset, even if there is an upset where Ape Squad does manage to take two off of Alliance, we still have a long day ahead. But there's a chance here that Alliance brings us to 4 points. And what that would mean is that Alliance then would need to win one more cash out, qualify to the final round, and win one more final round. But what's going to happen is that if Alliance does manage to bring us into 4-point territory, in the next cash out, Alliance could be dealing with a lot of flack. I mean, we're in a heat right now. They could be taking a lot of heat if they're at 4 points going into the next cash out. Isn't that right, Rio?
Oh, absolutely. And that's where it's just going to get wild, is the fact that we're going to have to deal with that. Potentially a team that everybody wants to not progress, and everybody else is forced to deal with a much longer day. So who knows? I am really kind of rooting for the underdog here, because if Ape Squad are able to get any points in the map, if they're able to get 2 points, this will just turn everything up and just mean that we're here for even longer, because that's what you guys want. I don't know if the players are wanting it right now, but you're going to get more finals as we load into Las Vegas.
Yeah. Las Vegas is going to be our first map going into Fortune Stadium. Fortune Stadium going to be a great pick for a lot of players, but we still have to get through Las Vegas. Ape Squad and Alliance going to be going into Vault 1 for this match.
And the teams are already kicking it off. Nobody really dealt a lot of damage yet, but a lot of explosions happening right now. Krieger Blue dealing some damage from afar. This is a nice little poke and prod, trying to feel each other out, but there is the first kill on Alliance, followed up by a second one very quickly, and Krieger Blue trying to follow it up and get the third one on Treason. He is chasing him down, and there he goes. Was he going for a defib kill too? That was a little bit nasty, but hey, they have their reasons, and so far, Ape Squad looking a little strong.
Yeah, Ape Squad winning that first Vault fight pretty strong and convincingly, but depending on this spawn, they're still going to have to fight through Alliance, but it looks like this cash out ace pretty close to them, gonna get that plug in. Alliance does spawn very far away, gonna gate pad all the way over to this high ground and make their way in through this alleyway.
Yep, and right now, cash out has been started. Alliance trying to figure out how they're going to approach that. They've got one member a little bit ahead of them. They're light bouncing around, getting some information, but surely it might not be the best play because the rest of the teammates are here, but this is their opportunity to deal some damage. Look at how spread out Ape Squad is. They want to try and kite this, but that might be their downfall as well, as Treason tries to lock in on Krieger Blue. He is continuing the chase, but now they have lost them. So the kite game going perfectly from Ape Squad at this moment. Treason's still on the hunt. Nobody's found anybody just yet. And you know what? Ape Squad just flying a kite, enjoying their time, watching the breeze, sipping on mojitos. And finally, it is kicking off. Treason dealt a little bit of damage on the return. Cash out halfway done, and nobody really gone down just yet.
Yeah, and Ape Squad sitting very pretty up on this high ground. We're going to see Alliance retake their angles and go in from a new perspective going into cash out A. Looks like the rotation coming in from Ape Squad, and all they need to do is hold it less for 45 seconds. This is a great spot. Look, tucked away between those two pillars. The goo coming out to try and block those angles, but Palma going in as Carnifex going to be taking some damage initially. Does end up getting that reset, and Mr. Red Fox and Mana going to get winched around, pulled around in this bubble as Mana gonna get taken out, but it's just Carnifex left, 1 HP, and Krieger Blue left to just stall this point. Not looking good for Alliance. Going to be going in and getting that pick. Does end up finding him, and Ape Squad wins a cash out.
All right, they won one cash out, one more, and they're going to bring themselves a point. Their first point of this in second half. So you'd love to see it. I kind of am enjoying Ape Squad building up their momentum. They've had a lot of opportunities to learn and grow through the second phase. I'm just trying to stay positive, but they're going to get the tap on Vault to turn the tide a little bit, ready to go on towards that Mega Dome, buy themselves a little bit of height, look for anybody from Alliance. There's Krieger Blue throwing down some goo, potentially a bounce pad right after to follow, but Alliance are here. They go directly on the Mega Dome. They want to start this engagement right away. They're able to get 1 down, 2 down. Mr. Fox being the only remaining member, and he's deleted as well. That was a cleanup by Carney. My God, I think he got 2, maybe 3 in that fight.
And there goes the Fox flying across the map. Going to delay their plug just a little bit, but still very close to cash out. So you're going to get this plug win in without any problem. Gonna already set this up, winch it out into the middle of this room. That's gonna offer a great vantage point for Alliance to sit on that high ground, beam down as that take enforced point could be coming in from Ape Squad. Gonna take control of the tower itself as well.
Yep, time to slow down just a little bit. You know, everybody's trying to feel each other out. Alliance in control of this cash out, but they spot each other going up that zip line through the windows. Now it's a rooftop battle as both teams are ready for it. Both teams have lost 1 member. Alliance going for the res. I'm sorry, Ape Squad. They're able to get Red Fox back into this battle. The chase continues as Alliance is losing a lot of health. Palma being down very low, but the long res being attempted right out in the open might not be the best thing, but there it is. It is all on Carney, but they got a res off, and this battle's just continuing, going out and in from these gateways. Everybody's here trying to get their last member back up into this engagement, but all while the cash out is ticking down, and now Ape Squad taking full advantage of the fact that everybody's distracted.
Yeah, and that steal was great time. Stopping the res was a great advantage going into that, but we saw Mr. Red Fox just playing a little bit too far out and getting taken out. Now Alliance has the advantage going into this steal. A minute left on this cash out. We will see a little bit of resistance coming the way of Ape Squad going in to stop a Carnifex, holding it down with that M11 up on this high ground. The flip comes out from Alliance, and it just needs to sit tight, hold strong, and only 30 seconds left to defend this cash out for Alliance.
Yeah, and look at their sight lines. They've got great vision over anybody that wants to go stealing it, but the goo does go down, blocking their sight just a little bit. They need to hold on for about 10 to 15 seconds. Time is ticking away. You can see that Carney's sitting right on top of that, healing up his teammate as well. Great use of that infuser in the M11 to chase down the kills as well. Surely he brings down Krieger in this battle with an elbow too. Alliance looking good, bringing us back into a 1-1 towards 1 more cash out. Look at this good chase there, and he goes for it. Boom, bringing him down.
Yeah, and now Alliance ties things up in this game. Going to be moving their way towards Vault 3. Gets the tap, no gateway ready to rotate over. Maybe looking for a reverse hole. Set up onto cash out D. Carnifex making his way to set up that exit point and rotating back, trying to get his team to make an approach, but they're pretty far away from this vault, trying to posture up on this high ground, I think, as maybe a little bit of a yoink coming out from Red Fox, grabbing that box for himself, potentially. But still in a very bad position right now.
Absolutely, and the teams are starting this engagement right out in the open middle of the street. This might not be the best place for them to start the engagement. Gateway goes off, pulling Alliance back out of it, but somehow Ape Squad have lost Creature Blue in this engagement. Now they've lost Red Fox as well. It's all on Manda as he gets winched and just deleted by all of Alliance. They're going to take control of this vault, get it plugged. Not sure exactly where they'll go just yet, but they have a lot of time to figure that out and decide where they will get that plug and get their defensive set up. This is all coming down to it. This is the last cash out. If Alliance can take it, they will add an extra point to their name, and they will be the leaders so far of Phase 2. But on the flip side, Ape Squad are able to get a point to their name. This is just a whole nother game, a whole nother ballpark, and a whole another battle as it's about to kick off.
Yeah, and we get the plug-in from Alliance, like you just said. Ape Squad looking to take control of this high ground. Pretty good position for them as Alliance rotates around that. CB1 Repeater going to be very volatile in that close range, but I know Treason is able to hit those shots as they get found by Ape Squad, rotating back up to this high ground. And Ape Squad now in a position to potentially force this cash out. Alliance has to make that rotation back in. This should be very difficult. The roof blown open, the winch comes out, and Manda now in a 1v1 ends up taking it with Krieger Blue, following up on those shots, and that CB1 Repeater not going to be doing them any favors as the reset comes out from Ape Squad. 2 up, 2 versus 2. Palma, low HP left as that heal beam going to support Manda, and Alliance gets away.
Alliance gets away. It's all coming down to this. They're very low, both sides, 1 versus 1. The heavy versus the medium. Prayer Blue taking a lot of damage. Can he survive? No! Alliance get the kills, get the wipe, and more than likely gonna get the map.
Yeah, and 45 seconds left for Alliance to hold on to this. Ape Squad, if anything, is going to just have a last-second hold-and-pray situation for Cash Out D. This is really dependent on the spawn if they are even given that opportunity to just hold and pray. But Alliance, with such a strong defense, not looking good for Ape Squad right now.
It's really not looking good at all. This is going to be a very last-second dive on the point. You see Red Fox going on it, ready to go for it. They need to be holding realistically right now, so even if they do, it's not looking good for them as everybody converges on this final point. Ape Squad get wiped, but man, they had a really good attempt at this map. This was the first time that I really felt all in Phase 2 that, hey, they might get some points to their name. They might get a win. I'm not sure why they're unable to find it right at the end, but Alliance put up quite a good show, quite a dominating performance on top of that.
Yeah, Ape Squad really put up a fight in that match. They have one more opportunity to stop Alliance from breaking away with 4 points, and Ape Squad has the opportunity to get a point of their own on Fortune Stadium. Las Vegas looked really good for them, just so close at winning that one. But Alliance still holding it down, such a strong team to face up against.
Yeah, Alliance is strong. I think earlier in my notes, I felt that I wrote that all of Alliance's engagements are just really well done. Like they just seem to be on top of it, in control of every engagement. And it's really impressive. There were some cracks, though, that I saw going against Ape Squad. And again, as I said, this was probably the best performance that I've seen from Ape Squad so far. So there's a lot of hope. There's a lot of potential. But at the same time, I got to go with my gut, and I got to say that I think Alliance is about to bring us to a heat point. So I don't know, but one thing I do know is that this next map will be on Fortune Stadium. So the first person in chat will be Kelly Mikes. You will get your fortune today. And let's see, what is... Oh boy,
The
it's an
cookie
exciting...
bread.
Kelly
Oh,
Milky's
the
one of
cookie
the
is just
head
ready to go for it.
honchos of Alliance.
Oh, it is. Yes, I actually knew that. But your fortune for today is generosity is a gift you have to offer the world. That's a really nice fortune. Hopefully that means something to
Kelly
you.
is really generous, so that works out. We love Kelly in this house.
Absolutely. But we are loading into Fortune Stadium for potentially adding on another point to Alliance. Let's see if they can hold their own against Ape Squad.
Yeah, and Ape Squad is looking better and better every single game, but the slow start may not be enough. Alliance holding it down strong in that last map. Ape Squad knocking at their door. Will this be the map to change things up and stir the pot? Alliance spawning very, very close to Vault 1 with Ape Squad having the cash outs to the back. Very typical. I have seen this happen a lot on these spawns from the orange team spawn side. Coming down to this first vault fight, we see some big damage coming the way of Red Fox. Going to be taking out a 1 bar.
Absolutely. Nobody has really gone for it just yet, but the vault has been tapped, about to be open as well as Palma continuing to run down. Gets a nice RPG, spots one of them out in that stairwell, continues the chase. Goose stalls him for just a little bit. That winch claw pulls Manda into his sideline. He gets one, he gets Krieger Blue on the chase, and there is a wipe for Ape Squad. My God, this is already looking a little one-sided by Alliance.
Yeah, and Alliance taking it with a clean fight. That early pick on Red Fox really swung things in their favor on that vault fight, and now earning their right to plug this cash out. With this area, this courtyard, such a hard position to take from. They're going to be going up all the angles, stopping any winches from coming in and breaking a hole into this wall. But Alliance is right there using an early dome. Will this be influential? Because he whizzes the winch. Not going to be able to use that to his advantage. But Red Fox being taken out with that CB1 repeater and Carnifex triangulating in onto this and just stalling Amanda.
This is the most brutal part of all of the finals, is just the fact that, like, you have to go and try and kill yourself, and they are just drawing this out, and oh my God, this is so painful. The bounce back too, what is going on? Finally, I think he's about to jump off, and he does. I don't want to encourage that, but it's also funny as hell, so, you know, take that for as you will.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what you want to see if you want to buy as much time as possible. Nothing is in sight. That fire barrel thrown away by Carnifex. Goo using to stall him, as well as the barricades coming out. It's a very tough position to be in on the defending and offending team. Very interesting indeed.
Yeah, look at this setup that they have. It's right out in the open. They've got the height advantage, a ton of damage on this part of the arena for Forky Stadium. But look at this, the goo as well. There is a Winchclaw pulling it even further out of range of Ape Squad. It is ticking down. You can tell that the Ape Squad don't know what to do, trying to find any information that they can, getting some healing going off. But look at that, Carney just dives on Red Fox, dealing a ton of damage in his way, and 1, 2, 3. Goodbye, Ape Squad. About 20 seconds to regroup, figure out a better strategy, and come at it again.
Yeah, Alliance now gonna be stuck over on Hospital to get that tap. It looks like they might posture up over onto this side of the gully and posture up, holding themselves the high ground against Ape Squad right here.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how Ape Squad pivots from this. They need to change something. They seem so strong in this first map, but right now they're just kind of floundering. And you know what? They just need one great play that will really build their confidence, show them that they can go against a Titan like Alliance. And they might have one more opportunity to do that, as Alliance is bringing the vault over towards Cash Out C. This is one of the coolest areas in the entire map. Tons of verticality, tons of opportunities to move, drop, manipulate, do everything that you want with this Cash Out. Honestly, if I were Ape Squad, I would try and maybe drop it down, force all of Alliance to swarm onto the point, get some kills, get the flip, get something going. I'm not sure, but Soya, you're going to run us through what's about to happen.
A fire barrel going to be thrown towards Amanda, and now we're going to be going in for a fight potentially. Amanda dropped that shield, ready to take a little bit of an ego fight against Palma, but now the fight breaks out officially. The shield going out, and we're going to be taken out. Red Fox and Amanda taken out by that CB1 repeater, as well as that M11. They don't want to get stalled again, just popped off the map. Going to be going yet again. They have plenty of time to make their approach again, but not looking good, not only on the kill screen, but in this game of Fortune Stadium. It's going a little bit backwards. Like you said, Las Vegas looking really good for Ape Squad, coming back, clawing back, but Fortune Stadium not going to be going their way at all so far.
Yeah, just not fortunate for them, and they are just not finding any kills. Damage as well is very low. We've seen a few times that they've had to just jump off the map. So this is looking a little heartbreaking. I do want to stress that it's starting to get pretty late in Europe, so maybe these teams are feeling just all of the games that they've played today on top of the times. But here it goes. Ape Squad has one more chance to make something happen. Stuck in that stairwell. A lot of damage dealt onto Manda. They have made their way towards this cash out. They do drop it down one floor. Need to make something happen right now. Carney dashing around, trying to find a different angle, but everybody gathering up on this 1 point time, ticking down. Somebody needs to change something right now, and here it goes. Ape Squad holding it down for dear life, but sadly unable to stick the steal. A second attempt went off, and surely Red Fox is the last remaining member as he gets picked off by Treason. Rocking that repeater, getting 1 kill, 2 kills, and that brings us to Heat Point. Wow, Alliance has finally taken us here.
Yeah, Alliance making their way all the way to Heat Point. This is going to be make or break for a lot of these teams in this next cash out round. Like we've seen before in that second heat, will we see a lot of griefing in the way of getting Alliance out, or will we see Alliance overcome the odds and make their way into that final round of 3v3s? It really comes down to this.
Yeah, this is where things get really exciting because the heat is on. And if there's anybody that can break this down a little bit further, it's our favorite person, Artie. Artie, what are your thoughts?
Hello, it is me, Rio's favorite person, and well, I
Don't
gotta
tell my
say,
wife.
I gotta say, for Alliance, it is a very good day because it's taken quite a while to get here, but finally they find themselves at Heat Point. So, what does this mean, chat? Well, it means that Ape Squad has gone 0-8. I'm just kidding. What this means, chat, is that in Heat 5, if Alliance is able to actually make it in to the next final round format, all they need to do is win 1. If they find themselves up against the likes of, say, for example, Emerald Apes or Fnatic, should Emerald Apes or Fnatic start to take points, well, then that's going to be less chance and more opportunity for another team to still come through and make their statement. But if Alliance gets knocked out of the next cash out, which is very likely since they will have 3 teams that absolutely do not want them to be in the next final round, then, well, it's going to be another set of heats where we're waiting to see what's going to happen. But there's a chance that in Heat 5, if Alliance makes it to the final round, they could win. But only if they make it to that final round. If Alliance does not make it to the final round, that means we're getting Heat 6, baby. But for now, let's see what's going to happen because we still have another set of cash out to see what's going to happen. Also, off screen, the Emerald Apes did encounter a slight issue. One of their players did end up without internet. So the internet company said, well, no internet for you. They've cut off the supply of internet juice, and so we have a sub. Alone in Paris will be subbing in for Nuwalk for Emerald Apes coming into this next cash out. And well, thank you to Alone in Paris for jumping in at last moment here. But I gotta say, this is gonna be a juicy cash out, Sonsoyo.
Yeah, this is going to be a great cash out round. Everything in the script has been flipped on its head with Alliance taking that 4-point lead right now. Like you just said, is it going to draw a huge target on their back? We saw a double last cash out game, and that's what got them to this point. Will we be seeing that again?
I think there's a chance. I mean, remember that cash out happened the second set of cash outs, which is, I like to say this word a lot, but unprecedented for the finals esports. And Rio, let's talk about the fact that there is a chance that there could be a double happening, not only on the second, not only on the last set, but even the first cash out if a team wants to just absolutely grief Alliance out of here. So without further ado, we're going to be jumping in as this gets started off. But Rio, I have no idea what we can expect in this cash out with everybody looking to kill Alliance.
I have a prediction. Everybody is going to try and screw over Alliance, and it's going to backfire. That's my prediction, but let's see what happens. I'm genuine when I say this. This is probably the most excited I've been for a cash out match in my almost 2 years of casting the finals, because I've never felt one cash out match that had this much weight to it, this much unknown variables, and just so many things that make me excited. But that's a lot to say, and a lot that we're gonna see on Las Vegas as we have loaded in.
Yeah, Las Vegas for a cash out round. Little bit of a mix up, a lot of long hallways that we're going to be seeing come out in this fight. And we do see Rain Key on those Eagles. So that just proves how valuable this mid-range and line of sights can be on Vegas alongside this center metal area. And both vaults get tapped and moving on to the fight. A little bit of waiting. Alliance does get wiped on the other side of the map, and we're just waiting to see what happens. Emerald Apes versus Ape Squad on this cash vault.
Yeah, interesting to see. Alliance is the first team to be wiped, so maybe a little bit of our prediction coming true. But who knows, as the engagement is kicking off right now between Emerald Apes and Ape Squad. Ape Squad surviving on just a sliver, and there he goes. Krieger Blue stuck in there for a little bit longer than probably expected, but now Emerald Apes are going to grab this vault, able to bring it over towards Cash Out B. As I say that, but they get spotted out in the middle of that street by Treason and the rest of Alliance. They're here to clean up. Oh my god, what a kill from Treason, rocking that repeater. They're going to go through that gateway, grab control of this vault, and I don't know, Alliance looking a little strong right now, just saying.
Yeah, that's just very unfortunate. Ape Squad getting wiped right at the moment. Alliance responding back in. Forced another 50-50 situation on that spawn for Emerald Apes and had to fight back-to-back for that vault fight. Has Fnatic on the other side of the map, already almost a minute into their cash out. Sitting pretty good up on this high ground. Mr. Red Fox looking for an opening. Going to be gatewaying up on top of them, but they've already rotated out. Looking to defend their cash out.
Yeah, great rotate out there, and now this cash out is about halfway done. Fnatic trying to hold control over it, but Ape Squad ready to break their plans if they can. Spotting some shots off, breaking the rooftop just a little bit. Great shots by Red Fox. Unable to connect them all the way, though. Seems like the rest of Donk Rage was able to get Geary down, and now the cash out is been dropped a little bit further. They're ready to go for a steal. There's the goo bringing them a little bit of cover, and they're just holding it. Nobody is there to intercept them. Surely they're about to get the flip, and they just have to hold on for about a fourth. Let's cash out.
Yeah, and Ape Squad does get the flip in their favor. 20 seconds left, it looks like, for Cash Out A. Just have to hold on to it. Maybe one or two stalls left. But Emerald Apes not looking pretty right now. Donkridge is taken out, fighting against Alliance. Alliance making their way in, and Rain Key takes out Krieger Blue, but NA Ghost also goes down. And it looks like A is going in the favor of Ape Squad.
Yeah, Ape Squad, we should turn our attention now to the other cash out, because this is being held right now by Alliance, and every dollar that they add to their name brings them a little bit closer towards actually getting the title, getting the cash out, and sending us home for the day. But right now, it looks like they're just holding on. Cash out starting to run down, but Emerald Apes are here. Surely they want a piece of that pie, and now they have to go into it. This cash out is right in the middle, very open, very exposed. There is some goo there. You can see that they're throwing down the barricades, trying to go for it, but it is just utter calamity down there. There's one person remaining. The Emerald Apes gets a res going off of it, but Alliance looking very strong as they control it and get some cash to their name, sending them to the top of the leaderboard so far.
Yeah, and Donker's going to use that 93 hour to clutch up the fight, but not going to earn the point. And it looks not very good as Rainky's holding his own against Ape Squad as they go in 1 versus 1. Mr. Red Fox does get that pick on the team of Fnatic, and Nah Ghost is just going to be the last one up. Looking for that reset as Ape Squad rotates this box all the way over to D.
Yeah, this is a nice little rotate. We're about to see them get plugged as well. I think one vault hasn't even been tapped, Vault 4, Like, seems like Emerald Apes are about to go over there. I think that they just tapped it, so that'll be open momentarily. Rez is going off from Alone in Paris, bringing all of their teammates back into this. They're ready to start the engagement, though, with Alliance. They are all here, ready to go for it. A lot of bounce pads going off, but look at that kill by Carney of just bringing Alone in Paris down almost immediately. You can see that Donk Rage wants to go for a long res here, and they've just conceded the vault to Alliance, who have taken it and taken control of it. Somebody needs to stop Alliance soon, or they're going to bring us into the 2v2 or 3v3.
Yeah, and half. Look at this other cash out on D. Winched out right into the open, blown a hole, and put out right next to this jump pad. We do see Nagiri posturing up to go for the steal alongside his teammate. But it's not looking good on this positioning as Ape Squad got the reset, and Fnatic is down one player. And that goes two as well. Rainkey gonna be the last one left, holding his own in this dome shield, but it's not gonna be enough, I imagine, as Ape Squad resets yet again. 3 back up for Ape Squad, and Fnatic Rainkey looking like he's in a difficult spot.
Yeah, this is a very difficult spot for them. Fnatic really needs to get something going. They're going to get a long res off of it, and I guess wait for the other person to turn back in. They have just enough time, and there it is. All of Fnatic are back in this battle. Carney and the rest of the Alliance ready to go for this steal. All of them are here, throwing down some goo, trying to find an entryway towards this cash out, but it is in the hands of Ape Squad, so they need to do something. They need to do something right now, but the goo is gone down. Look at the gas as well, buying themselves just a little bit of space, making it that much harder for Alliance to get in there. Emerald Apes now rushing in there, just adding to the calamity of the situation. Carney dashes out of there, going away from his teammates, hoping to regroup, maybe get a little bit of information as they think they're turning their attention towards cash out C.
Yeah, and Emerald Apes rotating back to cash out C in a decent position, but they're down a man. Alone in Paris going to get taken out early, but Donkridge finding the pick on Rainkey, as well as NA Ghost finding the pick on Alliance Carnifex. Looking like in a decent position from Emerald Apes. Now they're just sitting in that crate right now. Gonna catch Rainkey by surprise. Finding 1v1 in that crate. There's nowhere to go when you're that close to each other.
Yeah, they were right on top of each other. Just didn't notice it, but the engagement continues as both teams are ready to just battle. This is a very unique battle because it is in the middle of the street. Anybody that approaches it is just going to be dealt with a ton of hellfire raining down on them, and the Emerald Apes have bought themselves just enough time. Brings them into second place. So you're hoping for Alliance to go into the next one. They need to start getting a little bit more control over this as Dongray just popping off with that 93R, spotting anybody out in the middle of that street. He's now on the hunt for his next victim as Vault 6 has been spawned right over by Alliance. And again, Emerald Apes are all here ready to just go right up towards Alliance.
Yeah, and Ape Squad got the plug on the other cash out as this other vault fight breaks out. Like you're saying, it's going to be Emerald Apes now taking control of the lower half and the vault itself. But we had Fnatic on the high ground. Emerald Apes, or Fnatic, making their rotation away, using that gateway, and Rainkey in control of this next cash. Will he be able to get the plug? Will he be able to get out with a player? 2 players down now. It's just him and him alone, trying to make the lonely rotation all the way over to the other cash out. Emerald Apes gonna try and cut him off, get this plug for themselves as the fight breaks out over on the other side with Ape Squad, but it's just gonna be Rainkey, half HP, looking, still trying to find this plug, ends up getting it for his team, but now everything is gonna be boiling down. Mauser breaking that C4 off, going for the steal. I don't think Fnatic's gonna have any say in this.
Yeah, this is wild. He had some great movement, able to get that plug, but the flip surely is gone off. Emerald Apes now have a height advantage as well. They're engaging directly with Fnatic, being chased down. Alone went down. Ramke getting a kill, and all of the Emerald Apes have been wiped. This is intense, but on the other side of things, Alliance is holding strong. Adding 18K to their name will likely send them up into second place as long as they don't get wiped in the battle. cash outs are ticking down. This one over here, just half of it left as Renki looking for anybody that wants to come in his space. He's got those deagles ready, and here is Carney going with a gateway. I think they're about to just add some cash to their name. Nobody really to contest them, so this will be quite exciting as the time ticks down, Soyo.
Yeah, and this is the first time this last cash out has been split. And it's unprecedented to see how this breaks out. We see Ape Squad going for it last second. A flash comes out, and the stall may be coming out, but the steal comes out from Ape Squad, and Donkbridge is going to be taken out. It's going to be Ape Squad and Alliance yet again in this final round.
Okay, well, we get a repeat. We get one more chance for Ape Squad. This is, yeah, that was a cash out match. I'm a little speechless. It's just a combination of seeing so many matches of cash out. That one going absolutely not the way that I expected it. I didn't see doubles. I didn't see a ton of third teaming. I didn't see fourth teaming. That was a standard cash out match with everything on the line, and I don't know. Like, this is very unprecedented for me. So let's just bring Artie in here as quick as we can, because let's put all the pressure on him.
Well, at the very least, what I will say is this. Ape Squad has never played better than in that game of Cash Out. Genuinely, if that Ape Squad shows up into the next game, there is a chance that we get to continuing into the next few heats. But what I will say is this. We're in Heat 5 right now. And for Ape Squad, this is the chance. This is the time to actually make a difference, actually stand up. But for Alliance, this was the first time that it felt like they weren't actually in the driver's seat during a cash out. And I think that that's to say that Alliance might actually be heading towards the end of their meter. They might be running out of gas. At the very last time that this happened, Alliance was very much ready, set in the top to make sure, okay, after we doubled that cash out, we're going to be the ones that make sure what gets to happen. As another chatter put it a couple hours ago that I haven't been able to stop thinking about, Alliance was the one that was able to say, hey, we're going to be in custody of Ape Squad. This time around, though, it felt like Ape Squad was actually in charge of the fact that they got into this final round. And it felt like the fact that Ape Squad was in there shows that they might be not tired. The only team that's not tired, because even look at Fnatic. Fnatic was struggling to get cash outs there. This is Ape Squad potentially poised to actually overtake Alliance if Alliance is out of gas, if that is a correct assumption. Now, if Alliance is still at the top of their game, they just got to win one, and this could all be said and done in the next 20 minutes. But, chat, should Ape Squad actually gather a point here, then we could be in for an incredible series. But it comes down to this here. We're in Heat 5. We're on best of 2. Final round format, starting the very first one here on Bernal. It's Ape Squad versus Alliance. Alliance on match point. Rio, Sonsoyo, take it away.
Here we go into Bernal. Rio, what do you think about this matchup coming your way? Alliance 1 point away.
I am a very positive person, and I am going to put all of my faith in Ape Squad to drag this out. We're going to see this go to 2 maps. We're going to see Ape Squad get 2 points on the board, because I'm not done yet. I know that I have a whole nother day of the finals tomorrow, but you know what? Today is not that day. Today is today, and this is the moment for Ape Squad to show us that they deserve to get some cash in their pocket. Get something going, as both teams have spawned in. They're ready to go for the vaults. Vault has been tapped by Ape Squad. There is a bounce pad ready for that engagement and ready to counter it almost immediately. Nice RPG going right at the feet of Manda. Does get deleted, and the winch club pulls him right into the sights of Palma, and this is not looking good. There is a very clean wipe by Alliance.
Yeah, Alliance, I don't think they're running out of gas. That fight was very explosive. Ape Squad, it is noted that they have been doing better and better as we've gone on, but they still have a large hill to climb. 4 points from Alliance, and Alliance really looking strong in this first fight on Bernal. Gonna get that plug, and Ape Squad only winning the cash outs in the vaults, only winning the cash outs when they win the vault fight. So it's going to be extremely imperative for them to do that. But now they have a large church to climb up as well.
Yeah, the cathedral is a center point of this map. It is the highest spot in total, and really, whoever is controlling this, oh, look at that destruction too. Not sure what caused that little topper to pop off, but what we might see is Alliance popping off. They're on this rooftop, ready to engage with Ape Squad. They go directly at them. Manda dropping down. Not sure if that was intentional, but now ready to go for the engagement again. He sees that there is a gateway, and maybe he's about to go through it, but instead offers to go a little bit cautious. And now they're making their approach towards this cash out. This would be a good time to maybe bait out a steal, but Manda is still on the hunt. This is not working good because Krieger Blue just went down. He does get a nice little winch claw there, but it reverses, pulls him right back into it, and Amanda goes down. Red Fox being the only remaining member, trying to get any kill that he can with the ARN, but it's not looking pretty. He does get one. He's about to be swarmed, though, by the other two, and Alliance looking strong.
Yeah, Alliance gonna get that pretty clean fight in their favor. Only a minute left on the cash out B. It's gonna be a pretty hard hill to climb for Ape Squad. This high ground and this spawn manipulation that Alliance knows and spawns gonna prove very difficult for Ape Squad because they have to not only make it away across this road, but also force point and make it very drastic. That gateway goes in. They're going to take control of this high ground as Alliance drops down. This could be good. They need to find one pick and then go force the point, all three of them, but Alliance not giving them any opportunity to do so. This might be the pick they needed, but they're still gassing the point. It's going to prove very difficult to even take, and that's not going to be an opportunity for Ape Squad to take it. As Alliance holds a very, very clean defense, it's going to be a 1v1 only for the Egos, and Carney does end up taking that.
Yeah, I am impressed so far. Krieger Blue unable to get any kills so far, but hey, both teams are getting at least some kills. Earlier, we saw that Ape Squad was 0-0 for a little bit of it, so a little bit of a turnaround already on there, so a little bit of hope for if you are an Ape Squad fan, like I know you are, Sonsoyo, you know, probably one of the best fans out there, but Vault 2 has been spawned. Alliance making their way over there. Surely they're going to get the tap on it and have a little bit of time to set up as well. They have to just stop Ape Squad from getting any closer to them, and that's where that repeater comes in handy. He's got great sight lines on them. If Treason can spot even just one of them out, it will make it that much more difficult. But Ape Squad have played this perfectly. They went inside the building. They didn't let themselves be spotted out. They have now blown up the vault area, dropping it down into them, forcing the engagement to happen with Alliance in more of an enclosed area, but it's not working out for them because Mr. Red Fox taking a lot of damage, forced to pull away from his teammates, and Alliance still now have control of the vault. The engagement is still kicking off, healing going off from Treason, lots of winch claws being pulled in left and right, and there he goes. Red Fox being the last remaining member, Alliance swarming on him, trying to get this last kill, bringing him down, getting control of the vault, and about to get the plug with plenty of time to set up their defenses too.
Yeah, and this is the cash out for Alliance right now. 4 points in their pocket and one cash out remaining potentially for their tournament win. This could be the single moment that defines their victory.
It is all coming down to this. They have spawned in. We might see 2 fights from Ape Squad. One, if it's drawn out any bit. You can see that Ape Squad are trying to go through this building, do the exact same thing again, not be exposed in any manner if they can avoid it. They're ready to go for that chase. Palma looking for them, but realizing that they have gotten away from him. This is a mistake from Alliance that Ape Squad might be able to capitalize on. Nice little barricade, buying himself a way to climb up there. Second barricade to buy himself a little bit more time to bring his teammate up, but instead he gets pushed in there immediately. Alliance looking like they're struggling for the first time in this entire engagement. RPG going off, but no, they turn it around again and get a complete wipe on Ape Squad. Sonsoyo, one more attempt.
Yeah, we got 1 minute left in this game. Alliance, we saw Palma get so split away from that team, but ended up having a great bait with that barricade, going for the res, ended up getting the, even against all odds on that peeker's advantage, ended up getting that winch and able to turn that fight around with that bubble. in his advantage. But now, going in, one more attempt is coming in from Ape Squad. Going to be jumping on top of them. But look where Alliance is. They're on top of the spawn. But Ape Squad looks like they're holding the point themselves. And now, Alliance making their approach in. Manda and Red Fox going to be sitting on that low ground. As it's only 30 seconds left. 20 seconds left.
It is ticking away, but Red Fox is here. This cash out has been stuck in a very unique situation, but no, there it goes, falling down along with the hopes of Ape Squad for able to pull this off. But as I say that, they're trying to steal it one more time.
And they get it!
This is not over yet. We get one more cash out, one more vault. Can Ape Squad turn it around? Show us that it's not a fluke, that they belong here to be going up against a Titan like Alliance.
I mean, I do have to say, every team has made their way through phase one. I think all of these players do deserve to be here. This is just phase two, going down to the wire with such dominance from Alliance right now. But one more cash out left, still to win from Alliance in this game to take the tournament. The glitch goes out, going to be taking out their gateway in their rotation. Now it looks like they're probably going to be taking a 2v3. Going to have to wait for Red Fox to make their approach back up, but that getting dropped away. A little bit of spaghetti going around from this destruction right now, as Alliance has to gain the high ground advantage yet again. Going to try and take a face check fight, as Bernal is known for, using that dome and that barricade to get the advantage, but getting it taken out. Palma drops as that huge winch comes out from Manda. Red Fox also finds the pick, but the reset coming in from Palma, and Red Fox cleaning up, and it's just Carnifex left with 1 HP, 1 bar left, and a dream. But Ape Squad going to start the rotation early, but Carnifex find the kill on Krieger Blue. And will they get the reset, or will Carnifex clutch up yet again? It looks like they're going to get the res.
Yeah, I am impressed with Carney's ability to stay alive in that fight. It is going to help his teammates get back in this as quick as they can. The plug on the other side of things by Ape Squad is about to be, yeah, it's plugged right now. They have a little bit of time to set up their defenses, especially because the Alliance is slightly pulled away, but Carney immediately spots one of them out, trying to deal as much damage as he can to Manda, and he's continuing the chase as all of the rest of Ape Squad have now gone to height. They have grouped up, gone through a gateway, and ready to engage anybody from Alliance. Alliance, for one of the first times in this entire map, on the other side of things, wanting to find a way to break through the defenses of Ape Squad.
Yeah, and Ape Squad now sitting pretty up on this high ground. We see them get knocked off by Alliance's presence, but they're still in a pretty good position, posturing up towards those gas barrels. And it looks like Alliance going to be looking to force this point. Many holes in that room. It's going to be very tough for them to make their approach. But Carnifex looks for a glitch of his own. The drop comes out. No steal attempt is going to be held as they rotate back up to the high ground. But Carnifex going to get winched away. That dash saving his life as we approach this fight. Big damage coming out, and Krieger Blue gets taken out. It's going to be Mana dropping next. Red Fox following suit. Alliance taking control of Cash Out D. 1 minute in hand. We've seen Ape Squad do it before, and I think Alliance is going to be ready for that last second steal attempt, but still plenty of time to make that last second attempt from Ape Squad. That gas is going to be set up.
It's going to all be determined by how kind the spawn gods are for Ape Squad. They did get a decent spawn here. It's going to allow them to gateway pad over, bring all of his teammates in there, but they need to find a kill almost immediately. You can see the gas on the point is just stalling them for time. It's going to be that much more difficult for them to dive on it, but they're ready to go for it. Time is ticking down. They need to find a kill. They need to find an opening. Palma is down in this fight. The steal is being attempted, but no, I think they get pulled off of it, and there is no time left as Ape Squad has been wiped, and Alliance take it. Not just the map, but they take PHL Season 2 as the winners on the EU side.
Yeah, Alliance clutching up, really showing their dominance right there. 5 points goes the way of Alliance, and they win Pro Hubs, like you just said. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Alliance
Wow.
is your champion for PHL Season 2 for EU, but it was an absolutely incredible attempt from Ape Squad. I mean, again, points aside, the fact that Ape Squad was able to consistently make it into that final round format through every single heat, that is 5 cash outs that Ape Squad won. And that is not something that you can scoff at. But at the end of the day, this is probably some of the best set of games, some of the best set of tournaments that you could have if you're Ape Squad in order to prepare for the Grand Major just coming up in 20 days. But a huge shout out to Alliance for not succumbing to just the fatigue and actually making sure to consistently perform at the top of their game all the way through. It has been almost 7 hours of the finals and 7 hours of top tier performance. Congratulations to Alliance.
Yeah, especially in cash out, not only in 3v3, but cash out, making it through those rounds is very impressive. Shows the consistency that they have as a team and the strength that they have as a group and their chemistry itself. Rio, got any thoughts on their win as
Yeah,
well?
you said it perfectly. I think that one of the real strengths of this format is that it does allow the teams that are consistent. Are you consistent in 3v3s? Are you consistent in cash out? Can you win both of those on top of it? And Alliance showed us that they are. And that was really impressive. It's a great format. I was a little skeptical going into it because I was like, wow, this could be a 10-hour day. But it made it fun. It made it there was weight to a lot of the battles, a lot of the maps, and it was just a really good way to determine who was the best team. And turns out it's Alliance.
Absolutely. It was an absolute gauntlet for these teams to run through phase 1 and phase 2, but a huge congratulations to Alliance and every single person, not only on that team, but in that organization that's able to support the team to get them to that level. And again, a huge shout out to the runner up of, honestly, the runner up in our hearts, Ape Squad. Now,
Yes.
I will say there was a tie for second and third place with 2 points each, but I gotta say, Ape Squad, the absolute runner-up in our hearts. An absolutely phenomenal performance from everybody out there. And chat, a huge shout out to you, to everybody that was given subs and donations to our prize pool, as all of our funding here is completely from you guys, and every single donation, every single sub goes right into the prize pool that teams like Alliance have just won, and for tomorrow, all the teams at NA will be fighting for. So, chat, you guys want even more of the finals action? There's more coming to you just a little bit later tomorrow morning. It is going to be 12 p.m. EST at noon, where we're going to be starting the NA matches. It's going to be a fun gauntlet, the exact same one that you just saw today, but run it back one more time with all the NA teams. But another huge shout out to Alliance, a huge shout out to Rio and Sansoyo, and also Jerry and Whippet for casting earlier. Thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you, chat, for staying through with us to the very end. Shout out to Alliance. Shout out to Ape Squad. Shout out to every team that participated. We'll see you tomorrow.